When Gu Changsheng opened his eyes, a cold raindrop fell through a crack in the roof tiles, landing on his brow. The raindrop was as cold as a nail. One nail pierced into the bone, and all past lives became clear. The tattered bed canopy swayed overhead, the once embroidered cloud and crane brocade faded to gray, its edges chewed by insects into ragged holes. Morning wind slipped through the carvings of the wooden window, blowing the last dying lamp beside the bed into flickering uncertainty. Light and shadow sometimes climbed the walls, sometimes fell to the ground, revealing streaks of dried dark red traces. That was the blood vomited by the original owner last night. A sharp pain exploded deep in his mind. Dayun Dynasty. Northern border Luqing. Jinbei Marquis Manor. The Gu family, 3 generations of marquises. Grandfather guarded the northern frontier for 27 years, turning the tide at Tianhe Pass. Father Gu Shanha led 8,000 iron cavalry deep into the barbarian lands and died at Black Wind Valley. 2 elder brothers carried their coffins, but never returned, both perishing in a border army mutiny. 3 months ago, a blood-soaked urgent dispatch arrived at Luqing. 1 letter, 3 suits of armor, 4 blood-stained identity tags. The great Marquis Manor collapsed in an instant. Old subordinates were dispersed, farmlands were seized, shops were forced into bankruptcy. The wealthy gentry who had once bowed respectfully before the Marquis Manor now bared their fangs overnight, devouring the last remnants of the Gu family's property. And the original owner of this body was also named Gu Changsheng, 24 years old. Once the most notorious playboy in Liuqing, now the last bloodline of the Jinbei Marquis Manor. 3 days ago, he was heavily drunk and forced to sign a deed mortgaging the ancestral house. When he woke up and learned that the house was to be handed over today, he was so enraged that he vomited blood and fainted. When he opened his eyes again, there was an extra soul from another world inside this body. Marquis. A soft, trembling voice sounded beside the bed. Gu Changsheng turned his head. Kneeling beside the bed was a woman in her early 20s. Her name was Wantong, the last personal maid of the Marquis Manor. Her jet black hair was simply coiled with a wooden hairpin, her plain white dress washed soft. Having just wiped his cold sweat, her sleeves were rolled up to her forearms, revealing a stretch of snow-white skin. She had obviously not slept all night. The corners of her eyes were slightly red, and her long eyelashes were still adorned with tiny crystalline moisture, like butterfly wings wet with morning dew. Having knelt for too long, her body leaned slightly forward. The silver button at her collar had come undone. A cold wind brushed past her clothes, rose and fell with each breath, vaguely revealing a glimpse of delicate, almost dazzling white skin. Gu Changsheng's gaze only paused for a moment before falling on the wet cloth in her hand. What's that noise outside? His voice was a little hoarse, but not weak. Wantong was stunned. Since the 3 masters died in battle, the young Marquis had seemed to have his spine removed, spending his days drunk and listless, his eyes muddy. But now those eyes were as deep as an ancient well under a cold night, with no trace of anger, yet they made one dare not look directly. It's the Zhou family. She bit her lip, her voice even lower. Before dawn, they came with an agent and government clerks blocking the gates, saying that if you didn't hand over the deed by the hour of Chun, they would break down the door and clear the house. And there are also several creditors in the city. Madame Shun from Jinyu Tower also came. When she said Madame Shun, Wantong's expression was slightly unnatural. Gu Changsheng found the name in his memory. Shen Feiyan, owner of Jinyu Tower. 27 years old, widowed 3 years ago. As a woman, she controlled the largest pawnshop and song and dance house in Luqing. Rumor had it that she hid a dagger under her skirt and incense in her sleeve, and her peach blossom eyes could melt half a man's bones. The wealthy merchants of Luqing all coveted and feared her. Of the 10,000 taels of silver owed by the Marquis Manor, 3,000 came from Jinyu Tower. Gu Changsheng pushed himself up on the bed. Wanong quickly reached out to help him. She leaned in too quickly, her soft body almost pressing into his arms. A faint orchid fragrance brushed past his nose, with her hair, warm breath falling on his neck like a feather gently tickling. Gu Changsheng could clearly feel her trembling hand. Marquis, your body is not well yet. If my body is not well, will the creditors repay my debts for me? I didn't mean that. Wantong hurriedly looked up. The 2 faces were less than half a foot apart. Morning light through the broken window spread a layer of hazy gold on her fair cheeks. She was not overwhelmingly beautiful, but she had a gentle grace steeped in the old dreams of the deep mansion. Especially now, with tears in her eyes and trembling lips, she looked like a begonia flower forced into a corner by wind and rain. Gu Changsheng raised his hand. Wantong's breath stopped, and she closed her eyes instinctively. But the hand did not cross the line, it only fastened the button of her collar that had come undone. The man's fingers were long and slender, brushing across her collarbone through the thin fabric. The touch was extremely light, but it made Wantong's ears instantly red, and even her neck flushed a faint pink. It's cold. Gu Changsheng withdrew his hand, his tone calm. Take care of yourself before taking care of me. Wantong stared at him blankly. After a long moment, she lowered her eyes and softly replied yes. Her voice was as soft as a petal falling on a pillow. Help me dress. Marquis, are you going out? Others have come to tear down the house. Gu Changsheng lifted the blanket and stepped barefoot onto the cold blue bricks. As the head of the family, I can't hide behind a woman. The light in Wantong's eyes wavered. She quickly brought the clothes. The Marquis manor was now so poor it couldn't even afford charcoal, but fortunately the Gu family ancestors valued appearances, and there was still a dark blue cloud-patterned robe at the bottom of the trunk. Wantong spread the sleeves, stood on tiptoe, and draped the robe over his shoulders. The belt needed to be wrapped around from the back. She had to get close to Gu Changsheng. Her slender arms circled his lean waist, and her fingertips met in front of the jade buckle. Because of the close distance, her chest occasionally brushed against his back. Even through 2 layers of clothing, one could still feel the soft warmth. Gu Changsheng did not look back. Wantong was getting more and more flustered. Your hands are shaking. I'm afraid you'll be bullied, Marquis. Then watch carefully. Gu Changsheng took hold of the belt she had tied wrong and slowly pulled it tight. The dark robe was drawn and outlining his broad shoulders and narrow waist. From today on, only the Gu family gets to bully others. Wantong looked at the man in the bronze mirror. The mirror's surface was mottled, but the reflected face was strikingly handsome, almost sharp. Dark eyebrows, a straight nose, pale lips from blood loss. His long hair was tied up with an old jade crown, a few stray strands hanging at his temples. His sickly pallor did not weaken his presence, but added a decadent and dangerous beauty to his overly handsome face. Like a sword just washed in blood. Cold, brilliant, and too dazzling to look at directly. Open the door. Gu Changsheng turned and walked away. Wantong followed her skirt, sweeping the floor, but her heart beat faster and faster. She suddenly felt that the young Marquis, who had once thrown money around in taverns and been provoked into drawing his sword over a few words, had died last night. The man walking down from that sickbed now was someone else. Outside the Marquis manor gate, the crowd was as noisy as the tide. The rain-soaked Luqing lay under a leaden sky. The mist at the end of the long street had not yet dispersed, and the blue stone slabs were covered with pools of cold water. The once majestic Zhenbei Marquis manor stood silently in the fog, its 2 guardian stone lions covered in cracks. The vermilion gate faded and mottled, and the bronze bells under the eaves whimpered in the wind. But in front of the gate it was as lively as a feast. More than 30 guards stood beneath the steps, swords at their waists, their chests embroidered with the Zhou family's red wolf insignia. Accountants, agents, and government clerks each held oil paper umbrellas crowding the entrance. Further away the common folk stood watching. Some stood on tiptoe, some whispered, and a few well-dressed scions of noble families hid in the tea-house by the window waiting to see the final joke of the Zhenbei Marquis manor. Time is almost up. Zhou Fuhai, the Zhou family steward, stood with his hands behind his back. He was fat, wore a purple brocade robe, and had 6 jade rings on his 10 fingers. Raindrops sprinkled on the edge of his umbrella, but not even the surface of his shoes was wet. If Marquis Gu doesn't come out now, don't blame me for not leaving the Gu family any face. An agent flattered steward Zhou is most generous. A debt must be paid. If the young Marquis is sensible and hands over the deed, he can still get 500 taels of relocation silver. If not, He didn't finish, but a few muffled laughs rose around him. Zhou Fuhai's gaze was cold. 3 generations of generals, what glory! But the Gu men are unlucky. The old ones died, and the young ones only know how to cry under the covers. If Gu Shanhe knew in the underworld, the lid of his coffin would probably burst open. The laughter suddenly grew louder. And at that moment, creak. The heavy sound was long and deep, like a giant beast that had been dormant for years, opening its eyes in the morning mist. The laughter on the steps slowly died down. Gu Changsheng walked out from inside the gate. His dark blue robe swept over the high threshold, and the dark gold cloud patterns on the hem shimmered faintly in the daylight. He did not walk fast, even with a certain unsteadiness from just recovering from a serious illness, but his back was straight, and his expression indifferent, as if the people in front of the gate were not debt collectors, but merely servants who had not yet knelt. Wantong followed behind, holding an umbrella. The oil paper umbrella tilted toward Gu Changsheng, and the fine rain soon wet her shoulder. The thin fabric clung to her skin, outlining her graceful curves, drawing the stares of several guards. Gu Changsheng paused slightly. He reached out and took the umbrella, moving most of it back over her head. Stand behind me. Only 5 words. Wantong's eyes reddened instantly. Zhou Fuhai watched this scene, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. The Marquis has good taste. Your home is almost gone, and you still have the mind to cherish a beauty. Whether the home is gone or not is not for you to decide. Gu Changsheng stopped at the top step. But you, a servant of the Zhou family, shouting in front of the Zhenbei Marquis manor. He looked down. Who gave you the nerve? Zhou Fuhai's face darkened. That gaze was not fierce, but it made his chest tighten inexplicably. As if the man on the stone steps was not a disgraced bankrupt wastrel, but a frontier commander just returned from a sea of blood and corpses. But in the next moment he flew into a rage. The Gu family was already finished. A sickly man whose martial arts foundation was ruined. What right did he have to be afraid? Don't be glib, Marquis. Zhou Fuhai took a deed from his sleeve and snapped it open. Black on white, the Marquis personally signed 3 days ago, mortgaging the ancestral house, the South City Salt Warehouse, and the last 300 acres of farmland for 12,000 taels of silver. The debt is due. According to the contract, if not cleared by the hour of Qin, all properties go to the Zhou family. He glanced at the sky, his sneer deepening. Half an incense stick left. Will the Marquis hand over the keys himself, or should we come in and get them? Changsheng didn't answer, just reached out for the deed. Zhou Fuhai hesitated for a moment, then handed it over. With so many people watching, he didn't believe Changsheng would try anything tricky. Raindrops were blown under the umbrella by the wind, leaving scattered watermarks on the paper. He scanned it once, then turned it over, slowly rubbing the bright red seal impression in the lower right corner with his thumb. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone was waiting for him to collapse. Maybe cry, maybe throw a tantrum, maybe kneel and beg the Zhou family for a few more days. No matter which, it would be enough to be the talk of Luqing tea houses for half a month. But Changsheng just smiled. Steward Zhou, what? You say this deed was signed by me 3 days ago? Yes. What's wrong? It's wrong. Changsheng gently flicked the paper with his fingertip. This paper is Jiangnan snow silk paper, fine and dense, not easily dissolved in water. Only Jinyu Tower and the Zhou family's main firm use it in Luqing. So what? The paper is fine, the ink is fine. Even this private seal is indeed mine. Zhou Fuhai's smile began to return. Since the Marquis admits. But you forgot one thing. My Gu family's private seal was suspended for 3 months last winter due to the funeral of my grandmother. During the suspension, the bottom of the seal box was soaked with wax, causing a very fine break in the character mountain in the lower left of the seal impression. This seal impression is too complete. Zhou Fuhai's eyelids twitched violently. Changsheng continued, also 3 days ago it rained all day in Luqing. The Marquis Manor's accounting room leaked, and all the ink pads were damp, so the color should be dark red with a dull sheen. But the ink pad on this deed is bright red, produced by the capital's Bauma studio. I'd like to ask Steward Zhou, did I get drunk enough to fly to the capital on a rainy night, or did the Zhou family prepare a new seal for me in advance? The crowd erupted in turmoil. Zhou Fuhai's face twitched, and he shouted harshly, nonsense. What can a seal impression prove? When you signed the deed, there were agents, accountants, and 2 creditors as witnesses. Well said. A lazy, charming voice came from behind the crowd. The voice was like fine wine flowing over a silver cup. Even before seeing the person, many men instinctively straightened their backs. The onlookers parted. A vermilion carriage adorned with gold bells stopped by the street. The curtain was lifted by a fair hand. First, a slender fingertip painted with cinnabar was revealed. Then a gold-embroidered soft shoe stepped onto the footstool. Shen Feiyan stooped and stepped out of the carriage. Today she wore a crimson trailing gown, her waist cinched with a gold silk belt to an impossibly slender span. The neckline was cut daringly, yet covered with a layer of black gauze half hidden. As she walked, the light gauze moved, and the plump whiteness occasionally appeared and disappeared like spring moonlight floating on the heart of a wave. Her long hair was loosely tied up, a gold hairpin slanting across it. 2 strands of black hair fell beside her cheeks, making her already bewitching face even more enchanting. Especially her eyes, naturally upturned at the corners, as if they could draw out the most secret desires in a man's heart. She held a red plum umbrella and walked gracefully to the foot of the steps. With each step, her skirt seemed to bloom like a red lotus. Marquis Gu is right. Shen Feiyan raised her eyes, her gaze falling on Changsheng's face, pausing for a moment. I am indeed one of the creditors, and I did affix my seal on the deed. Zhou Fuhai's expression relaxed. Madame Shen is a reasonable person, but the seal I affixed. Her words were cut off, but the implication was clear. The crowd buzzed again. Zhou Fuhai's face turned pale. Changsheng remained calm, holding the deed, waiting for what was to come. Shen Feiyan took out another deed from her sleeve. The paper slightly yellowed, the seal impression dark red. The one in Marquis Gu's hand was forged by the Zhou family. I have the original here. The situation turned completely around. Zhou Fuhai shouted this as a frame-up, but his voice was weak. The government clerks examined the 2 deeds carefully and confirmed the forgery. Changsheng looked at Shen Feiyan. Thank you, Madame Shen. Marquis is too polite. I was just doing business. She smiled, her eyes full of meaning. If the Marquis is free, you may visit Jinyu Tower for tea. Changsheng nodded slightly, but did not answer. He turned and walked back toward the manor. Wantong followed, her heart full of admiration. The young Marquis from today on was truly different. Inside the manor, the ancestral hall was silent. The Gu family's spirit tablets stood in rows. Changsheng lit incense and bowed. From now on he would carry the family's legacy. Outside, the rain stopped. A ray of sunlight broke through the clouds, shining on the old manor. The beginning of a new era. The contract stated 8,700 taels. Shen Feiyan's smile deepened. Not 12,000 taels. Zhou Fuhai's face suddenly changed. Shen Feiyan slowly climbed 2 steps. She stopped half an arm's length from Changsheng. A faint rose fragrance mixed with the warm breath of a woman seeped into the umbrella. A breeze past the light gauze on her chest fluttered slightly, her white skin seemed bathed in moonlight, only inches from Changsheng's hand holding the umbrella. Yet she did not avoid it, instead leaning her body forward slightly. Marquis. Her red lips parted, her voice lowered so only those nearby could hear. You owe me 3,000 taels. I came today to see how you would fall. If you truly cannot repay, my golden jade pavilion still lacks a handsome steward who can warm wine. Her gaze slowly moved along Gu Changsheng's brows and eyes, then down to his slightly open collar. With the Marquis' looks, if you just stood in the pavilion doing nothing, you'd probably be worth 3,000 taels. Wan Tang clenched her fingers behind her. She wanted to speak, but dared not. Gu Changsheng lowered his head, looking at Shen Feiyan, who was close at hand. The woman's eyes held 3 parts mockery, 3 parts testing, and 4 parts genuine interest. She was waiting for him to be embarrassed, and waiting for him to lose composure. Gu Changsheng suddenly handed the umbrella handle to her. Shen Feiyan was startled, instinctively taking it. The next moment, Gu Changsheng took half a step forward. The last distance between them vanished. The dark blue robe almost brushed against the light gauze on her chest. The man had no scent of powder, only the fragrance of rain-washed pine wood and very faint medicinal herbs. He leaned slightly, his lips close to her ear, his warm breath brushed past the red jade earring. Shen Feiyan's originally confident smile froze for the first time. Madam Shen. Gu Changsheng's voice was low. Warming wine is fine. As for standing in the pavilion for people to see, his gaze swept over her suddenly reddened ear tips. Your building cannot afford this, Marquis. Shen Feiyan's breath stopped for a moment. Then she chuckled softly. Her chest trembled with laughter, almost touching the man's robe. After an illness, the Marquis has become much more interesting. She stepped back, her fingers lightly turning the umbrella handle. Drops of water scattered like broken jade from the umbrella's edge. I am very much looking forward to how the Marquis will earn back these 10,000 taels in 3 days. 3 days. Zhou Fuhai finally found his voice coldly, saying the deadline is today. Gu Changsheng, even if the amount is disputed, you still owe the Zhou family over 6,000 taels. If you can't produce the silver, the ancestral mansion will still be mine. Who says I can't? Gu Changsheng folded the contract. Today has today's calculations, 3 days have 3 days rules. Zhou Fuhai narrowed his eyes. What trick are you trying to play? The contract in your hand is suspected to be forged. According to Dayan commercial law, it should be sealed and sent for review first. Before the authenticity is determined, the Zhou family has no right to touch a single brick of the Marquis' mansion. As for the true account, Gu Changsheng looked at Shen Feiyan. 8,700 taels correct. Shen Feiyan raised an eyebrow. The interest is separate. 3% per month is enough for you to make. Is the Marquis teaching me how to do business? I am reminding you. Gu Changsheng's gaze was calm. If you want to make money for the long term, don't touch the money that eats people. Shen Feiyan stared at him for a moment, then slowly curled her lips. Fine. Just as the Marquis says, 8,700 taels. Zhou Fuhai angrily said, Shen Feiyan, you, Manager Zhou. Shen Feiyan gently turned the umbrella handle, her eyes like water. I am just collecting debts, not making false testimony for the Zhou family. If you are dissatisfied, why not go to the Yamen and ask what the crime is for forging a noble's private seal? Zhou Fuhai's fat cheeks twitched violently. He knew that forcibly seizing the mansion today was no longer possible. But he was not reconciled. Even if it's 8,700 taels, you can't produce it. Zhou Fuhai sneered. Gu's shops are all sealed, fields are barren, even the servants' wages have been owed for 2 months. Let alone 3 days, even if I give you 3 months, you still can't pay. Gu Changsheng, you can delay for a while, but not forever. Who said I want to delay forever? Gu Changsheng stood at the highest step of the stone staircase, raised his hand, and tore the forged contract in half. Rip! The sound of paper tearing was crisp and sharp. Everyone's gaze froze. Gu Changsheng tore again. For pieces of contract paper fell into the rain, the red seal slowly soaked by the dirty water like a festering face. 3 days. His voice was not loud, but it pierced through the rain curtain, suppressing the noise of the entire street. Within 3 days I will pay back the principal of 8,700 taels and reasonable interest. If I am short by even 1 coin, I, Gu Changsheng, will hand over the ancestral mansion, the salt warehouse in the southern city, and the land deeds for 300 acres. Zhou Fuhai's eyes flashed with wild joy. Are you serious? Of course. Words are not enough. Draw up a contract. Gu Changsheng looked at the scribe who had been standing in a daze. Let the Yamen bear witness. The scribe, caught by his gaze, unconsciously straightened his back. Can do. Zhou Fuhai hurriedly said. In addition to repaying the debt, you must also hand over all the debt ledgers of the Marquis' mansion. Can do. Gu Changsheng's tone was flat. But if I pay back the silver within 3 days, the Zhou family must publicly admit to the forged contract, cancel all the high-interest debts owed by the families of Gu's old subordinates, and return the 2,400 taels that were embezzled from the border army's pension silver in the past 6 months, not a single coin less. The air suddenly fell silent. The joy on Zhou Fuhai's face instantly froze. Gu Changsheng acted as if he hadn't seen it. What's the matter? The Zhou family dares to bet that I can't pay, but doesn't dare to bet that they haven't stolen from the dead. You're slandering me. Then don't bet. Gu Changsheng turned around. Wan Tang closed the door. Send someone to the Yamen to beat the drum, saying that Manager Zhou of the Zhou family forged the Marquis' seal and embezzled the pensions of fallen soldiers. Ask the city guard to personally try the case. Wait. Zhou Fuhai's temples bulged with veins. The looks of the onlookers had changed. Willow City was close to the northern border, and almost every household had someone who had served in the army. The pension silver for fallen soldiers was a taboo in the hearts of all commoners. If he backed down today, it would be equivalent to admitting that the Zhou family really had a problem. But if he gambled, how could Changsheng turn the tables? The Zhou family had thoroughly investigated the Marquis' mansion's background. Only 47 taels of silver were left in the accounts. The salt warehouse was dilapidated, the fields were flooded, and all trade routes were under Zhou family control. Earn 8,700 taels in 3 days. Unless gold falls from the sky. Zhou Fuhai gritted his teeth. Fine. The Zhou family will bet with you. Ask the scribe to draw up the contract. The surrounding area immediately erupted in noise. Soon 2 new contracts were written. Zhou Fuhai pressed his fingerprint first, then had the middleman and 2 merchants present as witnesses. Changsheng took the cinnabar. He didn't immediately press his seal, but instead looked at the old Gu family retainers on the stone steps. The old steward Gu Zhong stood at the outermost edge of the crowd. This old man, who had followed the Gu family for over 30 years, was already stooped with a slight limp in his right leg from an old war wound. After the Marquis' mansion fell, he sold his own small courtyard to barely maintain the household expenses. At this moment, he looked at Changsheng, his cloudy eyes full of worry. Young master. Uncle Gu. Changsheng spoke. Are you willing to trust me one more time? Gu Zhong's lips trembled. He saw the dilapidated gate behind Changsheng, saw the tattered Gu family war flag swaying at the eaves, and also seemed to see many years ago the old Marquis in blood-stained armor standing in the same place, asking him if he was willing to follow the Gu family to defend the northern border. The old man slowly knelt. His knees hit the wet stone slab. This old servant's life has always belonged to the Gu family. Very well. Changsheng turned to the gate. Inside the courtyard, a dozen or so servants, disabled veterans, and family members who had not yet left stood. Some showed fear. Some lowered their heads. Others clenched their fists. I will not force anyone to stay. Changsheng said. In this 3-day bet, the Gu family may turn things around, or may be completely destroyed. Those who want to leave now can go to the accounts room to receive the final travel expenses. Those who stay after 3 days, I will make up all back wages and record a share of merit for sharing hardship. The courtyard was silent for a long time. A young servant stepped forward, first bowed his head in shame. Then came the cook, 2 laborers, and a guard. Changsheng did not blame them, only asked Wan Tang to give them money. In the end, 11 people remained. A lame old steward, 2 veterans with missing fingers, 4 young guards, a cook, a coachman, an accountant, and Wan Tang. Wan Tang stood behind him, her clothes wet with rain, her slender figure looking especially fragile in the mist. But she didn't leave. Even when Changsheng turned around, she quietly moved half a step forward, closer to him. Like a silent choice. Changsheng dipped his finger in cinnabar and pressed his fingerprint. Bright red like blood. Contract sealed. The scribe announced loudly. Zhou Fuhai put away the contract, unable to hide his smile. In 3 days I will personally come to help the Marquis move. Changsheng looked at him. Remember to prepare the pension silver. Zhou Fuhai snorted and turned away with his men. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Shen Feiyan, however, did not immediately get into her carriage. She stood in the rain holding her umbrella, her red dress clinging to her long legs as the wind blew, her waist and hip curves faintly visible. Through the thickening morning mist, she gazed at Changsheng, then suddenly raised her hand and removed a gold hairpin from her hair. Marquis. The gold hairpin traced a streak of light. Changsheng reached out and caught it. The hairpin still carried the warmth and fragrance of the woman's hair, the tip carved with a half-open vermilion peony. Worth 500 taels. Shen Feiyan's beautiful eyes held a smile. It's not a loan, it's a bet. Bet on what? Bet that in 3 days the Marquis will either send the principal into the golden jade pavilion. Her red lips curled, the tip of her tongue extremely lightly brushed the corner of her mouth like a fleeting flame. Or send yourself in. Changsheng played with the hairpin. What if I win? Shen Feiyan looked back. Rain and mist wrapped around her red dress, her charm seemed to grow from her brows to her ankles. What the Marquis wants, you can come to the golden jade pavilion and tell me personally. The curtain fell. The vermilion carriage gradually drove away. Wan Tang looked at the gold hairpin in Changsheng's hand and whispered, Marquis, she is not a good person. Whether she is a good person or not is not important. Changsheng handed her the hairpin. Take it to the pawn shop. Wan Tang froze. This is Madame Shen's personal item. That's why it's valuable. Changsheng turned and walked into the Marquis' mansion. Wan Tang held the still warm hairpin, her face fluctuating between red and white, and finally couldn't help pursing her lips. The Marquis had changed. In the past, when he saw Madame Shen, his soul would probably be stolen. Now, however, the person wasn't stolen. The hairpin was pawned first. At the other end of the street, a white carriage without a family crest was parked in the deep shade of the willows. The carriage curtain hung down, revealing only a sliver of darkness. Inside the curtain sat a woman in white. She was about 23 or 24 years old, with a cold and beautiful face, skin so pale it was almost translucent. Her long black hair fell to her shoulders, bound only with a white jade hairpin, her collar buttoned strictly to her neck, revealing no spring color, But precisely because of that restraint she displayed a beauty of forbidden desire that pushed people away, yet drew them in. A ledger lay across her knees. Her slender fingers paused on the words, Zhenbei Marquis Mansion. Miss. The female guard outside whispered Changsheng was not like this before. The woman in white looked through the curtain gap at the Marquis Mansion gate that was about to close. When people go to the end of their rope, they always change. He can't possibly come up with 8,700 taels in 3 days. Is that so? The woman's voice was cold like ice beads falling into a jade plate. She recalled the expression on Changsheng's face when he tore up the contract. There was no madness. No bluffing. Not even the despair of being pushed to the edge. It was the calmness of someone who had calculated everyone's reactions before putting down the piece. Go investigate the salt warehouse in the southern city. Miss, haven't you already investigated it? It's just a dilapidated warehouse that has been abandoned for years. The roof leaks, even the rats don't want to stay there. The woman lowered her eyes, her fingers turning a page of the ledger. Between the pages was a marriage contract that had not yet been signed. Investigate again. Also, she paused. Prepare 300,000 taels in cash. The guard outside the carriage suddenly raised her head. Miss, what are you planning to do? The woman in white did not answer, but her fingertip lightly tapped next to the word husband on the marriage contract. Her white, jade-like earlobe in the dim carriage flushed with a trace of extremely faint red. The carriage drove away silently. The Marquis Mansion's ancestral hall. Changsheng pushed open the heavy wooden door. Dust floated in the beams of light, the Gu family's ancestral tablets arranged in layers silently overlooking this last descendant. Suddenly, a violent wind and rain arose outside the courtyard. The broken doors and windows all trembled. Changsheng placed the 3-day bet on the altar table, took 3 incense sticks, and lit them in the candle flame. Since I've taken over the body of your descendant, I should do something for him. He looked at the topmost Zhenbei Marquis tablet. The Gu family's debts I will repay. The Gu family's grudges I will avenge. The Gu family's reputation I will also restore. But from now on, Changsheng inserted the incense into the burner. This Marquis Mansion, from now on I have the final say. 3 wisps of blue smoke rose straight up. The next moment a dull rumble came from the depths of the ancestral hall. Dong, like a heart that had been sleeping for 1,000 years beating for the first time in the darkness. The Gu family genealogy on the altar table turned its pages without wind. The yellowed pages flipped wildly. Ancient names rose from the paper, turning into dark golden streams of light, crawling along Changsheng's arm and into his brow. A sharp pain burst open. Countless images flashed before his eyes. A divine general with millions of soldiers in armor. An imperial daughter who suppressed the stars. A female sovereign who controlled billions of trade routes. Floating Gu family divine cities in the heavens. And countless descendants bowing and worshipping in the same direction. We welcome the family head. The voice rolled in from 10,000 years of history. Changsheng suddenly opened his eyes. A line of shining golden text appeared before him, visible only to him. Detected, only one member of the Gu family's direct bloodline remains. The family is on the verge of extinction. Conditions for the highest inheritance to be unlocked are met. The eternal family head system is binding. The 10,000 generations patriarch system is binding. That line of blazing golden text hung in the dim air of the ancestral hall. Every character seemed cast from molten gold, their edges burning with fine, thread-like crimson flames. They cast no shadows, yet they cast a nearly sacred glow upon the offering table, the incense burner, the ancestral tablets, and even Changsheng's pale face. Outside the ancestral hall the wind and rain raged. The copper bells at the eaves were torn by the gale into a sharp, ceaseless cry. Rain slanted, densely beating against the green tiles, converging into the thunderous roar of thousands of horses galloping across mountains and rivers. Inside the ancestral hall, however, it was terrifyingly silent. The smoke from 3 incense sticks rose straight up without a single waver. Changsheng stood before the myriad ancestral tablets, his gaze deep and steady, allowing that golden torrent to pour into his mind through his brow. Pain. Not the sharp agony of a blade cutting flesh, but as if someone had torn his soul into billions of pieces and cast each piece into a river of time that spanned the ages. Countless images unfolded with a roar in the depths of his consciousness. He saw a man clad in animal skins on a desolate plain, writing the first character, Gu, on a stone wall with his own blood. He saw an ancient battlefield ablaze with beacon fires where a Gu ancestor snapped his spear and shielded his wife and children with his broken body. He saw a snowbound mountain pass where a white-haired old woman kept vigil by a single lamp in an empty house, waiting for her husband, who had gone to war for 43 years. Again he saw the Gu dynasty at its zenith, 1,000 jade halls, divine sons, and imperial daughters standing shoulder to shoulder, armored soldiers and banners covering the starry sea. Then all images shattered inch by inch. Palaces collapsed. Genealogies burned. Bloodlines were severed. One by one the once prosperous Gu cities were swallowed by an invisible black curtain, like the sky opening a silent and voracious mouth. That mouth had no teeth. Only something colder than death. Oblivion. Forgetting names, forgetting heritage, forgetting that anyone had ever loved, fought, or lived in this world. A sudden sharp pain struck Changsheng's brow. His consciousness was forcibly dragged back from the vision. Binding complete. Current Patriarch Changsheng. Family rank on the brink of extinction. Direct bloodline 1 person. Family members 12. Available assets 1 dilapidated marquee manor, 1 abandoned salt depot, 300 mu of disaster-stricken farmland. Current debt 8,700 taels of silver. Family fortunes a single thread. Overall assessment, if the ancestors have spirits, they are probably discussing in their coffins whether to find a new descendant. A faint twitch tugged at the corner of Changsheng's eye. The beginning was grand and imposing, but the last line carried a hint of irreverence. Do you have consciousness? He asked in his mind. No one answered. After a moment, new text slowly emerged. This system is the core inheritance of the Gu clan, providing only rules, settlement, storage, and necessary prompts. It does not possess the functions of making decisions for the patriarch, managing business for the patriarch, leading battles for the patriarch, or consummating marriage for the patriarch. Changsheng was silent for a beat. The last item need not be specifically stated. Among previous patriarchs, 37 have made requests beyond the system's capabilities. Hence it is necessary. Changsheng raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed not all the Gu ancestors were as solemn and dignified as their tablets suggested. He was not overjoyed by the arrival of the so-called system. In his past life, he had heard too many tales of the hidden costs behind undeserved gifts. Why would something capable of reversing one's life and breaking the world's rules fall into his lap for nothing? A windfall could crush a man to death. How much more so a heavenly path? What is the system's purpose? To perpetuate the Gu bloodline. Who created you? The text fell silent. In the ancestral hall, only the faint crackling of the candle flames remained. After a long pause. Insufficient authority. Can the binding be undone? Insufficient authority. If I die, will you choose a new host? When the direct Gu bloodline reaches 0, the system will enter permanent dormancy. Where do the rewards come from? Insufficient authority. 3 consecutive insufficient authority responses actually eased Changsheng's wariness slightly. If this thing answered every question and was omnipotent, that would be truly terrifying. He looked up at the golden words before him. Explain the rules clearly. The golden light trembled faintly. The next moment, an illusory golden scroll unfurled slowly before him. The core rules of the 10,000 generations patriarch system are as follows. First, voluntary union. Marriage within the family must be based on both parties being of age, voluntary, and fully informed. Relationships established through coercion, deception, drugs, or mental control will not be counted in family settlement. Second, spousal blessings. The safety, dignity, happiness, personal achievements, and sense of belonging of the patriarch's consorts will collectively affect the family's fortunes. Treating wives and concubines as goods, cauldrons, or disposable rewards will lead to a decline in family fortune and in severe cases trigger bloodline backlash. Third, procreation and inheritance. Bearing offspring provides basic rewards. The quality of the rewards will be influenced by the child's bloodline, talent, disposition, and the mother's condition. Fourth, nurture and educate. He who gives birth without raising or raises without teaching is unworthy of being called patriarch. The growth, achievements, conduct, and happiness of children will continuously provide family fortune, but may also backfire through degeneration, internal strife, or harming relatives. Fifth, family shared glory. Assets, population, military, culture, medicine, education, territory, prestige, allies, etc. are all components of family fortune. The system can only amplify real accumulation, not replace management out of thin air. Sixth, kin cannot be sacrificed. Any act of obtaining power at the cost of a consort, child, or loyal clan member is considered a betrayal of inheritance. The system will be permanently shut down. Upon seeing the last rule, Changsheng's gaze paused briefly. That's more like a human than many people. The system is not human, so it merely resembles one. The text ceased to flicker. A faint, barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of Changsheng's mouth. These rules were not lenient. They were even strict. Simply marrying and having children would only yield the most basic rewards. To truly strengthen the family fortune, one must ensure the happiness of consorts, nurture the growth of children, and also expand assets, establish order, and unite people's hearts. In other words, this was not a tool to make him invincible while lounging on a beauty's couch. It was more like a contract. The family gave him power. He gave the family a future. Changsheng continued. How is happiness judged? Not by smiles, obedience, or fleeting joy. Respect, trust, safety, emotion, achievement, freedom, shared experiences, and personal will all fall within the scope of judgment. What if she wants to leave? True voluntariness includes the right to leave. What if she wants to kill me? It is suggested that the patriarch reflect on his choice of partner and take timely self-rescue measures. Changsheng let out a low laugh. In the gloomy hall, that laughter seemed to loosen the stagnant chill in the air. And the rewards, eh? The golden scroll turned to a new page. The current family is on the brink of extinction, triggering the initial mission. Mission: re-establish the clan. Mission Requirement 1. Secure the ancestral mansion of the Northern Pacification Marquis within 3 days. Mission Requirement 2. Clear the lawful debt of 8,700 taels of silver. Mission Requirement 3. Obtain a sincere marriage contract from at least one adult woman. Mission Requirement 4. Raise the average trust level of family members toward the patriarch to 60. Mission Rewards Novice Patriarch's Treasure Chest Family Fortune Golden I-1 Basic Marrow Cleansing and Access to the Family Warehouse. Failure Consequence No Penalty. Gu Changsheng's gaze shifted slightly. No penalty. Reality itself is the penalty. Losing the ancestral mansion in 3 days will completely collapse. The Gu family's prestige family members will likely scatter, and debts will expand further. No need for additional system intervention. Very reasonable. Reasonable to the point of being cold. Gu Changsheng's eyes swept over the third item in the mission. How is a sincere marriage contract defined? The other party clearly understands the content of the contract, voluntarily establishes a marital relationship with the patriarch, and holds genuine expectations for living together. Does a purely interest-based marriage count? Interest can be the starting point of a marriage, but not the entirety. If both parties regard each other merely as tools, the family fortune will be extremely low. If trust, respect, and emotion are built through cooperation, the family fortune will continue to grow. The text before him changed. A translucent bloodline tree slowly unfurled. At the very top, there was only one solitary name. Gu Changsheng. Below it there was nothing. Withered golden lines extended in all directions, but faded into darkness halfway. And in the distance, there seemed to be 8 lights of various colors. One shimmered like snow, reflecting a mountain of gold. One blazed like raging fire across a battlefield of iron and blood. One was verdant azure, the scent of herbs spreading over 1,000 mountains. One was a crimson-purple foxfire illuminating the boundless night. And there were phoenixes, stars, and moons, divine wheels, and the shadow of a celestial dragon floating unsteadily across the long ages. In those lights, faintly stood figures of women. All were adult women. Some wore red dresses, their waists slender, hair like ink, and when they turned their heads, gold and silver spread behind them like a tide. Some were clad in armor, their figures long and sharp, with cold, beautiful brows stained with the blood of battlefields where the tip of their spear passed 1,000 armies bowed their heads. Others were immersed in a misty medicinal pool, their snowy shoulders and necks rising above the water, wet hair clinging to their spines, and when they turned their eyes were gentle, yet 10,000 poisonous butterflies danced around their fingers. There was also a fox-eared woman lounging lazily on a jade couch draped in thin gauze, her 9 snow-white tails spread like moonlight across the edge of the bed. She stepped barefoot through spilled wine, a bewitching smile on her lips, the golden bells on her slender ankles tinkling softly. The images flashed by too quickly. Faces could not be discerned, only the stunning silhouettes woven from skirts, long legs, waistlines, red lips, and gazes. In the air, different scents seemed to truly float. Cold plum blossoms, strong liquor, medicinal herbs, and an extremely enticing sweetness like a flower blooming in the dead of night, seeping into the bloodstream with each breath. Gu Changsheng's gaze remained clear. Is this the future? Not a definite future. Merely a vague projection of bloodline deduction showing high family fortune compatibility potential with the patriarch. So it's possible I won't meet any of them. Yes. Or we might detest each other at first sight. Yes. Or I might be killed by one of them with a single sword strike. The probability is not 0. Gu Changsheng reached out and dispersed those overly alluring phantoms. Then it's not fate. Family has never been fate. It is one person after another in countless choices deciding to stay. That line made Gu Changsheng silent for a long time. The sound of rain gradually diminished. A pale gray ray of light pierced through the broken window paper, illuminating the 3-day bet on the offering table. 8,700 taels. That was the real sword hanging over the Gu family's head at the moment. The system rewards were tempting, but all rewards would only be settled after the mission was completed. In other words, he was still penniless right now. The only assets were a leaking marquee manor, an abandoned salt depot, 300 mu of waterlogged farmland, and 11 old, weak, and disabled retainers who were willing to stay. Is there a newbie gift pack? None. Startup funds? None. Can I borrow rewards in advance? None. Special abilities. The system interface can prevent the patriarch from being bored during extreme poverty. Gu Changsheng stared at that line of text. Did many of your previous patriarchs die? The text paused for a moment. Quite a few. I think I know why now. The golden scroll silently closed. But Gu Changsheng did not hurry to leave the ancestral hall. He walked to the offering table and picked up the yellowed family genealogy. When the golden light had burst forth, several pages of the genealogy had turned on their own, and among them was a small corner of paper of an unusual color. He unfolded that page. There were clear signs of tearing along the edges. Where a record of family secrets should have been, the paper had been neatly cut away with a sharp tool, leaving only half a line of blurred small characters. Bloodline cannot be too prosperous when it peaks the heavens. The rest of the characters were gone. Gu Changsheng slowly rubbed the cut with his fingertip. The paper was old, but the cut did not seem to have been made many years ago. There were still fine burrs on the edge, no more than half a year at most. Someone had come to the ancestral hall before or after the fall of the Gu family, and had deliberately removed a certain section of the genealogy. Can it be restored? A. Insufficient authority. Can you detect residual traces? Currently detecting. Pale golden light swept across the paper. Time of cutting approximately 3 months ago. Tool military thin blade. Residual aura black iron northern wind grasped a small amount of bone-corrupting incense. Gu Changsheng's gaze grew cold. 3 months ago was exactly the time when his father and elder brother died in battle. Black iron and northern wind grass were common items in the northern army. Bone-corrupting incense, however, was different. It was an expensive incense used to mask the odor of corpses, usually only employed by organizations that dealt with secret death squads. The fall of the Gu family was indeed not a simple defeat in battle. Suddenly hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Marquis. Wan Tang pushed the door open. The wind carried a spray of rain into the ancestral hall. The wind tousled the stray hairs on her forehead. She had clearly been running in a hurry. Her soft robes rose and fell with each breath, her white skirt, soaked by the rain, clinging to her calves from the knees down, outlining a slender and graceful figure. Seeing Gu Changsheng standing safely, she let out a visible sigh of relief. Then, as if realizing she had been too abrupt in barging into the ancestral hall, she quickly stopped at the threshold and knelt in a curtsy. This servant heard a noise inside and thought. Thought what? Thought the ancestors had manifested to punish the Marquis. Gu Changsheng closed the genealogy book. Why not their blessing? Wan Tang's eyes flickered evasively. Because once when drunk in the ancestral hall, the Marquis said that if the ancestors truly had power, they should come out of their spirit tablets to repay the Gu family's debts. Silence fell in the hall for a moment. Gu Changsheng turned to look at the rows of silent tablets. That does make some sense. Wan Tang couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. The next moment, as if remembering her current situation, she quickly suppressed her smile. Marquis Gubo sent me to ask what we should do next. First, close the ancestral hall. Gu Changsheng stepped out. As he passed by Wan Tang, he suddenly stopped. What happened to your hand? Wan Tang instinctively hid her right hand behind her back. Too slow. Gu Changsheng had already grasped her wrist. Her wrist bones were slender, barely filling his palm. Her skin was warm and soft with the coolness of rainwater. But that originally fair and delicate palm now bore a bloody gash cutting across her palm and still oozing blood. How did this happen? Wan Tang tried to pull her hand back, but couldn't break free. When I pawned the hairpin, the shopkeeper tried to lowball me. This servant argued with him and accidentally broke a jade cup on the counter. How much did you get for the hairpin? 480 taels. Shen Feiyan said it was worth 500. The pawnshop takes a 20% dead pawn fee, so they only offered 400 at first. Wan Tang's voice was soft, but carried a hint of barely concealed pride. This servant said that was the personal hairpin of Madame Shen of the Golden Jade Pavilion, and if they offered 1 tael less, I would go to the Golden Jade Pavilion and ask if they looked down on Madame Shen. Gu Changsheng looked at her. So you got an extra 80 taels? Yes. You're good at leveraging power. The Marquis taught me well. When did I teach you that? Wan Tang lifted her face. They stood very close. With her wrist in his grip, half her body was nearly enveloped in his shadow. Her wet hair clung to her cheeks, and raindrops slowly slid down her slender, white neck, finally disappearing into the depths of her collar. Her eyes were glistening, whether from rain or something else. This servant learned it by watching the Marquis stand at the gate today. The wind blew in from outside. Wan Tang's robes trembled slightly, and the faint scent of orchids mingled with the damp air, standing out clearly in the cold ancestral hall. Gu Changsheng did not let go. He tore a strip of clean inner lining with his other hand, and wiped the blood from her palm. When the cloth pressed against the wound, Wan Tang took a soft breath. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Your hand is trembling. It's the cold. Gu Changsheng looked up at her. Wan Tang's gaze flickered and her earlobes had already turned red. Of course it wasn't just the cold. The man's palm was warmer than she had imagined. The heat spread slowly from her wrist bone through the thin skin and flesh as if it would burn into her heart. Gu Changsheng lowered his head and bandaged her wound. As his fingers circled her palm, they inevitably brushed against hers. 1 wrap. 2 wraps. The white cloth bound the wound like invisible threads, briefly tangling their breaths together. Stay away from water for the next few days. But there's no one in the mansion to cook and do laundry. Let the cook do it. The accounts still need to be sorted. Use your left hand. Wan Tang murmured, this servant is not used to it. Then get used to it slowly. Gu Changsheng tightened the last knot. The Gu family hasn't sunk so low that an injured woman has to earn silver with her blood. Wan Tang's eyelashes fluttered. This servant is only a maid. Those who stay are all family of Gu. His tone was matter-of-fact, as if he were stating something that was only right. But Wan Tang was stunned. For a long time, she gently curled her bandaged fingers. The palm was no longer bleeding, but the places he had touched were even hotter. A translucent line of text silently appeared at the edge of Gu Changsheng's vision. Family member Wan Tang trust increased. Current trust, 82. Evaluation. Even if the family head now took her to dig wild vegetables outside the city, she would probably first ask if she needed to bring salt. Changsheng looked puzzled. System. Turn off irrelevant evaluations. Evaluation function assists the family head in accurately understanding people's hearts. Turn it off. Temporarily disabled. Tang, unaware of what had appeared before his eyes, only felt that the Marquis's gaze on her had suddenly deepened. That gaze swept over her brows and eyes, then fell on the bandaged hand. It lacked the unsettling frivolity of before, but it held something else, something even more disquieting. Like a man truly beginning to see her. Tang's breath faltered, and she quickly said, "Marquis, let's go to the counting house first. Change your clothes first." "What? You're soaked through." Changsheng's gaze dropped to her shoulder. Tang then realized that her white robes were nearly transparent from the rain, clinging tightly to her shoulders, neck, and chest. The outline of the light-colored undergarment beneath was faintly visible, and with her rapid breathing the curves grew more distinct. Her face flushed deep red. She hurriedly raised her hands to cover her chest, but forgetting her injured right hand, she winced in pain. Changsheng took off his outer robe and draped it over her shoulders. The wide black robe instantly covered the alluring sight completely. The clothes still carried the warmth of a man's body. Tang was enveloped by that warmth and scent, as if she had fallen into his embrace. "Go change," Changsheng said. "Then what will the Marquis wear?" "I'm not as delicate as you." Tang wanted to say she was not delicate, but seeing Changsheng in only a thin inner robe, the outline of his chest faintly visible beneath the fabric, she quickly looked away. "This servant will be back soon." She wrapped the man's outer robe tightly around herself and ran out. Her skirt and the robe's hem fluttered together in the wind. Changsheng watched her back disappear at the end of the corridor. Another line of text appeared before his eyes. Detected family member gaining a sense of security and belonging. Family fortune slightly increased. Current family fortune a single strand. A simple bandage and a word of acknowledgement could bring a change in fortune. This meant the system recorded not superficial relationships, but the true stirring of people's hearts. Changsheng suddenly understood why the past generations of the Gu family had called this power the family's fortune. A family is not a mansion nor a surname. It is when someone knowing the road ahead is difficult still chooses to stand behind you. It is also when you have the power you are willing to shield those who stay from a rainstorm. The counting house was colder than the ancestral hall. Only a dozen incomplete account books remained on the 2 wooden shelves, and the water stains on the walls had climbed to half a man's height. The iron abacus sat on the desk, its copper axles rusted, producing a grating sound when moved. Guzhong, the account keeper, Chen Bo, and 2 old soldiers were already waiting. On the table lay the last of the Marquis's estate. The proceeds from the pawned hairpin, 480 taels. Cash in the counting house, 47 taels, and 6 mace. Valuables in the storeroom that could be sold estimated at 120 taels. In total less than 650 taels. The gap to 8,700 taels was over 8,000 taels. Guzhong pushed an account book in front of Changsheng. "Young master, this old servant has asked everywhere we could borrow. The city's merchant houses fear the Zhou family, and none dare lend. The old subordinates are willing, but most are in difficult circumstances, at most they can scrape together 200 or 300 taels. If there is truly no other way." The old man's voice was strained. "We could dismantle the rear courtyard of the ancestral mansion. The timber stone carvings and a few rockeries might sell for over 1,000 taels." Changsheng opened the account book. The paper recorded the Gu family's last few assets. 300 mu of farmland had been flooded by a broken river embankment and could not be cultivated again until next year. The salt depot south of the city had been abandoned for 7 years with no salt inside, only a collapsed roof and countless rats. The Marquis's mansion itself could not be sold. Selling it would be losing the bet. On the surface it was indeed a dead end. Changsheng asked, "Why was the salt depot abandoned?" Chen Bo replied, 7 years ago the salt route was changed and the new dock moved to the east of the city. The river channel south of the city gradually silted up, big ships couldn't enter, and the transport costs for small boats were too high, so the warehouse fell into disuse. How big is the depot? 5 sections from front to back, 12 main warehouses, 24 auxiliary ones. But it has been neglected for so long that half of them leak. Is the land deed intact? Yes. What about the road outside? It connects to the poor district south of the city, and 3 li to the west is the old military camp. But there are few merchants there now. Changsheng tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The salt depot had no salt, but it could store more than just salt. The old dock could not accommodate large ships, but that did not mean it was worthless. The south of the city was near the poor district, so labor was cheap. It connected to the old military camp, so the area was spacious. The depot was large enough that only a few warehouses needed repair to be usable again. The real problem was not the depot. It was the goods. To quickly acquire a large volume of goods that could be turned over within 3 days, and then convert them into cash through storage, distribution, or pre-sale, that was the only way to gather 8,000 taels. But all trade routes in Lucheng were under the Zhou family's watch. Once he made a public purchase, they would immediately raise prices or cut off supplies. He needed someone the Zhou family could not fully control. A face with a charming smile appeared in Gu Changsheng's mind. Shen Feiyan. No. The Golden Jade Pavilion had money, but it did not control the source of goods needed for large-scale transactions. Moreover, that woman preferred to bet on the sidelines, as she might not be willing to enter the game herself. He needed another person. Someone with money goods trade routes and a conflict of interest with the Zhou family. Who was the most powerful merchant in Luqing? Gu Changsheng asked. Chen Bo said, if we speak of locals naturally, it is the Zhou family. What about outside merchants? The Su family from Jiangnan. The expressions of the people around the table turned slightly odd. Gu Changsheng looked up. Continue. The Su family deals in grain cloth, medicinal herbs, shipping, and money lending, with trade routes spanning 17 prefectures of Dan. The eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Qingxue, came to Luqing half a year ago and acquired 3 grain depots and 2 cloth shops. But the Zhou family has been obstructing them, so the Su family's business in Luqing has not been smooth. Gu Changsheng remembered the white carriage that had stopped at the end of the long street the night before. The woman behind the curtain was Su Qingxue. Why did she come to Luqing in person? Chen Bo shook his head. Outsiders say it is to open up northern trade routes. But the Su family is so vast, logically they would not need the legitimate daughter to personally oversee a border city. Is she married? The counting house fell silent. Gu Zhong coughed. Chen Bo's gaze dropped to the abacus. The 2 old soldiers stared at the leaking roof beam as if a flower had suddenly bloomed there. Gu Changsheng remained calm. The system mission requires understanding potential allies. I am only handling official matters. No one knew what the system was. Thus his words sounded like a clumsy excuse. Chen Bo said cautiously, she is not yet married. But there are rumors that the Su family plans to betroth her to a powerful family in the capital. Some also say that her coming to Luqing this time is to avoid an arranged marriage. Avoiding marriage. Has capital. Has trade routes. At odds with the Zhou family. And has shown interest in the Marquis' mansion. A slow smile spread across Gu Changsheng's lips. Suddenly the sound of wheels grinding over blue stone came from outside the gate. Not just one carriage. Tens, hundreds. The low rumble traveled through the rain-soaked long street, even causing the teacups on the table to tremble slightly. Then a cry of surprise came from the direction of the mansion's main gate. A young guard rushed into the counting house, his face filled with shock. Marquis, there are many carriages outside the mansion. Gu Zhong sprang to his feet. Has the Zhou family reneged? It's not the Zhou family. The guard gasped for breath. The carriages fly the snowplum flag of the Su family from Jiangnan. 300 red lacquer chests lined up from the street to the end of the alley. And there are 20 armored female guards, 60 Su family servants, and the 8 most famous matchmakers in Luqing. Everyone in the counting house was stunned. Gu Changsheng's eyes narrowed. What is in those 300 chests? The guard swallowed. Silver. All silver. And the personal attendant of the Su family's eldest daughter also said. He looked at Gu Changsheng with a strange expression. She said Miss Su has brought 300,000 taels of dowry and is coming in person to ask the Marquis one question. A light bell sounded from outside the gate. It was like wind passing through an entire forest of snow-white plum blossoms. A faint cold fragrance drifted across the many courtyards into the old counting house. The exclamations of the servants in the courtyard suddenly quieted. Only a woman's clear, composed voice came through the half-open wooden door. Su Qingxue of the Su family from Jiangnan. Here today, to seek a marriage contract from the Marquis Gu. Su Qingxue of the Su family in Jiangnan. Today I have come to request a marriage contract for Marquis Gu. The voice pierced through the half-open wooden door like a jade of ice, plunging into a deep pool. Cold clear. Yet the moment it fell, it stirred up a tempest across the entire courtyard. In the accounting room, the brass beads of the abacus still trembled faintly. Gu Zhong steadied himself against the table edge, his aged eyes wide as saucers. Chen Bo's brush hung, suspended above the ledger, a single drop of thick ink cascading from the tip, blooming precisely beside the entry, 647 taels of silver, as if poverty itself had been exposed with a single pointed finger, shamefully oozing a black stain. The 2 veteran soldiers exchanged glances, speechless. The young guards forgot even to breathe. 300,000 taels. That was not merely a chest of gold and silver. It was 300 carts laden with grain, 3,000 fine horses from the northern lands, a border army sufficient to arm 5,000 men, and more than 400 times the entire current assets of the Marquis' mansion. The Gu family was tearing their hair out over 8,700 taels. Yet Su Qingxue, with 300,000 taels of silver, had paved the entire street with her marriage proposal. This was no longer a dowry of red. It was a mountain of silver bearing down upon the estate. Gu Changsheng slowly closed the ledger. Open the central gate. Gu Zhong was startled. Young master, the central gate is only open to receive imperial edicts for the Marquis' grand wedding or upon a triumphant return. She has brought 300,000 taels. Gu Changsheng rose to his feet. It merits opening once. Outside, the courtyard wind passed through the corridors. Rainwater accumulated at the eaves, forming a line like a translucent curtain of pearls falling from the gray canopy of the sky. The mansion's central gate, sealed for years, issued a heavy, prolonged groan as several old servants pushed it together. The vermilion-painted mottled door panels slowly retreated to both sides. The scene beyond the gate then unfurled. After the rain, Willow City was washed clean, cold, and limpid. 300 large mahogany chests lined the long street. In orderly rows, their corners wrapped in copper, their locks gilded, each chest adorned with a red paper seal bearing the imprint of a 6-petal snow plum. Banners fluttered in the wind. White fabric with silver-patterned snow plums like frost. 60 clerks of the Zhou family stood in 2 rows, dressed in blue robes and black boots, heads bowed in solemn silence. 20 female guards in light armor, long swords at their backs, their postures straight, and tall raindrops clinging to the edges of their armor plates like a row of gleaming silver bamboo. 8 matchmakers dressed in red and adorned with finery smiled like blooming peonies. Yet amid the layers of red dowry and silver light, there were no boisterous drums or gongs. Only a single carriage, pure white all over. The shafts inlaid with silver. The window gauze like mist. Tiny jade bells hung from the 4 corners. Whenever the wind passed, their chime was like the shattering of an icy river, so clear it calmed the spirit. Before the Marquis' gate, spectators had gathered once more. The earlier excitement of creditors pressing for payment had not yet dissipated, and the news that the #1 female financial magnate of Jiangnan had arrived with a 300,000 tael dowry to propose marriage exploded like spring thunder across half of Willow City. Tea-house windows were pushed wide open. Under the eaves, commoners craned their necks, packed tightly together. Even several merchants who had left earlier turned back, standing among the crowd with complex expressions. Some were envious. Some were jealous. More people were simply incredulous. Who was Miss Zhou? The legitimate daughter of the Jiangnan Zhou family, controlling trade routes across 17 provinces. How could she set her sights on Changsheng? The Gu family may be down on their luck, but they are still a marquisate. Perhaps the Zhou family wants to buy a title. Buying a title wouldn't require sacrificing a legitimate daughter, would it? I heard Miss Zhou is still unmarried at 23 and suitors stretch from Jiangnan to the capital. Could it be? She really has taken a fancy to the young Marquis's face. Muffled laughter rose from the crowd. Then the curtain of the white carriage slowly lifted. What first emerged was a pale, slender hand. The 5 fingers were long, the nails unadorned with vermilion, and no gold or jade adorned her wrist. Only a very fine string of silver bells coiled around the snowy white wrist bone. The rain brought a dim light. Yet that hand was so white it seemed cut from moonlight. A female guard in silver armor stepped forward to place a footstool. Qingxue bent down and stepped out of the carriage. The long street fell silent. She wore a moon-white, gold-embroidered gown. The dress was devoid of the phoenixes and peonies common on red bridal robes. Instead, vast clusters of winter plum blossoms were embroidered with extremely fine silver thread. A light gold silk sash girded her waist, cinching the otherwise cool and dignified gown into a breathtakingly slender figure. A snow fox fur cape draped her shoulders. The pure white down clustered around her neck, setting off that slender, delicate neck, so fine that a slight pressure might leave a mark. Her jet black hair was coiled into a cloud bun secured by a single sheep-fat white jade hairpin. A few strands of hair loosened by the damp morning breeze clung to her porcelain white cheeks. Her beauty was like the coldest snow of a winter night. Brows like distant mountains veiled in frost. Eyes like a deep cold pool concealing the moon. Her nose bridge was elegant and straight, her lip color very pale, yet the shape of those lips was extraordinarily beautiful. The lips full and rounded like a petal of plum that had not fully bloomed, fallen on a snowy field. Not seductive, yet more alluring than seduction. The beauties of this world mostly draw people near with smiles, glances, or the fragrance of their clothes. Qingxue was different. She was like a snow-covered forbidden palace, doors and windows tightly shut. The more she kept people at a distance, the more it made one wonder what warmth lay hidden beneath that layer of ice. She lifted her eyes. Her gaze crossed the threshold of the Marquis's mansion and met Changsheng's from afar. One stood amid a mountain of silver and a sea of red dowry. The other stood within the dilapidated Marquis's estate, battered by wind and rain. White gown like snow, dark robe like night. Their gazes collided in the air. No sparks, yet it made everyone standing on either side inexplicably hold their breath. Qingxue bowed first. Greetings, Marquis Gu. Changsheng stood on the stone steps, showing no sign of flattery. Miss Zhou comes with 300,000 taels to propose marriage. It's more imposing than leading troops to storm a city. A merchant does not lead troops. Qingxue's tone was calm. A merchant brings only bargaining chips. So, I am also a bargaining chip. You may understand it that way, Marquis. A sound of sharp intakes of breath rose around them. Which woman, when coming to propose marriage, would not first speak evasively of long admiration and fate? Yet Qingxue called herself a bargaining chip, calm to the point of being almost ruthless. Changsheng, however, smiled. Please. He stepped aside to make way through the central gate. Since Miss Zhou dares to stake herself on the gambling table, I naturally must see whether this game is worth the wager. Su Qingxue raised her foot to ascend the steps. Her gown swept over the damp, bluish stone, the silver plums embroidered at the hem, seeming to bloom petal by petal. As she passed Changsheng, the wind happened to swirl through the gate, lifting a corner of the fox fur from her shoulder. The cold fragrance of plum blossoms came with the wind, extremely faint. Not the cloying sweetness of cosmetics, but like the subtle scent emanating from the first winter plum on a branch after snow has melted. That wisp of fragrance brushed past Changsheng's nose. It also brushed past his robe. Su Qingxue's steps paused slightly. Only half an arm's length separated them. She raised her eyes imperceptibly, her gaze sweeping across Changsheng's features, as if reevaluating an unexpected piece of merchandise. Up close, as she realized that the rumored dissolute and cowardly young master of the Marquis's mansion possessed an exceptionally deep pair of eyes. The depths held no puffiness or weakness from dissipation in wine and women. Only calm. A calm as if he stood outside the situation, having already taken the measure of every heart in the city. The Marquis today is very different from the rumors, she said softly. If rumors were trustworthy, Miss Su would not have come today. Changsheng's gaze lingered on her face for a moment. Then it fell upon her slightly tensed fingers. From the moment she alighted from the carriage until now, Su Qingxue had maintained her composure. Yet her right thumb occasionally rubbed the second segment of her index finger. That was a habit left from long hours of manipulating the abacus and flipping through ledgers. It was also a subconscious gesture she used to steady her nerves when uneasy. She was not as calm as she appeared. The Marquis is also better at observing women than I imagined. Miss Su does not like it. A merchant does not fear being observed. Su Qingxue brushed past him, only being seen through. She walked into the Marquis's mansion. Changsheng gazed at her graceful back. Beneath the white fox fur, her waistline was cinched extremely narrow, yet her gown swayed in a serene, elegant arc with each step. She did not walk quickly, every step seemed measured, neither haughty nor hurried. But the more perfect she was, the more it suggested that today's proposal had been rehearsed countless times. Changsheng turned. Uncle Gu, old servant is here. The dowry does not need to be carried into the inner courtyard. Leave it temporarily in the front hall. Do not move a single seal. The expressions of the Su family members shifted slightly. Su Qingxue's steps also halted. Changsheng continued. Invite the 8 matchmakers to the side hall for tea. The female guards stay in the outer courtyard. The other clerks must not cross the second gate. The female guard in silver armor frowned. Is the Marquis guarding against the Su family? No. Changsheng said calmly. If 300,000 taels enter the Marquis's mansion, and a single copper coin goes missing, the outside world will say the Gu family has swallowed Miss Su's dowry. Leaving the seals untouched protects Miss Su's integrity, and also protects the Gu family's integrity. Su Qingxue turned around. The two faced each other across a curtain of fine rain. After a moment she said, I will follow the Marquis's arrangements. Miss, the silver-armored female guard whispered in reminder. Su Qingxue raised a hand to stop her. When that hand emerged from her wide sleeve, the silver bells on her wrist chimed softly. Her snow-white wrist was slender to the point of fragility, yet with just a slight lift, all 20 armored guards bowed their heads and withdrew. She held power with great steadiness. A glint of admiration flickered in Changsheng's eyes. A woman like this, once married into an ordinary noble family, would not become a caged canary kept in the back courtyard. She would only become a blade, coveted by many and feared by many. The main hall of the Marquis's mansion had not received distinguished guests for many years. The window frames were old, most of the gold paint on the beams and pillars had peeled off, and the central plaque bearing the inscription, Loyalty and Martyrdom passed down through generations, was covered in dust due to lack of upkeep. Wan Tang led people in hastily lighting a charcoal stove. She had changed into a light green dress, her right hand still wrapped in the white bandage Changsheng had personally applied. Seeing Su Qingxue enter, she was clearly startled for a moment, then quickly lowered her eyes and bowed. Miss Su, please have some tea. The tea was old. The porcelain cup was also one of the only complete sets left in the mansion, with a hairline crack on the rim. Su Qingxue did not show any disdain. She unfastened her fox fur cape. The personal maid behind her was about to take it, but Changsheng reached out first. Let me. Su Qingxue lifted her eyes. The maid behind her also froze. Changsheng did not rush, merely keeping his hand poised by her shoulder. The posture seemed ordinary. But if Su Qingxue agreed, it would mean allowing a man not yet her husband to remove the fur garment from her shoulders. The distance was too close. Changsheng's fingers were only a few inches from her neck. The charcoal fire blazed, the warmth gradually dispelling the chill. Yet the fragrance of cold plum from Su Qingxue's hair grew clearer in the heated air, like the spring feeling hidden after the first thaw of ice and snow. She looked at him quietly for a moment. To everyone's surprise, she did not step back. Instead, she turned her body slightly, bringing her shoulder a little closer to him. I'm sorry for the trouble, Marquis. Changsheng grasped the collar of the fox fur. His fingertips brushed against the ring of soft white down. They also inadvertently touched a strand of long hair that had fallen from the back of her neck. The strand of hair was as soft as water. It slid gently across the back of his fingers. Su Qingshue's eyelashes trembled slightly, but she did not look back. Changsheng slowly slid the fox fur from her shoulders. The moment the outer garment left her body, the outline of Su Qingshue's moon-white gown was fully revealed. The lapels were solemn and neat, wrapping the soft yet curvaceous figure of a mature woman. Her waist was cinched tightly by the silk sash, then naturally flared downward, delineating a mature charm, carefully concealed by propriety, yet all the more evocative for it. Changsheng did not linger. He simply handed the fox fur to Wan Tang. Dry it. Yes. Wan Tang took the fur garment. As she passed Changsheng, her nose twitched slightly, as if she had caught the scent of another woman's cold plum fragrance, and her expression became inexplicably complex. Su Qingxue noticed this. She glanced at the white cloth on Wan Tang's hand, then looked at Changsheng. The Marquis seems to treat those close to him well. They chose to stay when the Gu family was at its most difficult. Naturally, I should treat them well. And in the future? What future? If the Marquis's mansion flourishes again, and more people follow the Marquis. Su Qingxue sat down in the guest seat. Will these old retainers who stayed today still receive the same regard? Changsheng did not answer immediately. He sat in the host's seat. Has Miss Su come to propose marriage, or to inquire about the prospects of the Gu family's old retainers? Both. Why? Because how a man treats those who stayed with him during hardship often determines how he will treat his wife after he gains power. The main hall fell silent. Wan Tang's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Su Qingxue sat upright in the wooden chair, her back straight, her expression cool, as if her words were merely an ordinary price inquiry. But she was not asking about the servants. She was asking about herself. Changsheng saw the wariness hidden beneath her calm composure. Su Qingxue was not afraid of the Gu family's decline. She was afraid that after using 300,000 taels to lift a man from the mire, he would turn around and push her into another cage. I will not promise to keep the scales perfectly balanced forever, Changsheng said. Su Qingxue's eyes flickered slightly. Because people's contributions, abilities, and choices are inherently different. Those who stay but betray are no longer worthy of trust. Those who come later but risk their lives for the Gu family should not be forever inferior simply because they arrived late. But one thing. He looked at her. As long as one does not betray the Gu family will not betray him. Su Qingxue was silent for a moment. That sounds very nice. I do not rely on nice words to trade for 300,000 taels. Then what does the Marquis rely on? Rules. Changsheng raised his hand, signaling Zhou to bring a wooden box. Inside the box there was no gold or silver. Only the remaining land deeds, household registration books, and the 3-day wager agreement. State the terms of the marriage proposal clearly. Su Qingxue did not rush to speak. She picked up the teacup and gently blew on the floating leaves on the surface. The rising steam blurred her brows and eyes. I can pay off the Marquis's debt of 8,700 taels. The 300,000 tael dowry outside is mostly in silver. The rest consists of the Jiang and Su family shares in grain warehouses, cloth shops, boat contracts, and medicinal herb shops in Willow City. After marriage, I will be responsible for reorganizing the Gu family's enterprises. The Marquis will remain the master of the mansion. I will not interfere with the Gu family's ancestral rights, military veterans, or the succession of the noble title. And I have only 3 conditions. Changsheng gestured for her to continue. First, I want the position of the principal wife. Second, after marriage, I will still be able to engage in commerce. No one in the Gu family may take away my merchant seal on the grounds that a woman should not show her face in public. Third, Su Qingshue's fingertips stopped on the rim of the cup. If in the future the Su family or the Qi family of the capital forces me to return, the Marquis must refuse to hand me over in his capacity as my husband. Qi family. Changsheng caught that name. You did not come to Willow City to expand trade routes. Su Qingxue lifted her eyes. That is what the outside world says. The outside world also says I am a wastrel who only drowns in pleasure quarters. Changsheng leaned back in his chair. Is the Su family trying to marry you off to the Qi family of the capital? Yes. Who in the Qi family? Qi Mingyu, the second son of Grand Secretary Qi. Zhou gasped. Grand Secretary Qi sat on the Grand Council with countless students and protégés throughout the Great Yin Empire. Although Qi Mingyu was only the second son, he controlled the Qi family's money shops and salt licenses across several northern provinces, a status far beyond the wealthy clans of Willow City. Changsheng asked, why do you not wish to marry him? He already has 7 wives and concubines. Su Qingshue's tone was unruffled. 2 of them died after childbirth, 1 went mad, and the other 4 have never set foot outside the rear courtyard of the Qi residence. What the Qi family wants is not me. It is the Su family's trade routes in my hands. This time, even Wan Tang could not help but look up. Su Qingshue's face remained calm, but her fingers gripping the teacup were tighter than before. The tips of her fingers were turning white from the pressure. Changsheng looked at her. So you want to marry me using the Marquis's title to block the Qi family? Exactly. Just that, eh? Su Qingsue did not answer. Changsheng picked up a dowry list from the table. He unfurled the paper, his gaze sweeping over the items. 30% of the Xiefeng grain store, 50% of the Yunjin cloth shop, 12 cargo ships of the Tonghai shipping company, 2 branches of the Renan medicine shop, and 300,000 taels in silver. Very generous. It seems, Miss Su. It does seem like they have shown their utmost sincerity. Su Qingxue looked at him. Do you think it's insufficient, Marquis? On the contrary. Gu Changsheng placed the list back on the table. It's too much to be a dowry. Su Qingxue's eyes narrowed slightly. Gu Changsheng continued, the Su family operates across 17 prefectures, but even for a legitimate daughter's marriage they wouldn't withdraw 300,000 taels of silver at once, let alone place the 4 trade routes of grain, cloth, shipping, and medicine into the dowry simultaneously. These assets seem comprehensive, but in truth they are scattered. The Xiefeng grain store just acquired 3 granaries in Liuqing, requiring a large amount of liquid silver for turnover. The Yunjin cloth shop supplies come from Jiangnan, and to reach the north they must pass through the river transport terminal controlled by the Zhou family. Of the 12 cargo ships of the Tonghai shipping, 7 have too deep a draft to enter the now silted South City River channel. The Renan pharmacy seems profitable, but it owes a payment for medicinal materials to the Xini Valley next month. If I'm not mistaken, Gu Changsheng lifted his gaze. These are not Miss Su's most profitable assets. Rather, they are the batch most in need of silver and reorganization. The female official's expression changed drastically. Marquis Gu, please mind your words. Su Qingxue raised her hand to stop her. She was not angered. She merely set down her teacup. How does the Marquis know this? The list. The list only records names and shares. The truly valuable items. The Su family wouldn't detail them so easily. Gu Changsheng pointed to the first line. But you wrote the specific locations of the 3 Xiefeng grain store warehouses, yet omitted the inventory quantities, indicating the stock is unstable, perhaps even squeezed out by the Zhou family. He then pointed to the shipping item. 12 cargo ships with their ages listed, but no tonnage. Not an oversight. It's because they dared not write it. Because most of the vessels are no longer suitable for the northern waterways. Finally, he tapped on the Renan pharmacy. As for the pharmacy, you specifically noted a long-term contract with the Xini Valley. If such a lucrative arrangement were truly as stable as Mount Tai, why would the Su family put it into the dowry? The only explanation is that the contract requires a sum of silver due soon, and what you lack now is the cash that can be freely controlled, bypassing the supervision within the Su clan. The main hall fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The expression of the Su female official shifted from shock and anger to awe. Gu Zhong and Shen Bo were so engrossed they nearly forgot to breathe. They only saw the 300,000 taels. But Gu Changsheng, beneath that silver glow, saw the crumbling foundation. Su Qingxue stared at him for a long time. Before today, has the Marquis truly never investigated the Su clan? Just yesterday the Gu family was still being harried by creditors at the gate. Gu Changsheng said, if I had the means to investigate the Su clan in advance, I wouldn't be left with only a little over 600 taels. Then how does the Marquis know so clearly? Because money never lies. A person can hide fear with a smile and conceal schemes with rouge. But supply sources, shipping schedules, storage capacity, and debt deadlines, these cannot deceive. Su Qingxue's expression finally changed. Beneath the ice a true light flickered for the first time. What else has the Marquis discerned? The 300,000 taels of silver you brought. Not all of it belongs to you. The Su female official stood abruptly. How dare you? Clang. The 2 female guards stationed outside the hall simultaneously grasped their sword hilts. The 2 veteran soldiers of the Gu family also stepped forward abruptly. The atmosphere suddenly tensed. Gu Changsheng did not look at the swords. He only looked at Su Qingxue. If it were all your own silver, you wouldn't have had all 300 chests sealed with the Su clan's snow plum seal. Once a dowry is sent out, it should bear your personal seal, or at least be stamped with your name seal. But now there is only the clan seal, no personal seal. This means the silver is still on the Su family's books. You merely transferred it temporarily to Liuqing. Gu Changsheng leaned forward slightly. Once the marriage contract is signed, the silver can rightfully become your dowry. If the marriage contract fails, the clan can send someone to reclaim it at any time. So today it's not that you need me to save your life. His gaze suppressed the tension in the hall. It's that we both have only 3 days left. The chill in Su Qingxue's eyes froze inch by inch. Then it slowly began to melt. Everyone withdraw. She spoke. The Su female official said urgently, Miss, I said withdraw. Her voice remained clear and cold, yet carried an authority that brooked no defiance. The female official gritted her teeth and sat back down. The guards outside also released their sword hilts. Gu Changsheng raised his hand as well. The Gu veteran soldiers stepped back behind him. Su Qingxue looked at him. The Marquis is right. This sum of silver was temporarily transferred from the Su family's money house under the pretext of opening granaries in the north. In 3 days the audit envoy sent by the Su clan will arrive in Liuqing. If I am not married, the 300,000 taels must be returned intact. If I marry Marquis Gu, according to Su family rules, the dowry of a legitimate daughter is under her own control. The clan has no right to reclaim it. Gu Changsheng said calmly. So you chose a destitute marquis who is desperately in need of silver, holds a title, and has no elders to restrain him. Correct. Su Qingxue admitted frankly. The Gu family needs money and I need status. The marquis has no parents or elders, so I won't have to hand over the business seal to a strange mother-in-law upon entering the family. The Gu family has no complex clan relatives, so I can manage the household without competing for power with dozens of sisters-in-law. More importantly, her eyes deepened. A man who has just lost everything understands the value of freedom better than a man born with everything. Gu Changsheng listened quietly. Miss Su has calculated well. But you overlooked one thing. What? I may not be willing to sell. A faint movement seemed to stir at the corner of Su Qingshue's lips. It was not a smile. It was more like a very faint edge of sharpness. Does the marquis still have a choice? I can use the 300,000 taels to repay debts, renovate the marquis's residence, reorganize the salt depots, and lift the Gu family from its predicament overnight. Or I can take everything and leave. And the marquis has only 3 days. She leaned forward slightly. Her wide sleeve slipped from the edge of the table, revealing a pale wrist. The silver bell at her wrist chimed softly with the movement, the sound crisp like an invisible thread winding around the man's heart. Why don't you tell me, Marquis? What do you have to refuse with? They faced each other across a table. The firelight from the charcoal brazier cast a glow on her profile, lending a rare warmth to her ice-like skin. Gu Changsheng suddenly stood up. The Su female official tensed again. But Gu Changsheng merely walked around the table and stopped before Su Qingxue. Miss. The female official whispered in warning. Su Qingxue did not move. She raised her face, allowing Gu Changsheng to approach step by step. He stopped in front of her. His tall figure blocked the light from the window. Su Qingxue was seated, Gu Changsheng standing. This height difference forced her to look up. She disliked this posture, but did not immediately rise. Because Gu Changsheng's gaze did not fall on her chest, waist, or any place that might cause discomfort. It fell only on her eyes. You're right. He spoke. I don't have the capital to refuse 300,000 taels. But you also don't have the right to force me to bow my head. Su Qingshue's eyes turned cold. Does the marquis think that by seeing through the dowry you have seized the initiative? No. Gu Changsheng raised his hand. His fingertips reached toward her temple. The female official instantly stood up. Su Qingshue's breath also stopped for a moment. But Gu Changsheng merely plucked a tiny piece of red paper from her hair. That piece of paper did not belong to her jade hairpin, nor to the white carriage. It was from the seal on the dowry chests. You personally inspected all the chests before you left. Gu Changsheng placed the paper scrap in her palm. The pad of his finger inevitably brushed against her soft palm lines. Su Qingshue's fingers curled slightly. In that instant, the warmth of the man's palm transmitted through her skin, a stark contrast to her perpetually cool hands. Only for a brief moment. Yet it stirred a subtle, inexplicable shift in her emotions. More than their nearly confrontational words just now. Gu Changsheng had already withdrawn his hand. You don't trust your clan. You don't even fully trust these guards around you. You brought the 300,000 taels not just to marry. It's your last stake under your own control, all bet on the doorstep of the marquis's residence. You fear the failure of this marriage more than I do. Su Qingxue slowly closed her palm. The red paper was crushed between her fingers. Gu Changsheng had hit the mark. 3 days ago she had received news that the Su clan's audit envoy was advancing north ahead of schedule. The Qi family had also sent people to accompany them. Once they arrived in Liuqing, she would have no chance to decide her own marriage. The 300,000 taels dowry seemed grand. In truth, it was an all-or-nothing gamble with her entire fortune and reputation. If she succeeded, she would remain the Su family's goddess of wealth. If she failed, she would be escorted back to Jiangnan, forced into the wedding dress the Qi family had prepared, and become the most expensive seal in that deep mansion. What does the marquis want? Su Qingxue finally asked. Her voice remained steady, but it was no longer a tone of condescending charity. It was a genuine negotiation. Answer me one question first. Please speak, Marquis. If there were no forced marriage from the Qi family and no crisis in your industries. Gu Changsheng leaned down. The distance between them suddenly closed. Su Qingshue's back still pressed against the chair with no retreat. The man rested one hand on the edge of the table, his dark sleeve draping from her side, like night slowly encircling snow. His breath fell very close. No scent of wine. Only a faint fragrance of pine and herbs. Su Qingxue could clearly see his dark eyelashes and felt the warmth of his breath lightly brushing her ear as he spoke. Would you still marry me? The entire hall held its breath. The question was not about 300,000 taels. It was a man asking a woman. If stripped of interest, status, and desperation, would you truly be willing to share my bed and pillow? Su Qingshue's earlobes quietly flushed a faint pink. The red was very subtle, but against her snow-white skin, it was like a plum blossom forced open by warmth. She did not avert her gaze from Gu Changsheng's eyes. No. The answer was crisp. Gu Changsheng smiled. Good. Su Qingxue was stunned. She had thought this answer would displease him. Gu Changsheng straightened up. At least you didn't lie to me with talk of love at first sight. The Marquis is not angry. You met me truly for the first time today. If you said now that you would marry no one but me, you'd either be foolish or have ulterior motives. Changsheng returned to his seat. I'm the same. Without the 300,000 taels, the Zhou family's trade routes, and your ability to manage businesses across 17 prefectures, I wouldn't agree to marry you on a pretty face alone. Qingxue's eyes flickered. Is the Marquis saying I'm not beautiful enough? Miss Zhou misunderstands. Changsheng picked up his teacup. You are very beautiful. So beautiful that every man in Luqing would believe your visit today was only because you fancied my face. But marriage is not a night in bed. His tone was calm. It's a lifetime of accounting at the same table. Qingxue gazed at him for a long time. Then she suddenly smiled. The smile was very faint, like a 1,000-mile frozen lake finally cracked by a spring breeze. Yet that single crack brightened the entire dim main hall. Her originally too cold features softened with the smile, the corners of her lips curving slightly, and even her deep wintry eyes rippled with a thin layer of light. Zhou and Chunbo were momentarily stunned. The Zhou female official's face showed disbelief. She had served Miss Zhou for years, and had almost never seen Qingxue smile like that in front of a strange man. Marquis Gu, Qingxue said, you are indeed different from the rumors. You've said that once today already. This time is different. How is it different? Just now it was only suspicion. She raised her hand and placed the red paper seal on the table. Now it is confirmation. A spark suddenly burst from the charcoal fire. The rain outside grew softer. Qingxue sat upright again, her expression returning to calm. Since the Marquis is unwilling to sell, and I am unwilling to buy, then let's renegotiate. Changsheng nodded. Now this sounds like a marriage proposal. I am willing to become your husband, jointly managing the Gu family and my business holdings. Qingxue said, but all conditions must be written into the marriage contract. Naturally, financial authority must be clearly defined. Agreed. The business seal belongs to me. No one may use it without my permission. Agreed. After marriage, I will not withdraw from the Zhou family chamber of commerce. Agreed. If in the future the Gu family takes in new members, she paused here, her voice catching slightly. Her eyes also turned subtly colder. Wan Tang instinctively lowered her head. Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Continue. It must not affect my rights as the primary wife, nor use my dowry to support others. Reasonable. Before any new person enters the household, I have the right to know. Agreed. The Marquis agrees so readily. Because you are stating rules, not making unreasonable demands. Qingxue looked at him. The Marquis does not seem to deny that there may be others in the future. Changsheng did not hide it. I will not use false promises to get your consent today. The air in the hall stiffened slightly. An ordinary man faced with a dowry of 300,000 taels would have sworn to love only one person for life. Changsheng, however, laid out on the table the desires many would conceal until after marriage. Qingxue's gaze turned a few degrees colder. Yet she did not become angry. The Marquis is quite frank. You can refuse. And if I refuse, I will find another way to repay the debt. Then what about the system task? A voice suddenly emerged in his mind. Changsheng ignored it directly. Qingxue's fingers lightly traced the rim of her cup. She did not like sharing her husband with others. No woman in the world truly liked it. But compared to those hypocritical men who swore deep love before marriage and filled their chambers with concubines afterward, Changsheng's frankness at this moment allowed her to see the risks more clearly. She was silent for a long time. I can accept that there may be other women in the Gu family in the future. The female official's head snapped up. Miss? Qingxue did not look at her. But I also have my bottom line. Speak. Willingness. She enunciated, any woman who enters the Gu family must do so willingly. No coercion, no use of power to force them, and they must not be treated as goods. Changsheng's eyes flickered. This condition was exactly the same as the system's rules. Second, they may compete for favor, but they must not disrupt power or the household. If anyone harms children, frames family members, or colludes with external enemies, I have the right to deal with them according to family law. Agreed. Third. Qingxue looked at him. No matter how many people there are in the future, I must know my position in the Gu family. Changsheng did not answer immediately. He stood up. He walked to the plaque inscribed with loyalty and heroism passed down through generations. Primary wife. Master of the Gu family's inner residence. Supreme head of family finance and commercial operations. You have the right to participate in family councils to establish your own guard accounting and intelligence networks. Your dowry will always belong to you. But your contributions to the Gu family will also be forever recorded in the family genealogy. Qingxue's breath caught. Recorded in the family genealogy. Not as a footnote attached to a man's name like wife of so-and-so, but to be remembered as a financial controller, a business founder, a co-creator of the Gu family. This was a promise she had never heard from the Zhou clan. She was skilled in business, and people said a woman too strong would find it hard to be a good wife and mother. She amassed a fortune, yet the clan believed these trade routes should eventually be handed over to her future husband. The more outstanding she became, the more she resembled a valuable treasure awaiting a high price. But Changsheng did not ask her to hide her brilliance. Instead, he handed her an even larger blade. Mere words are not enough, Qingxue said softly. Changsheng smiled. So we must write it down. How many copies? 3. Why 3? 1 marriage contract recording the covenant between husband and wife. 1 property deed recording financial rights, commercial rights, and joint assets. And 1 family agreement. Changsheng looked toward the dust-laden plaque. Spell out clearly how the Gu family shall take wives, distribute power, educate children, and mete out rewards and punishments in the future. Qingxue's eyes grew increasingly bright. Before arriving, she had only wanted a single marriage certificate to ward off the Qi family. Yet Changsheng intended to give her 3 covenant pacts: marriage, interest, family order, overlapping with one another, yet never consuming each other. This was no simple political marriage. It was an invitation to co-found a brand new family. When does the Marquis intend to write it? Now, Changsheng commanded. Wantong, prepare the brush and ink. Yes. Wantong hurriedly brought the paper and brush. But the long table in the main hall was too narrow, cluttered with the dowry list, account books, and teacups, leaving no vacant space. Qingxue suggested, let us go to the study. Zhou's expression was slightly awkward. The roof of the Marquis' study leaked, making it even more dilapidated than the main hall. Yet Changsheng nodded very well. The study of the Marquis' manor was located in the western courtyard. The green bamboo had remained untrimmed for years, its sprawling branches and leaves veiling half of the stone path. Rainwater dripped from the bamboo tips, tapping a dense rhythmic melody upon the gravel. Changsheng and Qingxue walked shoulder to shoulder beneath the corridor. The others lagged several paces behind. The corridor was already narrow, bordered by a cold wall on one side and a ceaselessly cascading curtain of rain on the other. The wind suddenly shifted direction. A heavy sheet of rain swept diagonally in from outside the corridor. Qingxue instinctively turned her body, while Changsheng simultaneously stepped inward to avoid it. Their shoulders bumped together. Moon-white sleeves overlapped with dark black lapels. The blue bricks under Qingxue's feet were slick, causing her to lose her balance slightly. Changsheng reached out and caught her by the waist. What his palm brushed against beneath the silk was a supple and astonishingly slender waist. It was softer than it appeared, a waist so slender it could be held in a single hand. Through the thin fabric, he could even feel her warm body temperature and the slight rise and fall of her waist. Qingxue braced herself with one hand against Changsheng's chest. Her fingertips pressed right against his heart. The man's chest was firm and his heartbeat was steady and powerful, standing in stark contrast to her own heart, which had suddenly skipped a beat. Enveloped by the sound of rain in a corner of the corridor, they were so close that they could almost hear each other's breathing. The scent of cold plum blossoms and pine wood intertwined. Qingxue lifted her face. A drop of rain landed on her eyelashes, condensing into a tiny speck of crystal. She blinked instinctively, and the droplet slid down the corner of her eye, resembling a tear that was about to fall, but never did. Changsheng's hand remained at her waist. He did not tighten his grip, nor did he release her immediately. Can you stand steady? He asked. Qingxue's voice was slightly softer than usual. Yes. Only then did Changsheng release his hand. The moment his palm left her, it felt as though that warmth still lingered around Qingxue's waist. She took half a step back and adjusted her sleeves. Her expression remained cold and aloof, save for the crimson flush on her earlobes that could not fade away just yet. Does the Marquis usually support other women in this manner? If I encounter someone about to fall, I suppose I would. Always by the waist. It depends on the situation. The Marquis is indeed quite experienced. Is Miss Zhou jealous? Qingxue stopped in her tracks and looked back at him. The marriage certificate has not been written yet. So you are not. Therefore the Marquis has no right to ask. She turned and continued forward, but her hands, hidden within her sleeves, quietly clenched into fists. Changsheng watched her retreating figure, a trace of a smile playing on his lips. Potential partners, emotional fluctuation detected. Favorability slightly increased. Current evaluation: she has begun to re-evaluate the family head's worth as a husband and has excessively overanalyzed the physical contact just now. Changsheng said in his heart, didn't I turn off evaluations? The temporary evaluation regarding Wantong has been disabled. Turn off all of them. Is the family head certain? This function helps identify the true feelings of reserved women. Turn them off. Disabled. The golden characters of the system vanished, yet the words excessively overanalyzed still seemed to echo in Changsheng's ears. The study door was pushed open and a wave of damp paper and ink washed over him. The roof was indeed leaking. In the very center stood 3 wooden basins, catching the rain, the water droplets falling into them with crisp, clear sounds. Most of the bookshelves were empty, leaving only some old records of the Border Army and the Gu family history. Qingxue swept her gaze across the room. Is this where Marquis Gu prepares to revive his family estate? The house may be dilapidated, but ambition does not leak rain. That saying could well be written into the Gu family precepts. That will cost a fee. A faint smile graced Su Qingshue's lips once more. Wantong lit the candle. The orange-red candlelight dispelled the gloom of the room, casting a soft warm glow over Su Qingshue's moon-white gown. Changsheng spread out 3 sheets of paper. Let us write the marriage certificate first. Su Qingxue sat down on the other side of the desk. The desk was small, but when they sat facing each other only a narrow distance separated their knees. She took the inkstick and prepared to grind the ink. However, Changsheng reached out and pressed down on the other end of the inkstick. Their fingertips brushed against each other once more. Su Qingsue looked up. What is the Marquis doing? Allowing a guest to grind ink goes against etiquette. I am here to be your wife. She did not let go. If we cannot even grind ink together, how can we speak of managing the household together? Changsheng looked at her. Then both of them exerted force simultaneously. The inkstick turned slowly in the inkstone, and a delicate fragrance of ink wafted up. One hand was long-fingered, steady and powerful. The other hand was slender and snow-white, the silver bell on her wrist softly clinking against the edge of the table. Their knuckles occasionally brushed against each other. Neither of them avoided the contact. The candlelight flickered between them, casting their shadows onto the wall behind. The 2 shadows, originally distinct and separate, drew closer and overlapped with the motion of grinding ink like 2 rivers that had once flowed separately, tentatively merging into the same body of water for the first time. The first clause. Changsheng lifted his brush. Both husband and wife voluntarily enter this bond. Neither party shall conceal major matters from the other, nor shall they coerce the other using status, wealth, or force. Su Qingsue glanced at him. Add a line. What? If major matters have been explicitly disclosed before the marriage, neither party shall bring up old scores after the marriage. Changsheng put brush to paper. Agreed. The second clause. Su Qingsue shall be the primary wife of the Gu family, in charge of family finances, commerce, and the order of the inner household. The inner household order shall be managed by me, but the family head shall have the final say, Su Qingsue said. Otherwise it could easily lead to conflicting commands. You, on the other hand, are not greedy for power. Power, if it has no boundaries, will eventually consume its master. The third clause. The tip of the brush glided across the paper. Outside the window the sky gradually darkened. Upon the 3 sheets of white paper lines of ink grew row by row like a vast family, yet to emerge slowly, sketching out its first supporting pillar beneath the fingertips of the 2 adults. When they reached the clause regarding the wife's dowry, Su Qingsue suddenly asked, Does the Marquis truly intend not to touch my 300,000 taels? I will touch it. Her eyebrows arched. To repay debts, repair warehouses, purchase stock, and for cash flow. Changsheng said, but every single transaction will be recorded as your investment in the Gu family. Once a profit is made, it will be returned according to the agreed ratio. And if we lose it, I shall repay you with the Gu family's future industries. What if the Gu family has no future? Changsheng stopped writing. He lifted his eyes to look at her. Then you can sell me to Jinyu Lu to warm wine. A trace of confusion flashed through Su Qingshue's eyes. Jinyu Lu. Shen Feiyan said, I am worth 3,000 taels. She fell silent for a moment. Is the Marquis on very good terms with Madame Shen? No. She gave her personal golden hairpin to the Marquis. I had Wantong pawn it. Su Qingshue's hand holding the inkstick paused slightly. Pawned it. For 480 taels. She looked toward Wantong. Wantong nodded. For some reason, she felt that the ice in Miss Su's eyes seemed to melt away significantly in that single instant. Su Qingsue lowered her head to continue grinding ink. Is Madame Shen's golden hairpin only worth 480 taels? The pawnshop deemed it so. That pawnshop has no eye for value. How much do you think it is worth? If it is a pure gold peony hairpin inlaid with South Sea red pearls, the market price is at least 600 taels. Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Miss Su seems very familiar with her jewelry. The most famous female merchant in Luqing is well worth studying. Only studying her jewelry and her methods of winning over men. Su Qingsue lifted her eyes. The Marquis needs to be careful. Why? She likes to collect. Collect what? The men who lose to her. Changsheng chuckled. And what about you? I do not collect useless things. And if it is useful, it will be written into the account book. She answered with utmost seriousness. Yet from those cold eyes Changsheng discerned a deeply hidden possessiveness. Then which account book will I be in the future? Su Qingsue did not seem to expect him to ask such a question. The candlelight fell into her eyes, reflecting the man's face, which was close at hand. Her hand holding the inkstick stopped. Silence fell between them once more. Outside the window, rain dripped into the wooden basin. One splash, then another. She suddenly reached out and took the brush from Changsheng's hand. In her movement, her wide sleeve brushed across the back of his hand, as soft as a layer of moonlight. Su Qingsue lowered her head and wrote a line of characters at the end of the marriage certificate. Her handwriting was sharp and elegant, its sharpness restrained. When husband and wife are of one mind, wealth and power shall be shared. If there is betrayal, each shall go their own way. Having finished writing, she set down the brush. If the Marquis is useful, you will naturally be in my general ledger. Changsheng looked at that line of characters. The general ledger is usually not easily shown to others. Therefore the Marquis had best not engage in a losing business. She pushed the first marriage certificate to the center between them. There is one last thing. Speak. Inspecting the goods. Changsheng raised his brow slightly. Qingxue opened the dowry list. The Marquis has already inspected my dowry industry's troubles and sincerity. I must also inspect the Marquis. How do we inspect? The Changnan salt warehouse. She said, since the Marquis claims he does not rely on my 300,000 taels to win easily, please tell me how that abandoned warehouse can generate value within 3 days. Changsheng looked at her. Qingxue looked at him as well. This time it was no longer a woman bestowing a marriage upon a destitute Marquis. Rather it was a shrewd, almost demanding female merchant testing whether her future husband truly had the qualifications to sit at the same table with her. Changsheng picked up a charcoal pencil. On a blank sheet of paper, he drew a river. The salt warehouse is not meant for storing salt. Then what is it for? To store all the goods that are in a hurry to enter Luqing but are being blocked by the Zhou family. Qingxue's eyes lit up. Changsheng continued to write. Although the Changnan River channel is silted up and difficult for large ships to navigate, small boats can pass through. Labor in the slums is cheap and the old military camp already has established roads. We only need to repair 6 main warehouses to consolidate the scattered goods of different merchants, then distribute them uniformly. Merchants will not need to rent warehouses themselves, hire separate carts, or be charged exorbitant fees individually by the Zhou family's docks. Qingxue leaned forward slightly. The two were already very close across the table. With her movement, the fabric over her chest tightened slightly, and the scent of cold plum blossoms drifted past the fragrance of ink, quietly reaching Changsheng's nose. But why would the merchants trust the Gu family? They do not trust the Gu family. Then, they trust you. Changsheng turned his brush and wrote 2 characters on the paper. Su clan. You provide the supply of goods and credit. The Gu family provides the warehouses, the noble title, and local former subordinates. We collect deposits first, then use them to repair warehouses, hire labor, and organize transport. The storage fees will be 20% lower than the Zhou families, and the transportation fees 30% lower. For the first 7 days we will not charge full payment, but only take a commission based on completed transactions. Qingxue's gaze was now entirely fixed on that sheet of paper. This way we do not need to spend a large amount of silver up front. And merchants will voluntarily enter the Changnan warehouse due to the reduced costs. What if the Zhou family blocks the supply of goods? Perfect. Changsheng smiled. Let them block it. The harder they squeeze, the more the small merchants they oppress will turn to us. What if they lower their prices? Then we will not profit from storage, but from distribution instead. What if they also offer it for free? Then the Zhou family's daily costs for docks, warehouses, and guards will burn through their silver on our behalf. Qingxue raised her head. Candlelight burned in her eyes. It was not desire, yet it was far more captivating than simple desire. It was the uncontrollable excitement of a woman who truly loved commerce and yearned to control her own destiny upon meeting someone worthy of standing by her side. Marquis. For the first time her voice carried a distinct warmth. How much silver do you need? For the first phase, 2,000 taels. How long before we see results? 1 day to repair the warehouses, 1 day to collect goods, and the 3rd day to see returns. The risks. The Zhou family will send people to cause trouble, and will also attempt to trigger a run among the merchants. How do we counter this? That is why Miss Su cannot marry me immediately today. Qingxue was startled. Why? The outside world must believe you have only come to test the waters. Changsheng flipped the marriage certificate over and pressed it against the table. If you publicly ally with the Gu family today, the Zhou family will prepare in advance. These 300,000 taels shall remain sealed in the front courtyard. Su clan personnel will not enter the salt warehouse either. We can even spread rumors tomorrow that you look down on the Marquis' manor for its poverty and intend to cancel the betrothal. Qingxue quickly understood. To make the Zhou family believe you have lost your final support. Exactly. And then, then you will covertly mobilize the Su clan's supply of goods, and I shall repair the warehouses. On the 3rd day, Changsheng tapped his finger lightly on the drawing. The entire Luqing will know that these 300,000 taels were not brought here to save the Gu family, but to purchase the grave of the Zhou family. Qingxue looked at him, her gaze lingering for a long time. Outside the window the dusk deepened. The candlelight in the study illuminated their faces in half-light and half-shadow. She suddenly felt that what she had brought today was not a rushed marriage. Rather, it felt as though fate had handed her an unsheathed blade just before she was to be pushed into the depths of a secluded manor. This blade for now still had cracks. It was still buried beneath debt and infamy. Yet once the rust was wiped away, perhaps it truly could cleave through the Su clan rules, the Qi family's power, and even the deeper darkness looming over her head. Changsheng. For the first time she did not call him Marquis. The man looked up. Qingxue reached out her hand palm, facing upward. That hand, jade white and slender, had once flicked an abacus worth tens of millions, and had stamped seals that decided the rise and fall of countless merchant coalitions. At this moment, however, it rested before him. I am willing to play this gamble with you. Changsheng looked at her hand and then clasped it. Their hands overlapped in the candlelight. Her palm was still slightly cool, while his was warm and steady. Qingxue's fingers trembled ever so slightly, but she did not pull away. Just one gamble. Changsheng asked. Just one gamble first. She gazed at him. If the marquis is worthy, I can place an even greater stake. How great? Qingxue's gaze slowly swept across the 3 unfinished covenants, then returned to his face. Her lips curled into a slight smile. My wealth. My trade routes. My entire life. Just 3 brief sentences as soft as falling snow, yet heavier than the 300 chests of silver outside. Changsheng tightened his grip on her hand slightly. Then let us finish writing the 3 marriage covenants. Just then hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard. A female official of the Zhou clan pushed open the door and entered, her expression grave. Miss, the Zhou clan's account inspector has arrived ahead of schedule. The softness in Qingxue's eyes instantly froze. Where are they? They have already entered the city. Accompanying them are the chief administrator of the Qi family's second young master and the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Wanshan. The official grit her teeth. They heard that Miss brought her dowry into the marquis's manor and are currently rushing over. The Qi family's chief administrator declared that without the consent of the Zhou clan elders and the Qi family, whoever dares to stamp their seal on the marriage certificate shall be deemed an enemy of the imperial capital's Qi family. The candle flame in the study suddenly flickered. The 3 sheets of white paper fluttered loudly in the wind. Changsheng released Qingxue's hand and lifted the brush. They arrive at the perfect moment. His brush tip was heavily soaked in dark ink. At the very top of the first marriage certificate, he wrote 4 sharp prominent characters. Voluntary marriage. Subsequently, Changsheng lifted his eyes to look at Qingxue. Miss Zhou, next it is time to write our 3 marriage covenants. Without the consent of the Zhou clan elders and the Qi family, who would dare seal the betrothal in the wedding ledger, thereby making themselves the enemies of the capital. As spoke, the wind and rain outside the study suddenly intensified. The old sheet by the western window was buffeted by the gale, as if an invisible hand pounded the window lattice from outside. 3 sheets of unfinished white paper were whipped and fluttered by the wind. The ink was not yet dry, and the characters in the flickering candlelight looked like 3 black dragons just opening their eyes. Changsheng held the brush. The tip hovered above the paper. A drop of ink gathered, but did not fall. Qingxue sat opposite him, the silver bell on her wrist still trembling faintly from their earlier touch. Her hand had withdrawn into her wide sleeves, yet the heat of the man's fingers seemed to linger in her palm. The heat was not scorching, but like a spark hidden deep within the snow. The more she tried not to think of it, the clearer it burned. How many people have come? Qingxue asked. Her voice remained as cool as ever, but the eyes as cold as a frozen pool were no longer wholly calm. Qi and the chief archivist of the Qi family arrived with 12 guards from the capital. Su Mao, the Zhou clan's auditor, carried the clan seals, and 20 bookkeepers. Zhou Wanshan personally accompanied them, along with several managers from the Luqing Chamber of Commerce. They did not come through the main gate. Where did they come from? They had already entered the front yard. Gu Zhong's face suddenly darkened. Without notice, they had breached the marquis's residence. The female official whispered that the guards at the gate did not dare to stop them. Qi carried the Qi Grand Old Master's residence invitation. Su Mao bore the Zhou clan seal. They said they had come to recover the 300,000 taels that the young mistress had privately diverted. Qingxue's eyelashes trembled for a moment, only for a heartbeat. It was as quick as a blade skimming ice. Changsheng saw it. He laid down his brush and pressed the page inscribed with "willing to wed." Are you afraid? Qingxue looked up. What should I be afraid of, Lord Gu? Afraid your dowry will be seized, afraid of being dragged back to Jiangnan, afraid of the Qi family's power, or afraid that today you bet on the wrong man? Changsheng sat very close to her. Between them was only a half of a narrow desk. The hearth warmed the study with a dry heat. The rain-worn dampness on her shoulder faded, while the scent of cold plum grew deeper, like a fragrance moving beneath the ice, steamy with warmth. Qingxue studied him for a moment, then suddenly reached out and pressed the hand resting on the paper. Her hand was still a touch cool. Her palm rested against the back of his hand, her fingertips resting on his slender joints. That was not a lover's tender caress, but more like a gambler at the edge of a cliff, confirming the sturdiness of the betting table before the fall. Lord Gu, she spoke slowly. Are you afraid? Changsheng looked down at the snow-white delicate hand resting on his. Afraid? Qingxue's gaze narrowed slightly. Afraid of what? Afraid that they come too slowly. She hesitated a moment. Changsheng turned his palm and clasped her hand. The movement was not abrupt. It gave her enough time to detach. Qingxue did not retreat. So the man's 5 fingers slowly closed, wrapping that coolness into his palm. The longer we delay, the drier the ink on the marriage ledger becomes, he said. While it is still damp, it is a good moment to test it on their faces. The thin frost in Qingxue's eyes finally cracked a line. Her lips curved very slightly. Changsheng. If you keep speaking like this, the estate may not stay peaceful in the future. Why?
Too easy to tempt a woman. Changsheng looked at her. Miss Su, is this a reminder to your future husband, or are you preemptively exercising wifely rights? Qingxue tried to pull away, but Changsheng still held. She tried to pull away but could not. The outer corner of her eye lifted slightly. The marriage ledger isn't finished yet. So, what you hold now is only the ally's hand. Not shyness. At least she would not admit that it was merely shyness. More than that, it was the sudden approaching of the Qi and Su clans. The first time in years she was staking her fate on another, and the warmth in the man's palm was so clear that it seemed to burn along the arm to the chest. Lord Gu's talent for reading women should be applied to serious matters. This is a serious matter. A handshake too, to confirm that our ally will not falter at the moment of truth. What if I retreat? Changsheng's thumb grazed the silver bell on her wrist. The metal was cold. The bell gave a barely audible chime. Then I will loosen my grip. Qingxue's gaze rested on their joined hands. So easy. A true betrothal binds a person, yet cannot imprison him. He released his hand. Without hesitation. Qingxue's palms suddenly felt empty. The warmth left too quickly, leaving her with a moment of indescribable loss. She drew her hand back into her sleeve, but her fingertips softly curled, as if wanting to keep a trace of warmth. Changsheng had already raised his brush. Wantang. Wantang. The maid is here. Open the study's front door. Wantang started an alarm. Let them in. No. Changsheng dipped his brush in thick ink. We go out. The dusk pressed down on the entire Marquis residence. In the front yard, 300 large redwood chests lay in quiet rows, their snow plum seals rattling softly in the wind. The copper pieces on the chest's locks glinted in the lamplight, forming a sea of gold and red. At the end of the sea stood 3 groups of people. The lead middle-aged man wore a dark purple robe, a black gauze scarf, and a beard trimmed into 3 neat tufts. His robes were embroidered with a golden-eyed white crane, and at his waist hung the Qi family's Xuan Yuling. Qi and chief historian of the Qi Grand Old Master's residence. Though not an official, his long years handling Qi affairs meant that even local prefects gave him some face. Beside him stood a 50-something clothed in fine attire. Slim and tall, with prominent cheekbones and eyes as narrow as 2 door slits, Su Mao, son of the Su clan elder, who had managed the audit bureau for years, one of the least welcome figures to the Su family. Nearby stood Zhou Wanshan, head of the Zhou family. After Zhou Fuhai was pressured by Changsheng to sign the bet, the news had evidently reached the Zhou mansion at once. Zhou Wanshan personally came not only to witness the Gu family's humiliation, but also to use the Qi and Su families to crush Changsheng's last chance to rise. Miss Su, Qian stood before the chest array. I, Qi, on the orders of the second young master, have come to fetch you back. His voice was calm, but carried the ease of one who commands. There has long been talk of a marriage alliance between Jiang and Su and the capital Qi. You did not wait for your clan's decision. I, privately bringing money and intruding into a destitute man's residence, harms your reputation and integrity. While the matter has not yet spread through the capital, come with me now. The second young master is magnanimous. Perhaps he will not pursue. The nearby Luqing Chamber of Commerce managers exchanged glances as the words fell. Zhou Wanshan stood with his hands folded behind his back, a cold smile in his eyes. Miss Su is exceptional, yet even a wealthy woman will eventually have to marry. The capital Qi family wants her, the Su clan wants the alliance, and Gu family, a ruined marquis house, has no standing to contest. Then the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed inside the gate. Not hurried, not forceful, yet as if someone pressed a finger slowly on the taut bowstring of the entire courtyard. People turned toward the sound. Changsheng and Qingxue walked shoulder to shoulder. He wore a dark robe, the cuffs stained with ink, his features deepened by the lamplight. Qingxue walked on his left, half a step behind. Her moon-white gown brushed the damp stone, and the silk cords at her waist fluttered in the wind. They did not hold hands. There was not a single overly intimate gesture, but the side-by-side posture was more explicit than any display of affection. It was as if the moment the broken marquee gate closed behind them, the outside world's thousands of armed forces were all kept out beyond the gate. Qian's gaze settled on Qingxue's face. Miss Su, as a betrothed woman, being alone with a man in a study and walking side by side is not proper. Qingxue had not yet spoken. Changsheng replied coolly, today she is here to marry me. Being in the study with your future husband is not a matter for a Qi family servant to decide. The 12 Qi guards' eyes turned cold. Qian smiled. Lord Gu is still so youthful and impulsive. If Qi counts you as a lord, it honors the Gu family's ancestor. It does not mean you have the right to converse with the Qi family today. The Jinbei Marquis estate is in debt. It will change hands in 3 days. What will you wed Miss Su with? The 300 silver chests behind you. He shook his head with a smile. That is the Su family treasury. If you move a single coin, you would be embezzling the Su family funds. Su Mao stepped forward, unfurling a document stamped with the Snow Plum clan seal. Qingxue. He did not call her Miss simply by her name. The clan has already determined that you, under the pretext of northward redistribution, privately withdrew taels.
and have listed shares of granaries, cloth houses, shipping, and medicine shops as part of the dowry. This violates the Zhou family rules. By the orders of the clan elders, all the silver deeds and merchant seals are to be withdrawn. He raised his right hand. 20 bookkeepers stepped forward at once. The Zhou clan female guards pressed their swords, blocking the front of the chest array. On both sides before swords could be drawn, killing intent braided through the lamplight like a web. Su Mao's gaze grew darker. You are the Zhou family's guards, not her private soldiers. The lead silver-armored female guard replied coldly. Our monthly salary is issued by Miss Zhou. The order is Mrs. Rescue 2. If you lay a hand on her dowry, ask our swords first. Qian frowned. Zhou Wanshan's smile deepened. The more the matter escalates, the better it becomes. Let the Zhou and Gu families bleed on the spot. When that happens, there will be no need for him to strike, and the Qi family will grind this broken marquis residence to powder. Qingxue. Su Mao's tone softened slightly. Don't mess around. The second young master of Qi comes from the grand old master's house of noble status. To receive you with the ceremony, due to a lawful wife, would be a great grace. If you carry 30,000 taels as a dowry to a man whose family fortune is ruined, it will only bring shame to the Zhou family. Su Qingxue stood beside Gu Changsheng. The wind swept through her hair. A strand of dark hair clung to her lips. She raised her hand to tuck it behind her ear, her movements cold and elegant. A lawful wife, indeed. Qi Mingyu's original wife is still alive. After I enter, I am named a Pingqi, but I still must pay her the proper rights as a concubine. Is that right? Su Mao's face twisted slightly. Ritual matters can be discussed later. Where are my commercial seals? The Qi family will keep them for you. And what about my 17 states trade routes? If a woman is married, they should be managed by the husband's family. And what about my female shopkeepers, female bookkeepers, and female guards? The Qi household has its own rules. Women are not allowed to appear frequently. Su Qingxue nodded gently. So Qi intends to marry not me, but my money. It is my money. Qian responded. Miss Su, you overstate things. Husband and wife are one. What difference does it make? Since the chief archivist of Qi does not separate, there is no difference. Gu Changsheng suddenly spoke. Then why does Qi Mingyu not include the Qi money house and the salt accounts as part of the betrothal gift, handing them to Su Qingxue to manage? Qian's expression cooled. Can the Qi family assets be managed by a woman from another clan? Gu Changsheng laughed. So a marriage is one body, and it only counts when you touch her money. Nearby shopkeepers could not help but bow their heads, hiding their lips. Qian's gaze turned cold. Lord Gu, there is no need for such flaunted talk. The Qi family betrothal has already been approved by the Zhou clan elders. Your so-called proposal today is null from start to finish. Gu Changsheng asked, where is the betrothal contract? Qian drew a roll of red placard from his sleeve. The red paper gleamed with gold, its edges embroidered with twin cranes and auspicious clouds a single. From its material, it was clearly of considerable value. This is the marriage contract of the Qi family. Su Qingxue's gaze turned utterly cold. I have never signed it. Parental command, matchmaker's words. Qian said, the elders of the Zhou clan have already stamped it on your behalf. Gu Changsheng extended his hand toward him. Give it to me. Qian did not hand it over. Does the Marquis wish to see it? I wish to know whether the Qi family of the capital cannot write or cannot understand human speech. The Qi family guard roared, how dare you? Gu Changsheng did not even lift his eyelids. Gu Zhou, this old servant is here. Note down the names of the Qi family guards who made noise in the Marquis' mansion. Tomorrow at the grand wedding, if they dare to come for a drink, charge each of them an extra 10 taels of seat money. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Then someone could not hold back and let out a laugh. The faces of the Qi family guards turned completely black. Qian took a deep breath and tossed the marriage contract toward Gu Changsheng. Marquis, take a good look. This document bears the seal of the Zhou clan, the seal of the Qi family, and the witness of the capital's official matchmaker. What can you, a mere fallen marquis, possibly offer to compare with this? Gu Changsheng caught the marriage contract. He glanced at it, then handed it to Su Qingxue. Is this your handwriting? No. Your seal, eh? No. Did you agree? Never. Gu Changsheng nodded. He grasped the two ends of the marriage contract with both hands. Ryup. The red paper was torn in two. Qian's pupils contracted sharply. Ryup. For pieces. Tear again. 8 pieces. The gold-dusted marriage contract turned into fluttering red shreds between Gu Changsheng's fingers, swept up by the night wind and scattered among the 300 silver chests like a prematurely fallen, uncelebrated wedding rain of ruin. Gu Changsheng. Qian erupted in fury. How dare you tear the Qi family's marriage contract? I tore up a piece of waste paper. Gu Changsheng let the last shred of red paper drift from his fingers. If a marriage contract is not made with the person's own consent, even 100 clan seals would only be fit to prop up a table leg. Su Mao said harshly, a woman's marriage has always been decided by the clan elders. Then why don't you marry yourself to Qi Mingyu? Su Mao was choked silent. The surrounding laughter grew louder. Su Qingxue turned her face aside. She had not meant to laugh. But Gu Changxing's words were so absurd that the corner of her lips finally betrayed a slight curve. Just for an instant, that fleeting elegance outshone all the lanterns in the courtyard. Qian also saw it. His expression grew even more unpleasant. Miss Su, would you rather choose this destitute son who only speaks arrogantly than enter the Qi family? Su Qingxue looked toward Gu Changxing. At that very moment the man turned his head. Their gazes met in the night. No words were needed. She knew. He was waiting for her to make her own choice. Not to claim her after speaking up for her, but to place the power of decision back in her hands. Su Qingxue slowly stepped forward. She walked toward the tray held by a servant from the study. On the tray lay 3 contracts, the ink still wet. She picked up the first one. This is the marriage contract. Her cool voice carried across the front yard. It clearly states that Su Qingxue and Gu Changsheng are both of age and voluntarily enter into matrimony. Premarital debts, properties, and clan affairs have all been mutually disclosed. Between husband and wife there shall be no deception, no coercion, and no seizure of each other's private assets by power. Su Mao sneered. Without the seal of the clan elders, what kind of marriage contract is that? Su Qingxue ignored him. She picked up the second one. This is the property contract. My dowry under my name still belongs to me. The Gu ancestral mansion, salt warehouses, and future properties also belong to the Gu family. Profits from joint ventures shall be distributed according to investment contribution and risk. I hold the commercial seal and manage the Gu family finances with the independent authority to hire personnel. Gu Changsheng is the head of the family and has the final decision-making power, but he shall not arbitrarily embezzle my dowry. The smile on Zhou Wanshan's face gradually faded. This was not the contract of an ordinary woman marrying into a marquis's mansion. It was more like an alliance between 2 families. If the 300,000 taels were only used to repay Gu Changxing's debts, the Zhou family could still mock him for being a kept man. But if Su Qingxue entered the Gu family with independent financial authority, the 2 of them, one with reputation and ancestral estate, the other with wealth and trade routes, would no longer be 2 sick beasts. Instead, they would be a fierce tiger opening its eyes. Su Qingxue picked up the third one. This is the family covenant. The primary wife may participate in family deliberations and manage the inner household, but she shall not arbitrarily kill, frame, or harm family members. In the future, if any other adult woman voluntarily forms a bond with the head of the family, the head must inform the primary wife in advance, and shall not force her or deprive her of dignity under the name of a concubine. All children, regardless of their mother's status, have the right to education, inheritance, and the opportunity to earn merit and establish their own careers. Family members shall be rewarded for merit and punished for faults. Close kin shall not be traded, sacrificed, or used as bargaining chips for power. By the time she finished reading, the courtyard was so silent that only the wind could be heard. Gu Zhong's eyes were red. The 2 old veterans' chests heaved. Wantong stood under the lamplight, gazing at the family covenant with tears glistening in her eyes. She was merely a maidservant. Yet the paper stated that no matter how prosperous the Gu family became in the future, those who remained would not be treated as objects. But Qian let out a cold laugh. Naive. How can a few sheets of paper decide how a family is governed? No matter how well it is written today, if Gu Changxing goes back on his word tomorrow, what can you do? Su Qingxue's fingers tightened slightly. This was also the last worry in her heart. Paper could bind wealth, but it could not necessarily bind the human heart. Gu Changxing took the family covenant from her hand. As their fingertips brushed, he did not immediately withdraw. Instead, he smoothly grasped her wrist and pulled her half a step closer. Su Qingxue was caught off guard. Her moon-white skirt brushed against his dark robe. Their shoulders and arms touched. Countless eyes in the courtyard suddenly focused on them. Her breath faltered as she looked up at him. Gu Changxing stood very close. So close that she could see the reflection of the lanterns in his eyes and feel the warmth of his palm through the thin fabric of her sleeve. The marriage contract is written for the world to see, he said. His voice was not loud but clear enough for everyone to hear. The property contract is written for interests to see. And the family covenant. Gu Changsheng placed her hand over his own heart. Through the layers of clothing, his steady heartbeat thumped against her palm. Is written for ourselves to see. Su Qingxue's fingertips curled slightly. She had never touched an adult man like this before. The chest beneath her palm was firm and warm. His heartbeat did not quicken in the face of the courtyard full of nobles and drawn blades. It was as steady as a war drum deep in the distant mountains. It was her own heart that was beating wildly without rhythm. Gu Changxing, she said in a low voice. Everyone is watching. That's why I want them to see clearly. He did not release her hand. When you enter the Gu family today, you are not a woman bought with money, nor a merchant seeking refuge with silver. You are my lawful wife. From this day forward, half of this household's rules will be written by you. The night breeze swept through the courtyard. The seals on the 300 red chests fluttered simultaneously. Su Qingxue's eyelashes trembled. In that moment, she suddenly understood that what truly made one lose composure was never sweet words. It was a man in front of all those who coveted her wealth, status, and body acknowledging her power. not shielding her behind him, but pulling her to his side, letting her stand in the same position as himself. "All right," she said softly. "Then let us affix the seals." Gu Changsheng released her. As his palm left, Su Qingxue's fingers instinctively chased for a moment, then quickly withdrew. She hid this untimely trace of longing into her wide sleeve, her face still cool and dignified. Wantong presented the vermilion ink. But Gu Changsheng did not press his seal first. "Miss Su goes first." Su Mao shouted. "Su Qingxue, how dare you?" Su Qingxue turned her head. "Su Mao." This was the first time she addressed him directly by name. "You came to Luqing as an inspection envoy supposed to audit the accounts of the merchant houses, yet you traveled alongside the Qi family's chief secretary, overstepping your authority to interfere in my marriage. You say I privately transferred 300,000 taels. But according to the Su family's 17th commercial regulation, a direct line manager may, for the purpose of opening new trade routes, transfer up to 30% of the assets under his own name and record the transaction within 7 days." Su Mao's face changed color. "Your assets under your name are far more than 1 million, but this 300,000 taels does not all belong to you. That is why I did not break the seals." Su Qingxue pointed at the array of chests. "The silver is still on the Su family's books. After the marriage contract is sealed, I will take it as a dowry and submit a property exchange document to the clan. Every step complies with the family rules. Why are you so eager to snatch it away?" She stepped forward. "Is it because I violated the Su family's rules, or because the Qi family gave you some benefit?" The veins on Su Mao's forehead bulged. "Bloody slander. Then let's audit the accounts." Su Qingxue raised her hand. Her personal attendant immediately produced a small ledger from her sleeve. Over the past 3 years, whenever the Su family's northern fleet entered port, the Qi family's bank paid a river channel clearing fee to the inspection office. The amounts were small, 300 to 500 taels each time. But over 3 years, the total adds up to 17,600 taels. The recipients were all servants of Su Mao's outer residence. The courtyard erupted in uproar. The color drained from Su Mao's face. Zhou Wanshan also stared sharply at him. There was no trace of triumph in Su Qingxue's expression. She simply handed the ledger out calmly. "I had not intended to reveal this now. Because although you are greedy, at least in the past you never harmed the Su family's foundation. But today, by forcing me to marry into the Qi family, you have crossed the line. From this moment on, you are stripped of all auditing authority over the Su family's merchant houses in Luqing." Su Mao laughed in fury. "On what grounds do you remove me?" "On this." Su Qingxue took out a white jade commercial seal from her waist. The seal face bore only the character Shui. But upon seeing that seal, all the Su family's clerks and female guards knelt on one knee simultaneously. "We pay homage to the northern chief steward." The unified shout made the lanterns tremble. Su Mao stepped back half a pace. "You? The clan has not yet officially appointed you. The appointment document arrived at my private treasury 3 days ago." Su Qingxue said, "It's just that some people in the clan wanted to marry me off before the document was made public." She looked at Qian. Chief Secretary Qi, who was violating the Su family's rules now. Qian's gaze was dark. He had not expected that what was supposed to be a simple forced marriage today would turn into this. Even more unexpected was the way Gu Changsheng and Su Qingxue worked in tandem, not only preserving the marriage, but also uprooting a thorn within the Su family. Even so, Qian's voice was icy. "The Qi family still will not recognize this marriage." Gu Changsheng picked up the first marriage contract. "Do I need the Qi family's recognition to marry a wife?" "The Marquis may not need it," Qian stared at him. "But you had better think clearly about the consequences. The Su family's northern trade route passes through 4 passes controlled by the Qi family. With just one word from the second young master, the Su family's cargo ships will be unable to move an inch. If you affix your seals today, tomorrow, all the grain shops, cloth stores, and banks in Luqing will sever ties with the Marquis' mansion. Didn't you say you would repay the debt in 3 days?" A slow smile curled at the corner of his lips. "Without goods, without ships, without access to silver. Gu Changsheng, how will you repay?" Zhou Wanshan finally smiled again. "Marquis Gu, Chief Secretary Qi is right. It is understandable for young people to act on impulse, but business is not done with a few pretty words. If you marry Miss Su today, tomorrow the whole of Luqing will watch you go bankrupt together. Then the 300,000 taels will be locked up in the Marquis' mansion, unable to circulate. The Zhou family only needs to wait 3 days, and we will still be able to take over the ancestral mansion." As for Miss Su, his gaze swept over Su Qingxue's graceful figure. Though he quickly restrained it, an unpleasant greed still seeped through. Without her dowry and trade routes, I'm afraid, even the Qi family's second young master may no longer want her. Gu Changsheng's gaze turned cold for an instant. Su Qingxue also saw it. Before she could speak, Gu Changsheng had descended the steps. "Zhou family head. What is it? Have you seen enough?" Zhou Wanshan stiffened. "Master Gu, what do you mean? Your gaze just now lingered on my fiancée for too long." The air in the courtyard grew suddenly cold. Zhou Wanshan's smile stiffened. "Master Gu, you are a touch too sensitive. I am the type to stand up for those close to me." Gu Changsheng stepped up to him. They stood no more than 3 feet apart. Back when I was a rake, if someone looked at the woman I cared for, I would feud for her. Now it's different. How is it different? From now on, I will keep accounts. Gu Changsheng pointed to the 3 contracts. Today I'll note it down at a glance. In the future, when the Zhou family repays the debt, add interest as well. Zhou Wanshan's face darkened to iron. Arrogant. A person who will be homeless in 3 days dares threaten the Zhou family. Gu Changsheng did not answer. He turned back to Su Qingxue. They intend to cut off the supply sources. Su Qingxue said. I heard it. The Qi family controls the border passes. The Zhou family controls Lu City Wharf. The normal trade routes will be completely severed. So there is no need to use the normal routes. Su Qingxue's eyes flashed slightly. Do you have another route? The old river channel to the south of the city. The water is shallow, only small boats can pass. Then split the cargo into smaller lots. Labor and transportation costs would be high. The savings on storage and distribution would cover it. What if they intercept ships? The old river route passes through military quarters. Nominally, it still belongs to the Border Army Relief grain route. Gu Changsheng looked at Zhou Wanshan. If the Zhou family dares to block it, that would be an open admission of siphoning the Border Army's grain route. Su Qingxue understood completely. So from the start, you weren't just aiming to use the salt warehouse. You intend to leverage the salt warehouse to pry open the business at the Zhou family's wharves as well. Now do you still think 3 days are not enough? Su Qingxue watched him. Those eyes, long calm, finally held a nearly burning light. Enough, she replied. If you can truly do it. Not I. Gu Changsheng corrected. It's us. 2 words, yet like a silent seal pressed to her heart. Su Qingxue turned toward the tray. She pressed her thumb into the cinnabar ink. Raising her hand, her white fingertips were stained with a bright crimson. It looked as if a red plum blossomed in the snow. She first pressed the seal on the marriage contract. Next she pressed on the asset contract. Finally on the family covenant. 3 fresh red seals like 3 still warm hearts. Su Qingxue. Su Mao hissed, you will regret this. That would be my regret too. Su Qingxue looked at him. No one else will choose for me. Gu Changsheng likewise placed his seal. The 2 seals left and right sat side by side at the end of the 3 contracts. At the moment the last seal fell, brilliant gold characters unfurled before Gu Changsheng's eyes, detected a real voluntary informed betrothal. Potential life partner Su Qingxue. Identity the Jiangnan Su clan's legitimate daughter, the Northern Trade Route's chief administrator. Talent assessment, born with a mind for wealth, master of 10,000 merchants. Current trust 64. Current sense of belonging 31. Betrothal valid. Initial task item 3 completed. Family fortune surged dramatically. A thread of invisible golden aura rose slowly from the 3 contracts. It first wound around Su Qingxue's silver bracelet. It then circled Gu Changsheng's fingertips. Finally it slipped into the dusty loyalty and chivalry family plaque. The plaque trembled slightly. A layer of dust drifted down. Beneath it the golden characters lay dull, yet uncorrupted. Su Qingxue seemed to sense something. She lowered her head toward her wrist. The silver bell rang without wind. What happened? Gu Changsheng asked. Nothing, she whispered. I suddenly feel. This house isn't as cold as it was a moment ago. Gu Changsheng looked at her. Because from now on it is no longer just my residence. She raised her eyes. The lamplight fell on her lips, giving their natural color a soft luminous sheen. Master Gu. HM. The marriage document has been sealed. So, you may address me differently now. What should I call you? She did not answer. She simply gazed at him. Gu Changsheng stepped forward half a pace. Su Qingxue did not retreat. He raised his hand and tucked the wind-blown strands behind her ear. His fingertips brushed the rim of her ear. That patch of skin reddened once more. Su Qingxue's eyelashes trembled, yet she stood straight. Madam. The words were spoken softly like a spark dropped from a pine blaze. Su Qingxue's ears grew warm. She should have corrected that the wedding had not yet taken place. Yet meeting the man's near intimate gaze, the words did not leave her lips. My husband. For the first time she called him that. Her voice was so soft it could be blown away by the night wind, yet Gu Changsheng heard it clearly. Qian's face turned pale. Good. He ground his teeth. Very good. The Qi family will report today's events faithfully to the 2 young masters. From tomorrow onward the Qi family's gates will not let a single Su ship pass. The Zhou family's wharf will not allow you any cargo either. I want to see. Can these 3 marriage contracts really bring you money? Then he turned and left. Su Mao's face was pale, he wanted to follow. Stand still. Su Qingxue called him. Leave behind the Su family audit seal. Su Mao suddenly looked back. Don't push your luck. You have been dismissed. Su Qingxue's tone was calm. Leave the seal behind. 20 Su family bookkeepers looked at each other. Finally one elder bookkeeper lowered his head first. Please hand over the audit seal to the ledger auditor. The others followed suit. Please hand over the seal. One voice after another. Su Mao's face lost his last trace of color. He trembled as he unbuckled the seal pouch at his waist and slammed it to the ground. The white jade seal rolled across the damp stone slab and stopped at Su Qingxue's feet. She did not bend. Wan Tang stepped forward to pick it up, wipe away the moisture, and present it with both hands. Su Qingxue took the audit seal, then handed it to Gu Changsheng. Why give it to me, he asked. The betrothal gift. The people in the courtyard all stared. Su Qingxue said, Sir, you grant me the rights of a lawful wife and a seat at the family council. I will grant you the Su family's northern ledger-keeping rights. From now on, the Gu family will have the right to inspect all Su family ledgers related to joint ventures. Gu Changsheng took the jade seal. Aren't you afraid I will sell the Su family? Afraid? Return it to me. So I only grant you the right to audit, I do not grant you the right to transfer funds. Su Qingxue's eyes held a faint smile. A husband and wife united does not mean there is no guard. It seems the madam still doesn't trust me enough. Master Gu has not given me the Gu family's war talismans either. The talismans are incomplete. Wait until complete, then give. She spoke with calm reason. Gu Changsheng laughed softly. Good. Zhou Wanshan watched all this, unease growing stronger in his heart. Qian and Su Mao had retreated. He did not wish to linger. Master Gu, with the marriage contract sealed, Zhou will take his leave first. 3 days later, I will come to collect the debt. Gu Changsheng said, there is no need to wait 3 days. Zhou Wanshan halted. What do you mean, eh? Tomorrow I marry. As the Zhou family, the great clan of Lu City, you cannot be absent. Zhou Wanshan narrowed his eyes. Are you inviting me to celebrate with a wedding banquet? Yes. But I wonder if the mansion has enough money to prepare a feast. Gu Changsheng looked at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue immediately understood his meaning. I will pay for the feast. The dowry remains untouched. Then with what? On credit. Su Qingxue paused. Gu Changsheng turned to several Lu City merchants. All of you are here. This will serve as witnesses. For tomorrow's grand wedding at the Gu mansion, all food tables and chairs, red silk candles will be bought on credit. All payments will be settled 7 days later with an additional 10%. The shopkeepers looked at each other in astonishment. Zhou Wanshan laughed aloud. Who would dare to extend credit to you? A voice from the crowd said, I dare. A lipstick-red oil paper umbrella crossed the courtyard gate. Shen Feiyan wore a scarlet gown, stepping through the damp night. She was like a peony blooming in a blizzard. A black veil fluttered at her chest. Her pale skin and gold necklace gleamed. Her waist was cinched tight by embroidered bands. The slit at her skirt occasionally revealed a leg wrapped in sheer veiling. Her beautiful eyes first fell on Gu Changsheng's face, then swept to Su Qingxue, finally resting on the 2 red seals side by side. I am late. Shen Feiyan smiled with seductive charm. It's a pity I couldn't see Master Gu coax the wealth goddess into offering herself. Su Qingxue's expression remained unchanged. Madam Shen, why have you come? I heard tomorrow the residents will host the wedding. Shen Feiyan closed her oil paper umbrella and handed it to a servant. Jin Yulu is willing to credit all wine, songs, and candles. She approached Gu Changsheng, her gaze lingering on his collar before moving upward. But 1% interest isn't enough. Madam Shen, how much do you want? Not money. Then what? Shen Feiyan leaned down. Her lips nearly touched his ear. The rose scent suddenly outweighed the courtyard's cold plum. Her breath was soft and hot like a wisp of wine-lit fire brushing along the man's neck. Madam, you want Master Gu to personally toast you a cup of wedding wine. And to sit at the main table. Gu Changsheng had not spoken yet. A slender jade hand was already extended. Su Qingxue gripped his wrist, drawing him close with quiet grace. The movement was elegant, yet the force was undeniable. Gu Changsheng glanced sideways. Su Qingxue's expression remained cold. Shen Madam is willing to extend credit. Naturally, she is a distinguished guest. The main table will do. As for the toasts, she looked at Shen Feiyan. The 2 of us will toast together. The 2 women met, eyes one as cold as snow, a blaze as bright as fire. The air seemed to tighten with countless invisible threads. Shen Feiyan's lips curved with even greater mischief. Master Gu is truly blessed. The marriage contract has only just been sealed and you guard it so fiercely. Su Qingxue said lightly. The Gu family is still poor, unable to bear others coveting precious possessions. Precious possessions. Shen Feiyan's gaze wandered over Gu Changsheng. Are you talking about Master Gu or that 300,000 taels? Both. This time Su Qingxue answered without hesitation. Gu Changsheng looked at her. Su Qingxue seemed to realize that those 2 words were too blunt. Her ears reddened faintly, yet her face remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Shen Feiyan smiled with a flirtatious charm. Good. Then I shall come tomorrow to see how Master Gu in a broken house would marry Lu City's most expensive bride. Moreover, she drew a gold and jade invitation from her sleeve and handed it to Gu Changsheng. The Zhou family's heir Zhou Xiang will also attend. Gu Changsheng took the invitation. On the back was written a line of ink. Hearing that Master Gu is fond of living off soft rice, Zhou has specially prepared 1 gilded bowl to visit tomorrow for celebration. Su Qingxue read the line, a cold gleam rising in her eyes. Gu Changsheng smiled. Madam. Yes. It seems tomorrow's feast will be lively. He handed the invitation to the candlelight. The flame licked the paper's edge. The gold bowl emblem full of SC twisted and blackened in the fire. The Zhou family doesn't want me to eat soft rice, do they? Gu Changsheng released his hold. The burning invitation drifted into the rain, turning to a pile of ash. Tomorrow they'll see. This meal, can the Zhou family even afford it? Before dawn, Luqing was first awakened by a crimson hue. The long street, washed by the night rain, still floated with a thin mist, fine water glimmering in the crevices of the blue stones and droplets falling one by one from the eaves. Yet when the first morning bell crossed the city wall and the battered central gate of the Jinbei Marquis Manor crashed open, the entire street seemed to be pulled from a gray painting and then soaked inch by inch in rouge. 300 zhang of red silk unfurled from the manor's gate. It passed over the stone lions across the long street, over the muddy water where the Zhou family had stood last night, like a river of blood surging from the broken Marquis Manor. The lanterns on the river had not yet been extinguished. 1,000 glass lanterns swayed in the morning mist, burning mermaid oil sent by the golden jade tower, within their bellies flames clear and bright, unquenchable by the wind. Beneath each lantern hung a hollow gold coin. When the wind passed, they collided with one another, their tinkling sound dense as rain, as if the wealth of the entire city was playing joyful music for today's grand wedding. The Marquis Manor, which had leaked rain last night, also seemed to have suddenly lifted its head from a long decline. Broken pillars were covered with red silk. Peeling gold paint was brightened by the shadows of the lanterns. The old plum tree that had died for years in the courtyard. Someone had adorned its branches with thin pieces of red jade, so that at first glance it seemed to have bloomed overnight in the depths of winter. Gu Zhong, wearing a worn old formal robe that had been washed white, stood inside the gate leaning on a staff. The old man looked at the layers of red shadows, the rims of his eyes perpetually red. He could no longer remember the last time the manor was so lively. Perhaps it was when the old marquis returned victorious from the northern expedition. Perhaps it was the coming-of-age ceremony of the eldest young master. Or perhaps it was before the 3 Gu men had turned into 4 blood-stained memorial tablets. Now the tablets were still cold, yet the manor had hung joyful silk again. The wind blew through the plaque inscribed with loyalty and valor passed down through generations, and the dust that had fallen last night had been wiped away. Though the 4 gold characters were cracked, they regained their edge under the red lantern light. The auspicious hour is near. The sharp, long voice of the matchmaker carried from the courtyard gate all the way to the inner residence. Gu Changsheng stood before the ancestral hall. He was not wearing the bright red formal robe of an ordinary groom, but a long robe of black base with red patterns. On his shoulders, mountains and rivers were embroidered in dark thread. A jade belt cinched his tall, straight figure. The gold and red cloud patterns on his lapels shifted with the light, looking from afar like a line of heavenly fire burning in the night. Wan Tang stood behind him, adjusting the final jade buckle. The little maid had also changed into a peach-red dress today, her cheeks blooming with joy. She lowered her head, but her fingertips, tense with nervousness, failed twice to thread the jade buckle through the silk cord. Gu Changsheng looked down at her, trembling again. No, Wan Tang denied softly. A third time still couldn't fasten it. Gu Changsheng reached out and covered the back of her hand. Here. He guided her hand, slowly threading the jade buckle through the silk cord. The man's palm was warm. Wan Tang's hand was held in his, and her breath instantly became disordered. She could smell the cool aloes wood carried by his new formal robe, and could also see the long, slender neck revealed from the gold and red collar. Today's marquis was even more dazzling than usual. Not because of the preciousness of the clothes, but because the calm that only those who have long held high positions possess had slowly grown from the edges of his brows and the depths of his eyes. The Gu family had not yet repaid their debts. Outside, countless people were still waiting to see a joke. Yet standing before the ancestral tablets, he seemed as if today he was not marrying a goddess of wealth carrying a dowry of 300,000 taels of silver, but rather welcoming back the other master who was meant to share the mountains and rivers with him. Done. Gu Changsheng released his hand. Wan Tang did not immediately step back. She smoothed an almost invisible wrinkle on his belt, her movements very gentle. My lord, Miss Su is very beautiful. I know. Very capable. I know that too. Wan Tang bit her lip. Then, in the future, my lord, will you no longer need your servant? She asked very softly, so softly, it was almost drowned out by the joyous music outside the ancestral hall. Gu Changsheng looked at her. The young girl's eyelashes drooped her peach-red dress, making her skin appear even fairer. Her right hand had already had its bandages removed, leaving only a faint red scar on her palm. Gu Changsheng reached out and took that hand before him. He pressed his fingertip gently beside the scar. Does it hurt? Wan Tang shook her head. Those who stay the Gu family will always need. But the mistress. She is the lawful wife, and you are a member of the Gu family. Gu Changsheng said, if she doesn't even have that much tolerance, she is not worthy of writing that family pact with me. Wan Tang raised her eyes. A gleam of water light rippled gently in her gaze. She wanted to say something more, but outside the ancestral hall a string of urgent silver bells suddenly sounded. A maid from the Su family stopped at the door. My lord, the mistress invites you to the inner courtyard. Gu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. The auspicious hour has not yet come. The groom cannot see the bride. The maid's expression was subtle. The mistress said precisely because the auspicious hour has not yet come she invites you over. In the western side chamber of the inner courtyard red gauze and lantern shadows formed a warm small world. 12 floor-standing bronze mirrors surrounded the room. Candlelight before the mirrors stacked layer upon layer casting a person's shadow from 1 into 12 and from 12 into countless hazy red lights. Qingxue sat before the mirror. She had already changed into her wedding dress. That wedding dress was not the ordinary formal robe hastily prepared yesterday, but a treasure delivered overnight by the Zhou family's most renowned golden needle embroidery workshop. The large red cloud-patterned silk clung to her graceful figure, cascading from her slender shoulders. The lapels were embroidered with gold thread forming twin plum blossoms blending the fervor of a wedding gown with the coolness that belonged to her. A red gold soft belt cinched her waist tightly outlining the resilient slender waist of a grown woman to an almost breathtaking degree. Below the waistline the skirt spread in layers with a golden phoenix hidden among the pleats only spreading its wings when she walked. Two maids were tying the final sash for her. But Qingxue suddenly raised her hand. It's too tight. Miss, a wedding dress looks best when the waist is cinched. The maid tightened it another half-inch as she spoke. The silk ribbon constricted around her waist. Qingxue's breath caught slightly, and the fabric embroidered with gold plum blossoms on her chest rose and fell gently. When Changsheng entered, this was the scene he saw. The woman sat with her back to the door. Her long hair, not yet fully coiled, cascaded like a black waterfall over the red dress. The back of the large red collar was slightly open, revealing a small patch of snow-white nape, so delicate it seemed to melt the candlelight. Hearing his footsteps, she saw Changsheng in the bronze mirror. In the 12 mirrors, the man's figure in black and red was simultaneously reflected. Also reflected was her own form wrapped in red bridal attire. The tips of Qingxue's ears grew slightly warm. Everyone out. The two maids stopped. Miss, the sash is not yet tied. Out. Her tone remained cool. The maids dared not speak further and withdrew one after another. The door closed. A room of red light. A room of cold plum fragrance. And the sweet scent of honey from the burning wedding candles. Changsheng stood by the door, not approaching immediately. If the matchmaker finds out that the mistress summoned her husband before the wedding, she might say it's unlucky. Qingxue looked at him from the mirror. If you mind, you can leave now. Since I'm here. Changsheng walked slowly closer. His boots trod across the carpet strewn with petals without a sound. Until he stood behind her, their shadows completely overlapped in the mirror. What did you call me for? To tie the sash. Changsheng's gaze fell on her waist. The long red gold silk ribbon hung from the side of her skirt, one end resting on her lap, the other held in her hand. Does the Zhou family have no maids? They do. Then why me? Qingxue was silent for a moment. Too tight. She looked at him through the bronze mirror. They only know how to make it look good, not that I still have to check accounts, toast guests, and entertain visitors today. So, our marriage contract says I have the right to choose how I dress. Changsheng laughed. Using the family pact against me on the very first day. A family pact is made to be used. She handed the ribbon behind her. Her fingertips were pure white, the ribbon bright red. The two colors collided in the candlelight, creating a stunning beauty that made the heart beat faster. Changsheng took the ribbon. His knuckles brushed against her fingertips. Qingxue's fingers curled slightly, but she did not pull back too quickly. How loose? Just enough to breathe. Can my wife not breathe now? I can. Then it's already suitable. Qingxue's gaze cooled. Changsheng. Just teasing you. He bent down. His arms encircled her from both sides of her body. The red gold ribbon needed to be brought from behind to the front, so their distance was drawn extremely close. Changsheng's chest almost touched her flowing hair. The thick strands brushed against his jaw, and the cold plum fragrance suddenly became as intense as a jar of strong liquor hidden deep in the snowfields. Qingxue sat before the mirror. She could clearly see the man's hands emerging from her waist. Those hands did not directly touch her body, but only adjusted the overly tight sash bound by the maids through the soft silk dress. But the more the fabric separated them, the more ambiguous the sensation became. His knuckles slowly traced her waist. The silk dress rustled softly with the slight friction. Qingxue's waist unconsciously tightened, and her breathing was shallower than usual. Relax. Changsheng's voice was right behind her ear. The warmth of his breath brushed her ear. The small earlobe in the mirror quickly turned red. You're too close. The sash is here. Changsheng's fingertip gently hooked, loosening the knot that had been almost embedded in the fabric. If I were far away, how could I undo it? Qingxue did not answer. The constriction at her waist suddenly loosened. She instinctively took a breath. Her chest rose and fell noticeably, the gold plum patterns seeming to bloom slowly on the red cloud-patterned silk. Changsheng glanced at her from the mirror. His gaze lingered for a moment, then fell back to the ribbon. Like this. It can be loosened another half-inch. If I loosen it more, the sash will fall when you walk. It won't. Is my wife speaking from experience? My waist, I should know. Changsheng chuckled softly. Reasonable. He retied the knot.
One hand pressed the ribbon, the other passed from her front. When the back of his fingers brushed her waist, Su Qingxue's body visibly trembled slightly. Gu Changsheng paused. Does it hurt? No. Then, Su Qingxue met his eyes in the mirror. It tickles. That word fell from her lips, softer than any voice she had ever used in business negotiations. A flicker of depth passed through Gu Changsheng's eyes. Bear with it. He wrapped the ribbon around for the last loop. But he did not tie it immediately. The man's arms encircled her waist like an embrace, not yet fully tightened. Su Qingxue leaned back against his chest, separated only by a layer of long hair and thin fabric. From outside the window came the distant sound of Suona. The wedding music was fervent. Yet the room was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. Gu Changsheng lowered his head slightly. His lips were only a few inches from her ear. My wife is very beautiful today. Su Qingxue's eyelashes trembled. Was I not beautiful yesterday? Yesterday you were like snow. And today, like snow set ablaze. She was silent for a moment. In the mirror, the corners of the woman in red slowly curved into a faint arc. Have you said this to Shen Feiyan? No. What about Wan Tang? She is not my wife. What about other women in the future? Gu Changsheng tied the sash. But he did not immediately step back. His palm rested on her waist, over the wedding dress, warmth seeping through little by little. Matters of the future, we'll talk about them then. That's evasive. Today is your wedding. He looked into her eyes in the mirror. All the good words today, I speak only to you. Su Qingxue's gaze was originally calm. Yet at that moment it was as if wind had passed through a frozen lake. The ripples were very shallow, but they lingered long, refusing to fade. She suddenly raised her hand and grasped Gu Changsheng's hand resting on her waist. One more thing. Speak. Zhou Ziong has already arrived. He brought a golden bowl. I guessed that. He also brought 8 salt merchants from Luqian. Gu Changsheng's brow twitched slightly. Su Qingxue took a small, blue-covered account book only palm-sized from a hidden compartment of the dressing table. Last night, I used the inspection seal to check the Su family salt transactions in Luqian over the past 5 years. I discovered that starting 3 years ago, every month a batch of official salt marked as wastage was transferred from the Zhou family dock to the old river channel in the south of the city. The quantities were not large. Each batch was between 200 and 300 dan. Looking at any single entry, it seemed like normal water loss, rain damage, or warehouse depletion. Gu Changsheng took the account book. What is the total, 14,700 dan. Value. At the official price, over 40,000 taels. If sold on the black market, it could fetch over 70,000 taels. The evidence is complete. In the Su family accounts, only the pseudonym of the recipient appears. What pseudonym? Old guest of mountains and rivers. A chill flashed in Gu Changsheng's eyes. Gushana. That was his father's name. The Zhou family had not only embezzled official salt, but also deliberately used Gushana's name as the code for the false accounts. Once the matter was exposed, they could shift the blame onto the deceased Jinbei Marquis. There's more. Su Qingxue handed him another thin slip of paper. I had someone look into the old accounts of the salt warehouse in the south of the city. Your salt warehouse was abandoned 7 years ago, yet since 3 years ago the government has still been allocating funds annually to the warehouse for moisture prevention, rat extermination, and river maintenance. The recipient seal bears the Gu family warehouse mark, but the seal impression is complete. Gu Changsheng examined the rubbing. No gaps. Identical to the private seal on the forged mortgage deed from the first day. The same group of people. I think so too. Su Qingxue said the Zhou family possesses a set of old Gu family seals. Gu Changsheng closed the ledger. So today Zhou Ziong isn't merely here to humiliate me. He wants to provoke you. Make you lose your composure publicly, preferably by striking someone. And then, plant the official salt ledgers in the salt warehouse, then have the authorities search it. Su Qingxue turned around. They had been standing quite close to begin with. With her turn, she nearly fell into Gu Changsheng's embrace. Her red skirt fanned out before the mirror. She raised her face. Her forehead was barely inches from his jawline. If anything happens today, everyone will say you were humiliated at your wedding, flew into a rage, and stole and sold official salt to raise money for debts. The Gu family's last shred of honor will be ruined at the wedding feast. Gu Changsheng looked at her. Madam has already seen through this. Why did you still let him in? Because you told me last night. Su Qingxue's hand remained resting on his wrist. Only when the enemy stakes their last silver do we flip the table. I wanted to see. Her eyes shone with startling brightness. How you plan to turn the tables? Gu Changsheng looked down. The woman's makeup today was more striking than usual. A golden plum blossom ornament between her brows, her lips stained with delicate crimson. Those lips were naturally beautiful, but now under the red candlelight they appeared even softer and fuller. He stared too long. Su Qingxue finally noticed. What are you looking at? Inspecting the merchandise. Her eyes darkened with mild annoyance. Gu Changsheng. Madam said yesterday she would inspect me. He replied, today it's my turn. And what did you find? The wedding dress is genuine. Gu Changsheng's gaze slowly lifted, meeting hers. And the person came willingly. Su Qingxue's breath caught slightly. She didn't step back.
Instead, she stepped forward half a pace. Their garments brushed against each other. The cold plum fragrance and deep sandalwood scent intertwined once more. Is that all you're inspecting? The auspicious hour approaches. So, the rest. Gu Changsheng's voice dropped lower. We'll save for tonight. Crimson spread from Su Qingxue's ear tips all the way down her neck. She looked at him. In her clear, cold eyes there was no shy avoidance. Instead, something sharper emerged, as if stirred awake. The Marquis had best win today's game first. Otherwise tonight you're sleeping in the study. Gu Changsheng smiled. The study roof leaks. Perfect. The Marquis can stay alert. Outside, the matron cried out. The newlyweds enter the ceremony. Su Qingxue reached up and took the red veil. But Gu Changsheng took it first. The red gauze was light and thin. He unfurled it and gently placed it over her phoenix crown. Before the veil settled, Su Qingxue gave him one last look. That glance passed through flickering candlelight. There was scrutiny, anticipation, and a warmth only the two of them could understand. The red gauze fell. It concealed her features, hiding that snow-burning beauty beneath a veil of hazy color. Gu Changsheng held out his hand to her. From beneath the veil a fair white hand emerged slowly, their fingers interlaced. Let us go, he said. Madam. The main courtyard of the Marquis residence had 60 tables arranged. No precious rosewood tables, no delicacies worth 1,000 gold. The tables and chairs came from over a dozen inns in Lu City pieced together. Some lacquered red, others dark as ink, and two with legs of uneven length propped up on folded red paper. Yet the entire courtyard buzzed with energy like a boiling river. The finest musicians from Jinyu Lu filled the eastern corridor. Pipa Chong flute, bronze bells, and long zither played in unison, their melodies shifting from spring waters encircling the city to warhorses treading on snow. Shen Feiyan sat at the right side of the main table. She wore even more vivid colors today than the night before. A scarlet wide-sleeved gown with sheer fabric across her chest draping over a golden pearl necklace, her black hair swept high and adorned with a nine-tailed golden phoenix hairpin. On that face, stunning to the point of being almost too much, a smile never left her lips as she swirled her wine cup. Seeing Gu Changsheng lead Su Qingxue into the courtyard, the corners of her eyes lifted slightly. The groom truly looks like a marquis today. Her voice was low, yet Su Qingxue happened to hear it. Beneath the veil, the hand held by Gu Changsheng tightened slightly. Gu Changsheng glanced sideways. Nervous? No. Then why are you pinching me? Reminding you to watch where you're going. The path is ahead. Some people's eyes aren't looking forward. Gu Changsheng turned toward Shen Feiyan. She rested the rim of her cup against her crimson lips, smiling with layered meaning. Madam speaks truly. He turned his gaze away. I won't look anymore. Only then did Su Qingxue's palm relax slightly. The master of ceremonies cried out the rituals. First bow, to heaven and earth. They stood side by side. Light from beyond the courtyard filtered through the clouds, landing perfectly upon the red silk. Gu Changsheng and Su Qingxue bent in unison, their wide sleeves overlapping on the ground like the meeting of dark night and dawn at the world's edge. Second bow, to the ancestors. They turned toward the ancestral hall. Gu Zhong had already brought the spirit tablets of Gu family members who died in battle to the main hall. 4 blood-stained wooden tablets lay at the forefront. Su Qingxue saw those names through the red gauze. She did not treat the rites with less reverence because of the Gu family's decline. In fact, she bowed deeper than the first bow. This bow was not only for marrying Gu Changsheng. It was also acceptance of the old wounds, blood debts, and unfinished glory of this marquis estate. Third bow, husband and wife to each other. They turned to face one another. Through the red veil, Gu Changsheng could only see her faint silhouette. But as he bowed, he could still catch that familiar scent of cold plum. Su Qingxue could feel the man's breath falling against the outside of the veil. Both bent forward. Their foreheads nearly touched through the red gauze. Just as the matron was about to cry out the completion of the ritual, a completely untimely laugh echoed from outside the gate. Wait! The music stopped. Guests turned around in surprise. Zhou strode into the courtyard with 8 salt merchants at his side. He was in his mid-20s, dressed in a dark purple brocade robe with a translucent jade pendant hanging at his waist, his face wearing the ingrained arrogance of a young master from a noble house. Behind him, 4 servants carried a gleaming golden bowl. The bowl was as large as a face basin, entirely gilded. The rim was inlaid with a circle of white jade, and on the bowl's belly were carved 4 characters so jarring they seemed to scream. The soft rice feeds long. The entire courtyard fell deathly silent. The next instant, laughter erupted from the Zhou family's seating area. Zhou unfolded his folding fan. On the occasion of Lord Gu's wedding, how could the Zhou family fail to send a gift? I heard the Marquis' family is impoverished, even having to buy banquet provisions on credit. Yet he has such fortune. He married the goddess of wealth from Jiangnan, so from now on he need never worry about food or clothing. He pointed to the golden bowl. This bowl is crafted from 10 caddies of pure gold worth 3,000 taels. Perfect for the Marquis to serve his meals in days to come. I hope the Marquis does not disdain it. The guests exchanged glances. Some looked down, others frowned, and some adopted the attitude of spectators waiting for Gu Changsheng to fly into a rage. Beneath the veil, Su Qingxue's gaze turned ice-cold. She was about to raise her hand and lift the red gauze when Gu Changsheng gently pinched her fingertip. The pressure was slight, yet it made her stop. "Madam," his voice was meant only for her. "The ceremony is not yet complete." Su Qingxue fell silent for a moment. Slowly she lowered her hand. Gu Changsheng raised his eyes to look at Zhou Ziyang. Young Master Zhou is most thoughtful. Zhou Ziyang, thinking he dared not retaliate, grew even more smug. "I am glad the Marquis approves. However, this bowl is quite large." Gu Changsheng said, "I cannot finish it alone. The Marquis could share it with Miss Su." Zhou Ziyang glanced at the bride shrouded in red gauze. After all, the Marquis residence spends Miss Su's money, eats Miss Su's grain, and even this wedding attire was likely purchased by Miss Su. Husband and wife are one entity. Whoever eats whose food makes no difference. Someone couldn't suppress their laughter. Shen Feiyan leaned back in her chair, but the smile in her eyes gradually faded. She enjoyed teasing Gu Changsheng. That didn't mean others could trample upon a woman's dignity in choosing her own marriage right before her eyes. Beneath the veil, Su Qingxue's crimson lips pressed into a thin line. Gu Changsheng, however, remained calm. "Young Master Zhou speaks truly." Zhou Ziyang was taken aback. "Husband and wife are one entity." Gu Changsheng took the crossed cup wine from a servant's tray. "Therefore, Madam's money belongs to her. My debts belong to me. That she is willing to manage them together with me is a matter of wifely devotion. If I were to treat her dowry as something owed to me, I would be unworthy of being her husband." Zhou Ziyang sneered. "Pretty words, but where did the Marquis residents get today's food and drinks?" "On credit." The entire courtyard erupted in shock. Gu Changsheng showed no shame whatsoever. The tables and chairs were bought on credit. The lanterns and candles were bought on credit. The wine and food were also bought on credit. He surveyed the crowd. "Every transaction is recorded in the ledger to be settled with a 10% premium in 7 days. Owing debt is not shameful. Refusing to acknowledge it is what brings shame." Zhou Ziyang closed his fan. "Since the Marquis has such backbone, why not return the 30,000 taels from Miss Su?" "Why should I return her money?" "Because it's proof you're living off a woman." Zhou Ziyang's voice suddenly rose. "Who in Lu City doesn't know the Gu family now has nothing but a crumbling mansion?" Gu Changsheng. "Without Su Qingxue in 3 days you'd be kicked out of this Marquis residence like a dog." The old retainers of the Gu family changed color. 2 veteran soldiers even gripped their sword hilts. Gu Changsheng only smiled. "Young Master Zhou has spoken for so long. Are you thirsty?" "What? Today is a joyous banquet." Gu Changsheng held out a cup of wine toward him. "Have a drink." Zhou Ziyang stared at the wine cup. Does the Marquis intend to poison the wine? If the Zhou family dares not even drink a cup of wedding wine, Gu Changsheng said, then don't call yourselves the foremost wealthy family in Lu City henceforth. The provocation was so obvious. Zhou Ziyang could not afford to refuse. All the guests in the courtyard were watching. If he shrank back, all the humiliation from earlier would become a mockery. "I'll drink it." Zhou Ziyang took the wine cup. He tilted his head and drained it in one gulp, then set the empty cup down hard on the tray. "I've drunk the wine. The golden bowl has also been presented. Shouldn't the Marquis accept it now?" "Naturally." Gu Changsheng looked toward the 4 servants carrying the bowl. "Set it down." The golden bowl was placed in the courtyard. Sunlight fell upon the rim, reflecting blinding golden light. Gu Changsheng walked to the bowl. He reached out and swept his fingertip across the bottom. On his fingertip a layer of extremely fine white powder had collected. "Young Master Zhou, where was this bowl crafted?" Zhou Ziyang frowned. "The Zhou family goldsmith workshop. After it was made, where was it stored? Naturally, in the Zhou family warehouse." "Which warehouse?" A hint of impatience flickered in Zhou Ziyang's eyes. "It's merely a gift. Why is the Marquis asking such detailed questions?" Gu Changsheng brought his fingertip to his nose. He inhaled gently. "Because this isn't gold dust." He raised his hand. "It's salt." All 8 salt merchants' expressions changed simultaneously. Zhou Ziyang sneered. "What's remarkable about a golden bowl touched by salt? Perhaps a servant bumped into it while carrying it. Ordinary salt would not be remarkable." Gu Changsheng said, "But this is premium fine salt produced from Qingxue salt fields. It's exclusively supplied to border troops and government offices. All official salt in Lu City must be registered with the Salt Transport Commission and stored sealed in the Eastern Official Warehouse." "Why would the Zhou family warehouse have it?" Zhou Ziyang's eye twitched. "Gu Changsheng, stop your witchcraft. With a bit of salt powder you think you can slander the Zhou family for hoarding official salt. That's not enough, of course." Su Qingxue's voice suddenly rang out. She personally lifted the red veil. The crimson gauze slipped away. For a moment it seemed as though all the lanterns in the courtyard dimmed. The woman in the scarlet wedding dress slowly raised her eyes. The golden bead chains hanging from her phoenix crown swayed gently against her cheeks. Her face, usually as cold as ice and snow, was painted with wedding makeup that gave it an indescribable radiance. The plum blossom ornament between her brows burned like fire, yet the chill in her eyes ran deeper than any winter night. The surrounding guests were spellbound. Zhou Ziong also forgot his words for a moment. Su Qingxue walked to stand beside Gu Changsheng. Their sleeves overlapped once more. The salt powder only proves the golden bowl came into contact with official salt. She raised her hand. A female attendant immediately presented a blue-covered ledger. This ledger alone can prove where the Zhou family hid the official salt. Zhou Ziong's expression shifted slightly. Su Qingxue, today is your wedding banquet. You think a fake ledger will help your husband save face? Whether it's a fake ledger or not, let the 8 salt merchants examine it together. Su Qingxue placed the ledger on the table. She did not let Gu Changsheng explain on her behalf. Instead, she personally turned to the first page. In the 3rd month of the 3rd year of Yongning, 240 shi of Qingya fine salt, with 32 shi recorded on the account as water damage. In the 4th month of the 3rd year of Yongning, month Qingya fine salt, 300 shi with rain D as 40. May losses of 27 shi due to mice. June losses of 35 shi due to ship damage. She reads it line by line. Her voice is cold. Each number falls like a blade on the bluestone slabs. For 3 consecutive years. Every month, there are 20 to 50 shi of official salt that vanish under the pretext of water damage, rain damage, rodent damage, and ship damage. In total, 14,700 shi. All goods, when transferred by the Su family small boats, incur an additional night voyage fee. The payee is named Shan Hejuk. Gu family veterans heard those 4 characters, their faces turning pale. Gu Zhong's cane struck the ground heavily. Shameless. The marquis died in the north, and the Zhou family dares to use his name for a black ledger. Guests stirred. 8 salt merchants exchanged glances. One of them was already sweating. Zhou Ziong shouted, "What can a single Su family ledger prove? You Su family will do anything to help Gu Changsheng." The Su family ledger is indeed not enough. Gu Changsheng said, "So there are also the Gu salt warehouse maintenance ledgers." Uncle Chun carried another ledger and walked out. The South City salt warehouse has lain waste for 7 years. Yet in the past 3 years, Lu City Yamen still allocated 800 taels for moisture defense, 500 taels for river maintenance, and 300 taels for vermin control each year. All funds are drawn under the Gu family warehouse seal. But the Gu family warehouse seal has been damaged 7 years ago. The true imprint bears a crack in the lower left corner. Gu Changsheng drew 2 rubbings from his sleeve, one from a forged mortgage deed, the other from a salt warehouse maintenance document. The 2 seals were identical, perfect and intact. The person who forged my mortgage deed, and the one who looted the salt warehouse maintenance silver and embezzled official salt. They used the same set of counterfeit seals. He looked at Zhou Ziong. Yesterday, the Zhou family steward came with a forged deed to force the door. Today, the Zhou family young master arrives bearing a gold bowl smeared with official salt. Young Master Zhou, are you here because you fear I cannot find evidence? All the guests in the courtyard fixed their eyes on that gold bowl. That object which moments ago symbolized humiliation, now under the sun emitted not noble gold, but the look of damning evidence. An incriminating vessel full of stolen goods. Zhou Ziong's face flushed, then turned pale. You have conspired to frame the Zhou family. He suddenly glared at the 8 salt merchants. Speak up. When did the Zhou family privately possess official salt? The salt merchants dared not speak. They were not all involved in salt theft, yet at least 3 had at night accepted low-price salt of unknown origin. Shen Feiyan suddenly smiled. Young Master Zhou. She raised her cup and looked at the gold bowl. Having run a pawn shop for many years, I have one rule: I do not accept goods handed to me. Today this bowl the Marquis, Gu, may not be able to bear. Zhou Ziong's forehead veins bulged. Shen Feiyan, this matter has nothing to do with you. How can it be nothing to do with you? Shen Feiyan tapped her red lips with the rim of her cup. I extended credit for all today's wine. If the groom is slandered for stealing salt, who will pay for the wedding feast? A hushed laugh ran through the guests. Zhou Ziong looked at Zhou Wanshan. Wanshan sat in his seat, his face dark as water. He knew today there could be no more contention. The ledgers might not be enough to convict directly. But once the authorities intervened, the East City official warehouse, the Zhou family wharf, and the salt merchant storerooms would inevitably be examined. The Zhou family would be the one who cannot bear the inquiry. Ziong. Zhou Wanshan finally spoke. Step back. Father, I order you to step back. Zhou Ziong's chest rose and fell violently. He looked at Gu Changsheng, at Su Qingxue, and at the gold bowl he had crafted himself, originally intended to ruin the Gu family's reputation. Now the deepest humiliation falls upon him. Gu Changsheng. He grit his teeth. A single ledger, a pinch of salt, cannot indict the Zhou family. Indeed. Gu Changsheng nodded. So I did not arrest you. Then what do you want, eh? Today is the wedding. No blood will be shed. Gu Changsheng said, this gold bowl, since you brought it, I will accept it. Zhou Ziong's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Gu Changsheng raised his hand. An elder of the Gu clan stepped forward. Take the bowl to the yamen. Tell the city guard this is a wedding gift personally delivered by the Zhou family's young master to the Marquis residence. The bowl's base bears official salt. Please have the yamen seal it for inspection. Additionally, 3 copies of each ledger should be made. 1 copy to the salt transport office. One copy to the Frontier Army's grain supervisor. Another copy to the Imperial Censorate in the capital. Zhou Wanshan's fingers suddenly tightened. If this were only in Liuqing, he might find a way to conceal it. But sending to 3 offices would force anyone trying to suppress it to risk being exposed by the other 2. Marquis Gu. Zhou Wanshan stood. Today is your wedding, oh why make it so ugly? Gu Changsheng smiled. When the Zhou family sent the golden bowl, didn't they think it beautiful? Zhou Wanshan's face twitched. There may be a misunderstanding. Only after inquiry will we know whether there is a misunderstanding. The Zhou family is willing to make amends. With what will you compensate? Zhou Wanshan was silent for a moment. The river maintenance fees for the South City Salt Warehouse for the next 3 years will be borne by the Zhou family. That sum is indeed the Zhou family's stolen silver, Su Qingxue said softly. Zhou Wanshan looked at her. Additionally 5,000 taels to repair the warehouse. Gasps ran through the hall. The Zhou family had not confessed, yet they offered 5,000 taels. It was almost equivalent to admitting the accounts were in question. Gu Changsheng shook his head. Not enough. Zhou Wanshan's face cooled. Marquis Gu, do not be greed-driven. I do not want the Zhou family's money. Then what do you want, eh? Gu Changsheng pointed at the 8 salt merchants present. From today the Zhou family shall not block any merchants from using the South City Old River Channel. Must not block Gu family salt warehouses supply. Must not under the banner of docks boatmen or guilds raise fees for merchants who cooperate with the Gu family. This agreement lasts 3 months. Zhou Wanshan's face changed completely. 5,000 taels is only money. Opening the Old River Channel is tearing a hole in the Zhou family's monopoly over the trade route. Should the Gu family salt warehouse truly recover through this, the small merchants investing in that trade route will only increase. After 3 months, who can guarantee the Zhou family can seal it again? You dream. Zhou Xiang roared. Gu Changsheng did not look at him, only at Zhou Wanshan. The Zhou family head can choose not to agree. Then the gold bowl and the ledgers shall be sent to the yamen. Wait. An aged voice rose from the guest seats. The Liuqing Chamber of Commerce president stood slowly. Master Zhou. If the official salt case is investigated, all Liuqing salt merchants will have to suspend operations to prove themselves. This would affect the entire city. What Marquis Gu seeks is only 3 months of fair commerce. Not excessive. Other shopkeepers also spoke up. Indeed, the Old River Channel is public property. The Zhou family has no reason to block it. Merchants should be free to choose which dock to use. One voice after another. Those who yesterday would not lend the Gu family a single tael, now stand behind Gu Changsheng. Not out of loyalty, but because they see profit. They notice the fissures in Zhou's monopoly, and they also see that Gu Changsheng and Su Qingxue uniting provides a chance to contend with the Zhou family. Su Qingxue stood by Gu Changsheng's side. She did not seize his decision-making authority. Yet as merchants spoke, her gaze swept across their faces, and she noted in her heart the names of those who took sides first, those who spoke last, and those who remained silent. A couple, one in the light, one in the shadows. Before stepping into the bridal chamber, they had forged a shared plan to steer the game. Zhou Wanshan watched those shopkeepers. Seeing the tide had shifted, he forced out a word between his teeth. 3 months. Seal it. Gu Changsheng said. Zhou Wanshan fixed his gaze. Marquis, today is your wedding, must we discuss business too? Precisely because of today's wedding. Gu Changsheng held Su Qingxue's hand. What she brings to the Gu family is not a soft life, but a path that will feed merchants across the city. Su Qingxue turned her head aside. His hand held hers tightly. It was not the intimate testing from the inner chamber earlier, rather in full view of all he acknowledged her abilities and worth. The veil was raised. The phoenix crown and pearl curtains drift by her face. In those usually cool eyes a warmth at last became visible. Zhou Wanshan was forced to place his seal on the contract. 8 salt merchants stood as witnesses. The Chamber of Commerce president also set his seal. Once the contract was sealed, Gu Changsheng would hand it to Su Qingxue. Madam, keep it safe. Su Qingxue accepted the contract. Is this the wedding gift my husband gave me? Too plain. Its value is more than 300,000 taels. She tucked the contract close to her chest beneath her red collar, the pages slipping into the inner folds near her heart. Her movements were poised, but as her robes shifted, a slender line of snow-white skin at her neck was revealed. Gu Changsheng's gaze paused for a moment. Su Qingxue sensed it at once. She lifted her gaze to him. Beautiful, isn't it? Her voice was very soft, audible only to the two of them. Gu Changsheng did not look away. Beautiful. Have you had enough? Not yet. Su Qingxue's ears reddened while her fingers hidden beneath the wide sleeves lightly pinched his hand. My lord. Yes. We'll settle the accounts again tonight. Gu Changsheng tightened his grip on her fingers. With an abacus. Let's see how you perform. She tried to pull her hand away, but he held it even tighter. Their sleeves were wide. No one noticed how their fingers entwined in silence beneath the tangle of red and black. The master of ceremonies finally found his voice. Husband and wife bowed to each other. The ceremony is complete. Joy renewed across the hall. Red paper and gold foil drifted from the eaves. Gu family veterans cheered loudly. The Su family guards bowed in salute. Shen Feiyan raised her cup, gazing toward Changsheng through the fluttering gold and crimson fragments. Her smile remained bewitching, but as her gaze swept across the couple's closely pressed sleeves, a trace of complexity appeared in her eyes. Zhou Xiang's face turned ashen, ready to depart with his father. Changsheng suddenly spoke. "Young Master Zhou." Zhou Xiang halted. "What else?" "The wedding feast hasn't finished yet. I've already drunk. That cup was yours." Changsheng took a fresh cup from the tray and filled it. "This cup is for you." Changsheng raised his cup. Zhou Xiang asked coldly, "To what?" "To the gold bowl you sent." Changsheng raised his cup. Without it, today's official salt case might not have unfolded so neatly. Laughter erupted through the courtyard. Zhou Xiang's face flushed with anger. Changsheng, don't be arrogant. The 3-day wager isn't over yet. What you're fighting for is merely 3 months of river channel access. The Gu family still owes 8,700 taels. If you cannot produce the money by tomorrow, this house will still belong to the Zhou family. Changsheng's cup rested at his lips. "Tomorrow?" Zhou Xiang sneered. "Indeed. Do you think that after the wedding debts will not need to be repaid?" "Of course they will." Changsheng tilted his head and drained the cup. The wine was sharp, burning as it slid down his throat. He set the empty cup back on the tray. But before paying the debt, Changsheng turned to face the guests. "I still have another cup of wine to offer to everyone." Wan Tang immediately refilled. Changsheng raised his cup as the sun pierced the clouds, a golden light pouring into the wine. The clear wine resembled a miniature burning sun. The guests grew quiet. "This cup," Changsheng said, "is for those who did not cast Gu family into the well when it was in distress yesterday." Some people's expressions flickered. "To today's marquee wedding, to those willing to step through this door." The crowd raised their cups. "And to those who wait to see the Gu family joke." Changsheng's gaze swept past Zhou beyond the Zhou family seats and beyond all the grandeurs who once watched from the marquee's gate with cold eyes. "Because you are all here. Today's Gu family celebration. Thus it is all the more interesting." His lips curled slightly. "The wine is poured to the brim. Who else dares teach this marquee how to eat? Stand up." The hall fell silent. 60 tables of guests, not a single soul dared to move first. Only in the courtyard, where the wind moved a sea of lanterns, 1,000 coins clinked against one another. Ding ding, ding ding. It seemed the whole of Liuqing's wealth bowed its head to this cup. "Who else wishes to teach me, the marquis, how to eat? Step forward." As those words fell, the wine in Changsheng's hand was exactly drained. The cup bottom faced the sky. Not a single drop remained. 60 tables of wedding feast, over 1,000 red lanterns, the courtyard full of splendidly dressed guests. Yet no one uttered a sound. The music that had been as tumultuous as a tide just moments ago had ceased without notice. The pipa strings still trembled in residual vibration. A silver-white string trembled gently under the musician's finger, emitting a nearly inaudible hum, like a sword pressed into its sheath. The blade not yet drawn, yet its chill had already swept across the entire hall of guests. Evening light poured through the cracks in the clouds. Changsheng stood amidst a shower of gold foil and red paper, the hem of his black-crimson ceremonial robe lightly lifted by the wind. The empty wine cup hung casually in his fingers, its rim reflecting a cold gleam. Beside him, Qingxue still wore her phoenix coronet. Her crimson wedding gown spread over half a stone step, golden plum blossoms blooming along her slender waist. She still clutched the river channel contract, freshly stamped with red ink, the vermilion on her fingertip unfaded, as red as a drop of blood taken from the heart. A man and a woman. One challenged the hall with wine. One held the trade routes with accounts. All the mockery golden bowls, forged seals, and threats aimed at the marquis's residence just moments ago seemed trampled beneath their overlapping robes. No one stepped forward, because the one who dared to step forward had already turned the golden bowl sent by the young master of the Zhou family into the first piece of evidence in the official salt case. And because they only now truly saw, the Gu family was poor, but they had not knelt. Changsheng was in debt, but he was not a corpse to be carved up by others. "Well said. Who will teach me to eat?" Shen Feiyan suddenly clapped her hands. The crisp applause rose from the main table, breaking the stagnation in the courtyard. She lounged sideways in her chair, her crimson dress like a pool of rich wine cascading from her slender waist to the seat. The white jade cup in her hand tilted slightly, the wine trembling along the rim, casting a line of shimmering light. "The wine the Marquis drinks today is stronger than the pear blossom brew I've kept in the golden jade pavilion for 20 years. She raised her cup. Her peach blossom eyes held a smile passing through the hall's lights to land on Changsheng. "I toast you." Changsheng gestured for Wan Tang to pour more wine. The clear cold liquor streamed from the silver pot. The fragrance of wine spread. Before he could lift the cup, a slender fair hand reached out from the side. Qingxue grasped the bottom of the cup. "Madame Shen said that I should toast together with my husband." Her voice was cool, with not a trace of jealousy. At least it sounded that way. Changsheng glanced sideways. Qingxue did not look at him. Her gaze was fixed on Shen Feiyan's face, as resplendent as a peony. She held the lower half of the cup, while Changsheng's hand covered the upper part. Their knuckles thus touched faintly on either side of the cup's wall. One cold, one warm, separated by the thin white jade. Su Qingshue's finger moved very slightly. It was not a retreat. Instead, it silently slipped between his two fingers. The wide red sleeve fell, covering the intertwined hands beneath the cup. Shen Feiyan's sharp eyes saw it clearly. The smile on her lips grew even richer. Sister Su guards him so tightly. Are you afraid I'll get the Marquis drunk, or afraid he'll stumble into the wrong bridal chamber after drinking? Su Qingxue lifted her eyes. The Marquis's residence is not large. If my husband cannot even find the bridal chamber, it means he has drunk too much. Then what punishment does sister have in mind for him? Madame Shen seems quite concerned about the affairs of our marital chamber. Su Qingxue held the cup and stepped forward half a step together with Gu Changsheng. The pearl chains on her phoenix coronet swayed, lightly casting specks of gold light on her pale face. Could it be that the Golden Jade Pavilion's business has become so slow that you need to inquire about other people's bridal chambers? The guests at the table suppressed their laughter. Shen Feiyan, however, was not annoyed. She was born with a striking beauty, and when she smiled, her charm was even more bewitching. Other people's bridal chambers naturally do not concern me. Those peach blossom eyes slowly traced a circle from Gu Changsheng's Adam's apple to his collar. But a man like the Marquis, if sister locks him up in the red curtains and never lets him out, how many women in Luqing would be heartbroken? Gu Changsheng was about to speak when a sudden pain shot through his fingers under the cup. Su Qingshue's fingernail gently pinched the side of his finger. The force was not heavy, but the warning was unmistakable. Gu Changsheng's expression remained unchanged. Madam, what is it? The wine is about to spill. Su Qingxue finally lowered her head. The cup they both held was indeed slightly tilted, the wine already reaching the rim and trickling down Gu Changsheng's finger in a thin line. She instinctively loosened her grip a little, but Gu Changsheng instead turned his hand and clasped her fingertips. Since we agreed to toast together, he said in a low voice, Madam cannot let go midway. His warm fingertip pressed against the back of her hand. In front of the entire hall, the gesture was not improper. Only Su Qingxue knew that his thumb was slowly stroking along her finger bones, as if soothing a cat that had bared its claws but refused to admit it was jealous. The tips of her ears grew warm, yet she maintained her icy, dignified facade. I did not let go. That's good. The two raised their cups simultaneously. To Madame Shen. Shen Feiyan looked at their intertwined hands and suddenly regretted why she had reminded Su Qingxue to toast together just now. She tilted her head and drank. The wine moistened her red lips. Her tongue lightly curled, drawing that glistening drop into her mouth. Good wine. Shen Feiyan set down the cup. Pity it's a bit sour. Su Qingxue said calmly, Pear Blossom Brew is naturally slightly sour. Is that so? Shen Feiyan looked at Gu Changsheng. I thought it was because the Marquis's residence opened too many vinegar jars today. Su Qingxue ignored her, but as she turned, her hand hidden under the sleeve still did not let go of Gu Changsheng. Only when they returned to the main seat did she withdraw her fingers. Her palm from jointly holding the cup was stained with a thin layer of wine. After Gu Changsheng sat down, he suddenly picked up the brocade handkerchief on the table. Hand. What? It's wet. Su Qingxue glanced at the guests around the table. I'll do it myself. Today you are the bride. Gu Changsheng said, sit still. He grasped her wrist. The crimson sleeve slipped 2 inches down her forearm, revealing a patch of skin, so white it was almost dazzling. The silver bracelet on her wrist looked even more exquisite against the red dress, as if a gentle grip would leave a mark. Gu Changsheng lowered his head and wiped the wine from between her fingers inch by inch with the handkerchief. His movements were not fast. As the corner of the handkerchief slid through her fingers, Su Qingshue's fingertip involuntarily curled. The surrounding guests were still talking. The music also resumed, but in her eyes those sounds seemed muffled by a layer of water. Only the man's lowered brows and eyes remained, along with the incredibly light sensation of the handkerchief brushing against her skin. Gu Changsheng. Her voice was very low. Did you do it on purpose? You spilled the wine. I mean, in front of so many people. Gu Changsheng wiped her last finger clean, then looked up at her. Is there a problem with taking care of my own wife in front of everyone? Su Qingxue wanted to say no, but that overly natural intimacy was more overwhelming than any deliberate flirtation. She withdrew her hand. The wide sleeve fell, hiding the lingering warmth at her wrist. No problem. She picked up the teacup and took a sip as if nothing had happened. Only when the tea entered her mouth did she realize that the cup had gone cold. After the official salt matter was exposed, the Zhou family had no face to stay long. When Zhou Wanshan led Zhou Xiang away from the feast, scarcely any of the 60 tables of guests rose to see them off. The once thronged first noble family of Liuqing, when they walked out of the Marquis's residence today, their backs seemed for the first time somewhat lonely. The merchants who had originally attached themselves to the Zhou family did not immediately shift their allegiance to the Gu family. But they began to hesitate. They began to watch and wait. For a powerful clan that had operated for decades, the most dangerous thing was never a single loss. It was that others began to believe that it was not invincible forever. After the Zhou family's seats were vacated, the atmosphere of the banquet actually grew livelier. The guild shopkeepers came one after another to offer toasts. Some probed when the old river channel would be reopened. Some inquired whether the salt warehouse would really be renovated. Others hinted that they had a batch of cloth stranded outside the city due to the Zhou family's dock fee hikes. Qingxue did not accept everyone indiscriminately. She only had the female official record the names, goods, quantities, and the risks they were willing to bear. Before the goods enter the salt warehouse, the original owner bears the risk. After entering the warehouse, the Gu family assumes responsibility for safekeeping. If unified distribution is needed, take a 10 commission. For rental of storage space, only charge by the day. For those wishing to use the old river channel in the south of the city, ships must undergo inspection. Items of unknown origin will not be accepted. Rules came out of her mouth one by one, without any hesitation. And she did not make empty promises just because it was her wedding day. One shopkeeper tried to use a wedding gift to exchange for lower fees. Qingxue did not even look at the gift list. Business should be calculated as business. Wedding gifts are personal favors. If they are mixed together, the accounts will become a mess. The man's face showed embarrassment. Changsheng, however, raised his cup and smiled. My wife is right. The Gu family is short of money today. That's why we need to be even more clear about the accounts. This short sentence made the guests' contempt for the Marquis' residence fade a little more. Poor but not chaotic. Urgent but not greedy. Only such a family could rise again from the mire. After 3 rounds of wine, a steady and heavy sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the courtyard. It was not the guards. The footsteps carried the rhythm unique to military men. Zhou was the first to lift his head. 2 veteran soldiers also set down their wine bowls and looked toward the main gate. Outside the gate stood a group of people in shabby clothes. Some had missing arms. Some were lame. Some bore knife scars on their faces. There were also a few women holding young children by the hand, carrying eggs, cloth, shoes, cured meat, and several jars of murky rice wine. They had no festive clothes, nor any valuable gifts. The one-armed old man at the very front even wore an old military coat whose color had been washed away beyond recognition. He stood outside the threshold. He looked at the sea of red lanterns in the courtyard. He looked at Changsheng on the main seat. His lips trembled for a long time, but he did not step inside. Zhou, leaning on his crutch, almost staggered out to meet him. Old Zhou. The one-armed man's Adam's apple moved. Steward Gu, you're still alive. Alive. Old Zhou raised his remaining left arm. In that hand, he held a jar of wine. I haven't lived well, so I never dared to come back. Zhou's tears instantly fell. You old fool. You didn't come when the Marquis' residence was in the hardest times, but on such a joyous day, you know to show up with a lousy jar of wine. Old Zhou grinned. As he laughed, his eyes reddened. When the Marquis' residence fell on hard times, we wanted to come. But the Zhou family declared that anyone who helped the Gu family would be unable to make a living in Luqing. My own worthless life is not worth anything. But these brothers behind me have wives and children. Having said this, he slowly knelt down. The dozens of people behind him also knelt down together. I, Zhao Tieshan, formerly a centurion of the Xinjiang camp of the Jinbei army, lead the old subordinates of the Gu family and the families of fallen brothers, 47 households in total. Congratulations on the young Marquis' wedding. May the lady be well. May the Gu family's lineage never end. All sounds in the courtyard ceased. Changsheng looked at those kneeling outside the gate. Most of them were already disabled. The hands that once held blades in the northern frontier now held hose crutches and coarse ceramic wine jars. The wounds on their bodies were the Gu family's military merits. But their poverty over these years was also the debt left by the Gu family's decline. Rise. Changsheng spoke. Zhao Taishan did not move. I have sinned. What sin? After the incident at the Marquis' residence, we failed to protect the young Marquis. You are soldiers of the Gu family, not slaves of the Gu family. Changsheng walked down the stone steps. Having fought for the Gu family on the battlefield, you owe the Gu family nothing. On the contrary, he stopped in front of Zhao Taishan and personally helped the old man up. It is the Gu family that owes you. Zhao Taishan trembled all over. Marquis. Changsheng turned around. Uncle Gu, your old servant is here. Open the east side banquet. Replace all the tables originally set for the Zhou family with those for the old subordinates and military families. The guests in the courtyard had subtle expressions. The Zhou family had originally sat at the VIP seats with the finest food and wine on the tables. Now Changsheng had unhesitatingly given that area to a group of shabbily dressed disabled soldiers. A guild shopkeeper couldn't help but say, Marquis, those are the seats of honor. I know. It would be against protocol for military households and women and children to sit in the seats of honor. Changsheng turned his head. The rules of the Marquis' residence. Whoever has shed blood for the Gu family. Whoever dares shall take the seat of honor. The innkeeper immediately fell silent. Qingxue looked at Changsheng. Candlelight flickered across his profile. She suddenly recalled yesterday's question, whether after the Gu family rose to power he would still remember those who stayed by his side in times of hardship. At this moment, he did not answer with a vow. Instead, he gave the most honorable seats to those who had once shed blood to uphold the Gu family's name. Summon someone. Qingxue spoke suddenly. The lady-in-waiting lowered her head. Madam, bring the 10 jars of Jiangnan Spring reserved in the backyard. That was the finest wedding wine sent by the Zhou family, originally intended for the bride's return visit. Also take 47 bolts of fine cotton from my dowry cloth, 1 bolt per household, and an extra pair of new shoes for each child. Zhao Taizhan hurriedly said, Madam, you must not. This is a gift from the new bride to the old servants of the household. Qingxue said, it is not charity. She looked at the wounded soldiers and their families. Today everyone seated here is a member of the Gu family. As the words, member of the Gu family fell, several women broke into tears on the spot. The children who had been standing outside the door afraid to step over the threshold were finally led into the courtyard by Wan Tang and the household maids. Under the red lanterns, honored guests and wounded soldiers sat together. Golden cups stood alongside coarse bowls. Besides silk-clad merchants sat elderly men in patched military coats. Absurd. Yet it carried a solemnity that could not be dismissed. Zhao Taizhan filled a bowl with the cloudy rice wine he had brought himself. Marquis, this wine is not good. I brewed it myself. Today I wish to toast you with it. Changsheng took the bowl. The wine was cloudy with even a few unfiltered rice grains floating in it. Yet he drank it down without hesitation. It was pungent and rough, far inferior to the smooth wine of Golden Jade Pavilion. But it carried more weight than any jar in the courtyard. When Zhao Taizhan saw him finish, tears finally fell. Just like, he murmured, just like the old marquis. Changsheng handed the empty bowl back. I am not like anyone. Zhao Taizhan was startled. My father's achievements are his own. The Gu family's future is for us to earn ourselves. The old man was silent for a long time. Then he suddenly clasped his fists. Yes, the marquis is right. The atmosphere of the banquet was thoroughly ignited. The Gu family veterans began to sing old frontier military songs. At first only 2 or 3 hoarse voices. Then more and more joined in. The singing was rough out of tune. They sang of the snow in Heifeng Valley, the moon over Tianhe Pass, and the letters that the fallen had never managed to send home. The musicians of the Golden Jade Pavilion stopped playing. Then the oldest zither player listened for a while and began to accompany the veteran's tune with his guqin slowly harmonizing. The desolate military song intertwined with the clear zither melody. It rose from the dilapidated marquis' estate, crossed the vermilion walls, and floated into the long street. Many commoners who had gathered outside the gate to watch gradually fell silent. Some thought of their fathers who had died in the northern frontier. Some thought of their elder brothers still missing. Others, looking at the wounded soldiers inside the gate, realized for the first time that the name Gu family was not merely a debt-ridden marquis' estate. It had once stood between Luqing and the barbarian plains, shielding them for decades. When the song ended, Changsheng suddenly said, Bring the military merit register. Gu Zhong's body trembled. Young master, the register is only a fragment. Bring the fragment anyway. Soon an old wooden chest was carried into the courtyard. The lock had long rusted shut. A veteran pried it open with the back of his blade. Inside were over a dozen damp yellowed booklets. The edges of the pages bore burn marks, and many names were blurred. Changsheng picked up the topmost one. Zhao Taizhan. The old man immediately stood. Yongning First-Year Battle of Heifeng Valley. The 100-man trap battalion held the rear, only 17 survived. Zhao Taizhan slew 6 enemies, took a poisoned arrow in his left arm, yet still protected the army banner from falling. Changsheng looked up. Military merit reward 300 silver taels. Was it received? Zhao Taizhan lowered his head. I received 80 taels. Murmurs rose in the courtyard. Changsheng continued turning pages. Lier, a lame man, stood up. Night raid at Tianhe Pass burned 11 enemy grain carts, wounded in the right leg. Reward 200 silver taels. How much was received? 60 taels. Zhang Youfu. No one answered. A woman stood up holding a child. He died of illness 3 years ago. Before he died, he said that Marquis Gu had promised him 10 acres of land outside the city once the northern frontier was pacified. Changsheng's finger paused on the page. Next to Zhang Youfu's name in the register was written reward 10 acres of land. Not issued. He closed the booklet. Steward Chen. Here. Record. The accountant quickly spread out paper. Zhao Tieshan 220 taels owed. Lier 140 taels owed. Zhang Youfu 10 acres. If the original land deed cannot be recovered, convert to 300 silver taels in cash and give to his wife and child. The woman's expression changed. Marquis, we did not come to ask for money. I know. The Marquis' estate has no money now either. It does not now. Changsheng said, but it will in the future. Debts must be recorded. The Gu family can be poor, but cannot repudiate what the dead bought with their lives. He read page by page. Steward Chen recorded item by item. In the fragmentary register, 32 names could be verified. The arrears of military pay, rewards, and land totaled over 13,000 silver taels. When this number was announced, many merchants gasped inwardly. The Marquis' estate had not even cleared its current debt of 8,700 taels. Yet on his wedding day, Changsheng had voluntarily taken on another 13,000 taels of old debts. If the Zhou family were still here, they would likely be laughing. A cloth merchant couldn't help asking, Marquis, by acknowledging these debts, aren't you afraid of making it even harder for the Gu family to rise again? I am afraid, Gu Changsheng said. But if I refuse to honor the blood debts of my own people, then even after rising again, I would be just another Zhou family. Zhao Taizhan and the other veterans bowed their heads. Some buried their faces in rough hands. Others raised their wine bowls to hide their tears. Su Qingxue sat beside Gu Changsheng. She looked at the newly added debts without frowning. Instead, she placed a golden abacus on the table. Click. The first bead fell. The crisp sound silenced the murmurs of the courtyard. The arrears of military pay total 13,260 taels. She said, according to the Gu family's 3-year delay with a 10% interest added, that makes 14,586 taels. Steward Chun was stunned. Madam, should interest be added? Even private loans carry interest. The soldiers lent their lives to the Gu family for 3 years, why should they not have interest? Su Qingxue's fingers moved the abacus. Her 10 fingers were slender, moving so fast that only a blur of white remained. The beads clicked like dense raindrops. This money will not come from my dowry. Nor will it be counted as my husband's personal debt. She lifted her gaze. Listed as a first priority debt for the Gu family's revival. In the future, from all net profits of salt warehouses, farmlands, and trade routes, 1/10 will be set aside first to repay the old military merit debts. Post monthly records. Let everyone see where every tael of silver goes, who receives it first and who receives it later. Gu Changsheng looked at her. Does my lady not see this as a burden? I do, Su Qingxue said. But not all burdens should be discarded. Her fingertip paused on the abacus. Some debts carried on one's back make others believe you are worth cooperating with. The guild leader's eyes flickered. He understood. Today the Gu family had taken on over 10,000 taels of old debts, seemingly adding insult to injury. But what it bought was the loyalty of 47 military families, the reputation among the old frontier troops, and a reassessment of the Gu family's credit by all merchants. A family that would acknowledge the debts of fallen soldiers was far less likely to default on commercial contracts than the Zhou family. This was not mere benevolence. It was benevolence forged into credit. And credit itself is money. The guild leader raised his cup. I am willing to donate 500 silver taels to the Military Merit Debt Fund. Gu Changsheng shook his head. No donations accepted. Why? These are debts owed by the Gu family. They must be repaid by the Gu family themselves. Then it is not a donation. The guild leader pondered for a moment. I have 300 bolts of fine southern cotton, and I was just worrying about not having storage space. I am willing to store them in the southern salt warehouse. Pay 1 year's storage fee in advance at market price, 500 taels. A hint of a smile appeared in Su Qingxue's eyes. Agreed. But the salt warehouse is not yet repaired. I am willing to wait. Another medicine merchant stood up. I have a batch of medicinal herbs stranded outside the city. I am willing to pay 300 taels in advance. And our cloth shop. I am willing to pay 200 taels in advance. I have 20 carts of northern leather goods. Voices rose one after another. Steward Chun recorded, his fingers trembling with excitement. In but a moment, the southern salt warehouse yet to be built had received 1,700 taels in advance storage fees. Not a loan, not a gift, but real business. Su Qingxue lowered her head and moved the abacus. The main warehouse has 12 rooms. The first phase will only repair 6 rooms. Each room requires lumber, tiles, lime, and labor, about 140 taels. 6 rooms total 840 taels. Add river dredging, boat hiring, and guards, at least 1,400 taels. The advance payment is enough to start. She looked at Gu Changsheng. There will be 300 taels left. Gu Changsheng said, take 200 taels and distribute them tomorrow to the 10 most needy military families. And the remaining 100? Buy wine. Su Qingxue's eyebrow lifted slightly. Wine again. Tomorrow we repair the warehouse. Gu Changsheng looked at the courtyard full of old soldiers and merchants. Those who work should have a bowl to drink. Zhao Taizhan laughed heartily. Rest assured, Marquis. For such work we don't need to hire outsiders. We old fellows may not be able to fight, but we can still carry timber. Several merchants also offered to send their apprentices to help. In one short wedding banquet, the salt warehouse, abandoned for 7 years, had gained supplies, capital, labor, and its first batch of clients. Gu Changsheng did not produce a single silver ingot from the system. Nor did Su Qingxue open any of the 300 dowry chests. With only a cup of wine, a military merit register, and a public accounting, they turned the once dreaded Marquis' estate back into a table where people were willing to place their bets. Family members' trust raised overall. Old troops pledged allegiance. Family reputation upgraded from notorious to embers of a martial clan. Fourth initial task completed. The golden characters flashed before Gu Changsheng's eyes. He did not examine them closely because Su Qingxue gently touched his leg under the table. The fabric brushed. A touch, then withdrawn. Gu Changsheng turned his head. What is it? You have drunk too much. Does my lady worry? I am afraid you will miss something. What? Su Qingxue glanced at the crowd still exchanging toasts. Tonight's affairs. Gu Changsheng's eyebrow lifted slightly. Which affair does my lady refer to? Reconciling the accounts. Her expression remained unchanged, but the tips of her ears blushed behind the phoenix crown's pearl chains. The advanced storage fees, the old military debts, the wedding banquet credit, all need to be reorganized. Just reconciling accounts. What else? Gu Changsheng leaned slightly closer. They sat at the same main table. As he moved, his shoulder touched hers. Qingxue did not move away, but she involuntarily held her breath. The inner courtyard has been prepared with red curtains. Gu Changsheng's voice was very low. Does my lady only intend to count silver with me? Warm breath fell on her ear. Qingxue's fingers on the abacus beads suddenly missed a slot. She quickly reset the bead. The marriage contract states, no coercion without mutual consent. So I am asking. Gu Changsheng turned to look at her. Through the dangling pearls of the phoenix crown, her face, radiant as snow and flame, was close enough to touch. Does my lady consent? Qingxue's breath grew shallow. She could decide on tens of thousands of taels of business in front of dozens of shopkeepers without hesitation. Yet before this quiet question, she could not give an answer. You are drunk. I am not. Your face is red. It is from the wine. My lady's face is also red. It is the reflection of the wedding gown. Gu Changsheng chuckled softly. Qingxue finally grew annoyed. She lifted her foot and stepped on his boot under the table. Her embroidered shoe was soft. The step did not hurt. It was more like an intimate gesture tinged with shyness. Say another word, she said. And tonight? Are you truly sleeping in the study? Gu Changsheng did not withdraw his foot. Instead, he allowed her to step on it. The study leaks. The salt warehouse leaks too. Would Madam really have the heart to send me to the salt warehouse on our wedding night? Qingxue looked at him. The coldness in the depths of her eyes had mostly been melted by the wine and lamplight, leaving only a thin, watery shimmer. That depends on the Marquis's performance hereafter. What constitutes a good performance? First, keep the remaining guests under control. And after that. Her voice paused slightly. Her gaze slowly drifted down from his brow, sweeping past the straight bridge of his nose, sweeping past his lips, which were faintly tinged with wine. Finally, she averted her eyes as if nothing had happened. We shall discuss that afterward. Gu Changsheng caught that look clearly. The color of his eyes darkened imperceptibly. Night fell completely. The wedding banquet drew to a close. Some of the elder guests had already departed, leaving behind mostly those who drank heavily. The dancers of Jinyu Pavilion whirled beneath the lamps. Their long sleeves billowed like clouds. Bare feet trod upon the carpet strewn with flower petals, the golden bells on their ankles chiming in harmony with the music. As their skirts spun, slender waists and snow-white calves were glimpsed fleetingly, drawing the rapt attention of many guests. Yet Gu Changsheng was no longer watching the performance. He ordered the land deed, old blueprints, and river maps of the southern salt warehouse to be spread across an empty table. Qingxue sat beside him. The phoenix crown was too heavy. She simply took it off herself and handed it to Wanton. Freed from its constraints, her obsidian hair cascaded down her shoulders and back. A few golden hairpins remained nestled in her locks, but without the imposing weight of the phoenix crown, her bright red bridal robe exuded a touch of languor, quite unlike her daytime demeanor. Gu Changsheng was examining the river map. A strand of long hair fell. It brushed right across the back of his hand, holding the brush. It was cool to the touch, and carried the faint, chilly fragrance of plum blossoms. He reached out and caught the strand of hair. Qingxue was reviewing the ledger and did not notice. Gu Changsheng used the tip of the hair to gently brush against the side of her face. Qingxue paused in her movements. What are you doing? It is blocking the map. Then sweep it behind my back for me. Very well. Gu Changsheng moved behind her. He gathered her loose long hair. Her hair was incredibly thick. Held in his palm, it felt like a bolt of cool, smooth black satin. Qingxue assumed he was merely arranging it for her. In the next moment, however, the man's fingers brushed against the back of her neck. The subtle sensation made her shoulders tremble slightly. The hairpin is loose, Gu Changsheng said. Which one? The golden plum blossom. Pull it out. He did as she asked and withdrew the hairpin. Losing its support, a lock of long hair instantly tumbled free. Gu Changsheng was forced to support it with his other hand. Inevitably, the pads of his fingers brushed against the skin of Qingxue's neck. That patch of skin was fair, smooth, and soft. Because his fingers carried the warmth of the wine he had drunk, a very faint flush bloomed instantly where they touched. Qingxue's hand holding the ledger froze in midair. Is it not done yet? The hairpin has become tangled in your hair. Do you know how to untangle it? No. Then why haven't you called Wanton? Madam just told me to perform well. Gu Changsheng leaned down. I can hardly fail to untangle even a single hairpin. One sat while the other stood. His chest was almost pressed against her back. His fingers moved slowly through her hair. Qingxue could feel the man's breath brushing against the crook of her neck. Wave after wave, scented with wine. She had still been mentally calculating the costs of the salt warehouse, but the numbers gradually grew muddled. Timber 840 taels. River weighs 400. Guards 200. Gu Changsheng's finger brushed behind her ear once more. She could no longer calculate the ledger at all. Are you doing this on purpose? She asked. What? The hairpin was never tangled at all. Gu Changsheng paused. Madam noticed. Su Qingxue turned around. The distance between them vanished in an instant. She remained seated in her chair. Gu Changsheng was bent over. As she turned, the collar of her red robe loosened slightly, revealing her delicate collarbones and a sliver of snow-white skin just beneath her neck. Her long hair slipped from his fingers, half cascading over her chest, while the other half remained wound around the man's wrist. It was like a soft black rope, binding them together. Su Qingxue looked up. The Marquis is teasing his own wife in front of a courtyard full of guests. Is it against the law? No. Does it violate our household agreement? Nor does it. Then why is Madame angry? Who said I was angry? She reached out and took the golden hairpin back from Gu Changsheng's palm. Yet as she took the hairpin, she did not immediately release his hand. Her slender white fingers traced the lines of his palm, finally clasping around his wrist. I was merely keeping a ledger. What ledger? You spoke up on behalf of Shen Feiyan today. Gu Changsheng recalled for a moment. When did I speak up for her? She said the wine was sour and you did not refute her. Does that count as well? It counts. You also adjusted Wantong's collar button. That was yesterday. An old debt is still a debt. How does Madame intend to settle it? Su Qingxue slowly slid the golden hairpin back into her hair. As she did so, her arm rose and her wide sleeve slipped down from her elbow, revealing a stretch of snow-white forearm. Her eyes rippled with a subtle gleam. We shall settle it slowly tonight. With that, she released him. She stood up and walked to the other side. However, as she passed by his side, Gu Changsheng stepped on the hem of her red skirt. Su Qingxue froze. The forward momentum pulled at her skirt, causing her entire body to fall backward uncontrollably. Gu Changsheng was already prepared. One hand wrapped around her waist. The other supported her shoulders and back. The crimson gown blossomed suddenly beneath their feet, like a peony blown open by the night wind. Su Qingxue tumbled into his embrace. Her waist was held fast by the man's arm. Her chest pressed against his lapels as their breaths collided, and her loose hair cascaded over her shoulders, enveloping both of their faces in a dark, fragrant shroud of hair. Guests were still not far away. Fortunately, the red screen and the long sleeves of the dancers obstructed most of their view. Gu Changsheng. Su Qingxue whispered. Let go. Do not move just yet. Why, oi? Your skirt is caught. She looked down. The hem of her bridal gown was indeed snagged on a wooden splinter on the chair leg. Gu Changsheng had not lied to her. Yet his hand remained wrapped around her lower back. His palm rested flat against her sash. He had tied it himself during the day. Now holding it again through layers of red brocade, that familiar warmth reminded both of them of their intimate embrace before the mirror. Can you stand steady? He asked. These words were identical to those he had spoken when supporting her in the corridor yesterday. Su Qingxue looked at him. No. A flash of surprise crossed Gu Changsheng's eyes. Madam is remarkably honest today. I have had too much to drink. Do you need me to carry you back? The courtyard is full of people. So you do not want it? Su Qingxue did not answer. She reached out and draped her arms around Gu Changsheng's neck. This movement brought them even closer. Her crimson lips were almost brushed against his ear. Wait until the guests have all departed. She murmured softly. Then we shall see if the Marquis has the strength to carry me. With that, she used his support to stand. Gu Changsheng untangled the hem of her skirt from the wooden splinter. When he looked up, Su Qingxue had already seated herself back at the table, coolly continuing to flick the beads of her abacus. It was as if she had not been the one to actively embrace him just moments ago. Only the flush behind her ears lingered, refusing to dissipate. By the middle of the hour of the high, the last of the guests had finally departed the manor. As Shen Feiyan departed, she made a point of stopping in front of Gu Changsheng. Marquis. She presented a small wine flask. The Jinyu Pavilion's secret Hawan brew. A cup on your wedding night will surely heighten the mood. Su Qingxue stood right beside him. Her gaze fell upon the wine flask immediately. Gu Changsheng did not take it. Madame Shen's wine is far too expensive. This time it is free. Free things are usually the most costly. Is the Marquis afraid? I fear my wife settling the accounts. Shen Feiyan laughed, her posture swaying like a delicate blossom. So even the Marquis has someone he fears. She thrust the wine flask into Wantong's hands. Give this to your madam. Su Qingxue said. There is no need. Shen Feiyan leaned in close to her. Little sister men are sometimes merely stubborn of mouth. If his performance tonight is lacking, just have him drink a cup. Su Qingxue's expression remained cold. Madame Shen is indeed experienced. Not at all. Shen Feiyan covered her lips with her fan. I have simply seen a great deal. Having spoken, she took her leave with graceful steps. After a few paces, she looked back and smiled at Gu Changsheng. Marquis, do not forget that you owe me a cup of wine poured by your own hand. Su Qingxue waited until she had completely vanished beyond the gates before turning to Gu Changsheng. What wine do you owe her? Gu Changsheng wore an innocent expression. We already toasted together during the day. She said, by your own hand. Madam listens indeed very closely. No account must be overlooked. How shall we handle that flask of Hawan brew? Su Qingxue looked at the flask in Wantong's hand. Pour it out. Wanong was about to comply, but Su Qingxue spoke again. Wait. Gu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. She reached out and took the wine flask. Unstopping the flask, a sweet, cloying aroma of wine instantly wafted out. Qingxue merely took a single whiff before quickly sealing it shut again. A faint blush had actually risen to her cheeks. Is it truly an aphrodisiac wine? Changsheng asked. No. Then what is it? Just ordinary fruit wine. Then why is Madame blushing? I drank too much today. Would you care to try a cup? Qingxue looked at him. Does the Marquis wish to drink it so badly? No. Answering so quickly. Because Madame is holding the wine flask far too tightly. Qingxue looked down. Her fingers gripping the flask were indeed tense to the point of turning white. I was merely afraid of dropping it. Changsheng took the flask from her hand and handed it to Wantong. Store it in the warehouse. Yes. The Marquis is not pouring it out. Qingxue asked. Something gifted by Madame Shen might fetch a good price. Qingxue was startled for a moment, then could not help but burst into laughter. Her laughter was light, yet it instantly softened her cold, beautiful face. Changsheng. Moi. You truly know how to manage a household. We are poor. We have 300,000 taels now. That belongs to Madame. He answered naturally. A subtle light flickered in Qingxue's eyes. She gazed at him for a long while. Let us go. Where to? The bridal chamber. Changsheng stood in place. Did Madame not say just now that we must first settle the accounts? Qingxue stepped past him. Her long hair and wide sleeves brushed against the man's arm simultaneously. Bring the ledgers to the room. We shall calculate them while we sleep. She walked a few paces. Noticing that Changsheng had not followed, she cast a glance back. Red lanterns hung beneath the corridor. The shadows of the lamps illuminated her crimson bridal gown, making it look as brilliant as fire. With the phoenix crown removed, her long hair fell to her waist, and the plum blossom mark on her brow remained vibrant, yet her gaze was far softer than it had been during the day. Husband. It was the first time she had called him that in the absence of outsiders. Are you not coming? Changsheng looked at her. Coming. Just as he was about to take a step, the hurried sound of hooves suddenly echoed from the courtyard gate. A guard of the Gu family covered in mud and water rushed into the front courtyard. Marquis. Something has happened at the southern salt warehouse. Qingxue's steps halted. The romantic atmosphere that had not yet fully dissipated from her eyes vanished instantly. Changsheng turned around. What is it? Someone has seized the salt warehouse ahead of us. They brought over 30 local ruffians claiming the land deed for the warehouse had long been sold to the Zhou family. They even injured the old military households who were preparing to clear the warehouse. The night wind swept through the courtyard littered with fallen red petals. A wedding lamp which had just burned to its brightest swayed violently in the wind. The warmth in Changsheng's eyes turned cold bit by bit. Qingxue had already lifted a corner of her crimson skirt, revealing her soft-soled wedding shoes embroidered with golden plums and a small section of her ankle fair as jade under the lamplight. There is no time to change clothes, she said. I will go with you. Changsheng glanced at her intricate wedding gown. You are going like this. Today, I am the principal wife of the Gu family. Qingxue pulled the golden hairpin from her hair and swept her loose tresses up into a high bind. Her crimson sleeves fluttered wildly in the night wind, vibrant as a battle flag about to march off to war. Someone is seizing the Gu family's warehouse. Is only the head of the family allowed to intervene? Changsheng gazed at her. After a moment, he reached out to tighten the cloak around her shoulders. His fingertips brushed past the side of her neck. Are you cold? No. Are you tired? No. What about the bridal night? Qingxue cast a glance at him. Her red lips curved slightly. Let us reclaim the salt warehouse first. We shall settle our accounts when we return. Changsheng took her hand. Side by side they walked out of the courtyard filled with scattered petals and the scent of wine. Outside the gates the night was thick, and the salt warehouse in the south of the city, abandoned for 7 years, already saw its first spark of fire in the distance. The firelight in the southern part of the city dyed half the night red. When Changsheng and Qingxue hurried out of the Marquis' mansion, the wedding candles in the courtyard had not yet extinguished. Wind swept from the end of the long street, swaying the red lanterns under the eaves. The shadows of the lights flickered over their intertwined hands and fell onto the gold foil and flower petals crushed by the guests on the ground. Moments ago, it was the wedding chamber with candles. In the blink of an eye, it became a fight over the warehouse gate. Outside the Marquis' mansion, only one swift horse remained. The horse that the messenger guard had ridden was foaming at the mouth, its front hooves constantly scraping the stone slabs. Changsheng glanced at Qingxue's extremely elaborate red wedding gown, then looked at the rising firelight in the distance. Can you ride a horse? Qingxue said yes. Even dressed like this? No, she answered bluntly. Changsheng let out a laugh. Then I'll have to ask for your forgiveness. He raised his hand and encircled her waist. Before Qingxue could react, she was lifted by that steady and powerful force. The layered wedding gown suddenly spread out in the night wind, the crimson skirt, like a grand sunset glow cascading down from the man's arm. She instinctively grasped his shoulder. The muscles beneath her palm were firm, and she could feel the warm contours even through the ceremonial robe. The next moment she was placed onto the horse's back by Changsheng. The The wide skirt spread across the saddle, the red brocade intertwined with the black mane. Due to the high seating position, the hem of her skirt slipped slightly, revealing soft shoes embroidered with golden plum blossoms and a glimpse of her slender white ankle in the lantern light. Changsheng mounted the horse. He sat behind her. His long arm reached across her waist to grasp the reins. Their bodies inevitably pressed together. Qingxue's back rested against his chest, and his arm encircled her waist. The lingering intoxication from the wine at the wedding feast mingled with the scent of agarwood from the man's robe crept inch by inch from her ear. Sit tight. A low voice came from above. How can I sit tight? Bound by layers of wedding attire, she couldn't clamp her legs around the horse's belly as she would normally. As soon as the warhorse moved slightly, her body slid backward half an inch. Changsheng supported her waist. His palm through the crimson brocade pressed against that slender curve. Lean on me. Qingxue's shoulders and back stiffened slightly. Is there any other way? Yes. What? You can run there yourself. She was silent for a moment, then finally relaxed her body backward. Her soft back fully nestled into the man's embrace. The wind howled past her ears. Changsheng flicked the reins. The warhorse, like a black lightning bolt, charged into the still-awake long street of Luqing. Horse hooves shattered puddles. Silver-white water splashed up on both sides. The houses, lanterns, and pedestrians on either side rapidly receded. Qingxue's red skirt was lifted by the night wind like a blazing flag. With one hand pressing down her skirt hem and the other grasping Changsheng's arm across her waist, the horse ran faster and faster. Each bump made their bodies press closer together. The man's breath fell from behind her ear, a wave of warmth brushing along the delicate skin of her neck. Qingxue's originally cool earlobe gradually turned a light peach blossom pink. Ride slower. Her voice was scattered by the wind. Changsheng leaned down. What? His lips almost brushed against the loose hair by her ear. Qingxue's breath faltered. I said, faster. A smile appeared in Changsheng's eyes. As you command. The whip cut through the wind. The warhorse accelerated again. Qingxue was pushed back into his arms by inertia, and her slender fingers instinctively tightened, gripping the man's arm firmly. Changsheng. My. You did that on purpose. There's a fire in the south of the city. Would you rather have me enjoy the moon slowly, my lady? She said no more. She merely turned her face slightly to the other side, letting the cold wind try to blow away the growing heat on her cheeks. But the warmth of the man's chest was right behind her. The colder the night wind, the more distinct that warmth became. The southern part of Luqing was the poorest area. The roads were narrow, the houses low. Rainwater mixed with mud flowing through broken stone gutters. As they neared the old river channel, the air gradually filled with the smell of damp wood, rotting reeds, and silt. The Gu family's salt warehouse, abandoned for 7 years, stood by the old river. 5 courtyards, 12 main storehouses, and 24 secondary storehouses. The tall gray brick outer wall had collapsed in several places, and the stone plaque at the entrance was covered in moss, with only the 4 ancient characters, Gu's South Warehouse, barely discernible. At this moment, however, 50 or 60 people were gathered outside the warehouse. The firelight came from a pile of burning old timber in front of the gate. The flames had not yet spread into the warehouse. They only swayed wildly in the wind, casting flickering light on the broken walls, the clubs in the ruffians' hands, and the frightened faces of the onlookers. A dozen former military households lay in the mud. 2 of them had blood on their foreheads. Zhou Taizhan stood at the front, gripping a wooden club with his one arm, a wound on his cheek. Opposite him, a burly man with a fierce face stood on the threshold of the salt warehouse, shaking a deed in his hand. See clearly. This warehouse was sold by the Gu family to the Zhou clan long ago. The Zhou clan then rented it to us brothers for storing goods. If you old cripples dare to barge in again, it won't just be a few blows. Before he finished speaking, the sound of horse hooves rolled in like thunder from afar. Everyone turned their heads. The black horse broke through the night. Changsheng pulled the reins with one hand, and the warhorse reared up, its iron hooves raised high before the firelight. Qingxue sat in his arms, her red wedding gown swept into the air by the wind, almost wrapping the entire warhorse in a flame-like red. The horse's hooves landed. Mud splattered everywhere. The 2 ruffians at the front hastily retreated, but were still splattered with muddy water, their faces covered in filth. Changsheng dismounted first. He then reached out his hand to Qingxue. She was about to dismount on her own, but the hem of her skirt got caught on a corner of the saddle. Losing her balance, she leaned forward. Changsheng stepped forward quickly and caught her steadily. The woman fell from the horse's back into his arms. One hand supported her waist and back, while the other instinctively wrapped around his neck. The layered red skirt hung down from the man's arm, almost brushing the muddy ground. Their faces were very close. The firelight flickered in each other's eyes. Can you put me down, eh? Qingxue asked. The ground is all mud. So, on the first day of our marriage, letting the lady step into the mud would be inauspicious. Then are you going to hold me while negotiating business? Changsheng looked down at her. Not impossible. Qingxue raised an eyebrow slightly. Is the marquis very strong? You can test it slowly, my lady. Her ears grew warm. Put me down first. Gu Changsheng placed her on a relatively clean stone slab. But before letting go, he seemed to notice something, his hand still resting on her lower back. Your waistband is loose. Su Qingxue looked down. Indeed, during the gallop the red belt had been jostled to one side. The soft silk garment had a slight crease at the waist, not enough to be improper, but it gave the originally neat and dignified wedding dress a rare touch of disarray. No need to worry about it now. It might come undone later. Then we'll deal with it then. The streets are full of people. Su Qingxue looked up at him. So the Marquis wants to retie it for me in public. They were still close. Gu Changsheng's palm rested on her lower back through the fabric. His fingertips moved slightly, causing her waist to instinctively tense. If you agree, my lady. I don't agree, she answered quickly. Gu Changsheng withdrew his hand. A pity. Su Qingxue's cheeks were warm, but her expression remained calm. Let's attend to the business first. The ruffians who had been aggressive watched this scene, and for a moment none dared to step forward. On the night of their wedding, the groom and bride had come in their wedding attire to reclaim the warehouse. One appeared as composed as if not weighed down by debt. The other was as dazzling as if stepping out of fire. Added to that, Gu Changsheng had just forced the Zhou family to sign the old river channel opening contract. That very day, so many were already feeling intimidated. Zhao Taizhan hurried over. Marquis, madam. Gu Changsheng looked at the wound on his face. Who hit you? Zhao Taizhan said, this old servant is fine. I asked who hit you. The few ruffians at the front exchanged glances. The burly man with the fierce face stepped forward, chin raised. I hit him. What? On the Marquis's wedding day, do you want to see blood? Gu Changsheng looked at him for a moment. Your name? Xiong Sihai. Who do you work for? I work for myself. Xiong Sihai slapped the deed in his hand noisily. I rented this warehouse with my own money. I have the Zhou clan's deed as proof. The Marquis can't just rely on his title to seize a commoner's property, can he? Su Qingxue reached out her hand to him. Give me the deed. Xiong Sihai's gaze fell on her. Under the firelight, the woman's wedding dress was gorgeous, her waist graceful, but her face was cold as frost. His gaze lingered on her face a little too long. Gu Changsheng's eyes darkened. Sensing danger, Xiong Sihai quickly looked away and handed over the deed. Miss Su is a big businesswoman. She should recognize a genuine deed. Call her madam. Gu Changsheng said flatly. Xiong Sihai was taken aback. Gu Changsheng repeated, she has already performed the wedding ceremony with me. You should address her as Mrs. Gu. There was a moment of silence around. Su Qingxue glanced sideways at him. The man was not angry, nor did he raise his voice. Yet because of Xiong Sihai's glance, just now he insisted that the other correct his address publicly. This was not just a form of address. It was also telling everyone that the woman standing beside Gu Changsheng was not an outsider female merchant to be casually looked down upon. She was half owner of this warehouse. Xiong Sihai's face turned ugly. But recalling the official salt case and the recent losses of the Zhou family, he ultimately dared not confront her directly. And Mrs. Gu. Su Qingxue took the deed. She showed no expression at the address, only lowered her head to examine it. The paper was the common yellow hemp deed paper of Luqing. The ink was still fresh. The lease date was written as 1 month ago. The Zhou clan rented the Gu's South warehouse to Xiong Sihai for 5 years at 300 taels of silver. The deed bore the seal of Zhou's industry and a Gu warehouse seal. What do you see? Gu Changsheng asked. Su Qingxue raised her hand. She held the deed close to the firelight. The paper became translucent under the flames, revealing the fiber texture faintly. The deed paper is genuine. Xiong Sihai sneered, of course it's genuine. The seal is also the Gu warehouse seal. Su Qingxue continued. Xiong Sihai's expression grew more triumphant. Hear that? Even Mrs. Gu says it's genuine. I only said the seal is the Gu warehouse seal. Su Qingxue looked up. I didn't say the deed is genuine. She pointed to the lower right corner of the paper. The official deed paper of Luqing changes its watermark every year. This year's watermark is double carp. Last year's was a broken willow. The watermark on this deed is this year's double carp. Xiong Sihai said, so what? The lease date is 1 month ago. 1 month ago the Luqing deed paper had not yet been renewed. The first batch of double carp paper was only delivered to Luqing from the prefecture 7 days ago. Xiong Sihai's expression changed slightly. Su Qingxue's fingertip then moved to the Zhou clan seal. The Zhou family's official seal uses cinnabar mixed with tung oil. After drying, the color is dull, and when heated it gives off a faint pine resin scent. She brought the paper close to the flame. A pungent smell arose. This seal uses ordinary red clay, and the Gu warehouse seal. Su Qingxue handed the deed to Gu Changsheng. It's the same as the fake seal on the daytime salt accounts. The lower left corner lacks the break pattern. The onlookers immediately stirred. Xiong Sihai angrily said, you husband and wife are in cahoots, so of course you can say whatever you want. Gu Changsheng did not argue. He turned and walked to the warehouse door. The broken wooden door had been fitted with a new lock by the ruffians. Gu Changsheng raised his hand and felt the door frame. On the thick wood there were many small knife-like marks. Uncle Zhao. Yes. How are the Gu family military warehouses numbered? Zhao Taizhan immediately answered, The left side of the doorframe is engraved with the warehouse number and the right side with the names of the soldiers guarding it. Each year during inventory a horizontal stroke is added. Gu Changsheng pointed to the marks deliberately covered with mud. Wipe them clean. Several old soldiers stepped forward. They scraped off the surface mud with their sleeves and scabbards. Under the firelight, 2 lines of characters gradually appeared on the old wood. Gu's South Warehouse being No. 7. Guardian Zhao De. Zhao Tieshan's body trembled violently. Zhao De is my elder brother. After the salt warehouse was decommissioned 7 years ago, he returned the keys to the Marquis' mansion. There has never been any sale. Gu Changsheng looked at Xiong Sihai. You said the Zhou family rented the warehouse to you. Where is the Zhou family's warehouse number? Xiong Sihai opened his mouth. And the rent? Gu Changsheng said. Who did you pay the 300 taels to? To the Zhou family, of course. Receipt? No. Witness? No. And the goods, hey? He looked up at the empty courtyard. You rented the warehouse to store goods. Where are the goods? Xiong Sihai's forehead was already beating with cold sweat. The ruffians behind him also began to quietly retreat. Gu Changsheng did not give them a chance to disperse. Gu's old troops hear my command. The scattered remnants outside the warehouse almost simultaneously straightened their backs. Guard all 4 gates. No one is allowed to leave. Zhao Taizhan replied loudly yes. The number of old soldiers was not large. Many were disabled. But the moment they took their positions, their distances and angles immediately formed a military formation. The ruffians felt that although there were only about 20 men around, it was as if an invisible iron wall had suddenly appeared. Xiong Sihai tightened his grip on the club. Gu Changsheng, how dare you detain innocent citizens? An innocent citizen wouldn't set fire to his own warehouse. Gu Changsheng walked over to the burning woodpile. He kicked away the charred logs on the surface. Beneath the fire, several smashed oil jars were revealed. The bottom of the jars bore the red wolf pattern of the Zhou family oil mill. Nor would he carry a forged deed. Xiong Sihai's face turned completely pale. Attack! He suddenly roared. More than 30 ruffians raised their clubs and charged at once. Zhao Taizhan and the others were about to engage, but Gu Changsheng raised his hand. Don't kill. Break the hand that holds a knife. Make the leg that holds a club kneel. The brief orders fell. The old soldiers surged forward with a roar. No uniform armor. No sharp spears. Only wooden clubs, crutches, and a few rusty old knives. But when they truly charged those ruffians who bullied the common people through street brawls, finally understood. This was the murderous aura of one who had crawled out from a mountain of corpses. Zhao Taizhan had only one arm. Yet with sheer force he rammed his shoulder right between the 2 men. His wooden staff swept out. One man was instantly brought to his knees as his joints buckled. Leveraging his tilted posture, the lame veteran executed an uncannily low sweep, sending 3 thugs sprawling into the muddy water simultaneously. This was the murderous aura of one who had crawled out from a mountain of corpses. Zhao Taizhan had only one arm. Yet with sheer force he rammed his shoulder right between the 2 men. His wooden staff swept out. In the next instant his wrist was gripped by a hand. Gu Changsheng tightened his fingers. With a sharp crack, the short blade slipped from the man's grasp. Before the thug's shriek could escape his throat, Gu Changsheng kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward to crash into a pile of rotting sacks. Xiong Sihai spun around to flee. Qingxue happened to be standing directly in his path of escape. A savage glint flashed in his eyes, and he lunged forward to grab her, intending to take the bride hostage. Watch out! Wanton cried out in alarm. Qingxue did not panic. She took half a step back. However, her crimson wedding gown was too intricate. Her heels slipped on the wet moss, causing her body to sway slightly. Xiong Sihai's hand was already closing in. Gu Changsheng lunged from the side. With one arm, he swept around Qingxue's waist, pulling her entirely into his embrace, while his other hand seized Xiong Sihai's outstretched arm, twisting it violently with the momentum. The sound of grinding bones grated on the ears. Xiong Sihai fell heavily to his knees. Gu Changsheng did not release his grip immediately. Shielding Qingxue against his chest, his gaze swept coldly over the hand Xiong Sihai had dared to stretch toward her. This hand. What did it wish to touch just now? Cold sweat drenched Xiong Sihai from the agonizing pain. I was only. Gu Changsheng exerted force once more. Xiong Sihai's shoulder joint was pressed to the verge of dislocation. His agonizing shriek pierced the night. Answer me. Madame Gu. I wanted to grab Madame Gu. Gu Changsheng's eyes grew dark and cold. Then remember this. She is not someone you are permitted to touch. He released his grip, and Xiong Sihai collapsed limply into the mud. Qingxue remained in Gu Changsheng's embrace. One of his hands was wrapped around her lower back, while the other held her shoulder. The action just now had been too swift. Her chest was still rising and falling slightly, her breath fluttering near his collar. It was only the gown getting in the way. Gu Changsheng glanced at the hem of her skirt, which was splattered with mud. Let us head inside first. The matters here are not yet settled. It was only the gown getting in the way. Gu Changsheng glanced at the hem of her skirt, which was splattered with mud. Let us head inside first. The matters here are not yet settled. The men are already on their knees. The granary has not yet been opened. I will open it. I shall go with you. Qingxue attempted to step back from his embrace. Yet a slight sting of pain shot through her waist. Her brow furrowed slightly. Changsheng noticed immediately. What is it? I might have been pinched by the waistband. I told you earlier it would loosen. This has nothing to do with whether it loosens or not. She refused to admit defeat, yet her body instinctively leaned half an inch closer to him due to the pain. Changsheng did not argue with her further. Uncle Zhou, bind them all up. Extinguish the fire. Leave 10 men to guard, and have the rest clear the warehouse. Yes. He then looked at Wantong. Follow me. At the innermost section of the salt warehouse lay an old accounting room. The window paper had long since rotted away, and the room was covered in a thick layer of dust. Wantong first lit the oil lamp, then spread a clean piece of silk cloth over the bench. Qingxue stood beneath the light. The waist of her bright red wedding gown was visibly askew, one side of the sash dug into her soft waistline from the struggle just now. Changsheng closed the door. Wantong remained by the entrance. Qingxue cast a glance at him. What do you intend to do? Examine your injury. It was merely a pinch from the sash. Can my lady undo it yourself? Qingxue looked down and tried. The knot of the sash had originally been tied by Changsheng himself, and later a maid had added a concealed buckle. During the riding and dodging earlier, the silk ribbon and the concealed buckle had become tangled together, tightening further with every pull. She could not loosen it. Let Wantong do it. Changsheng looked toward Wantong. The young maid's cheeks flushed crimson. My lord, this servant is unfamiliar with the Su family's wedding attire. Qingxue's gaze turned slightly cool. Wantong quickly lowered her head. This servant will keep watch outside the door. With those words, she turned and exited the room, sensibly closing the door behind her. Only the two of them remained inside. The flame of the oil lamp burned quietly. The sounds of fighting outside had ceased, leaving only the noise of water being splashed to extinguish fires and the moving of clutter. Qingxue stood with her back to Changsheng. Undo it. Her tone was calm, yet her fingers hanging at her sides tightened slightly. Changsheng stepped closer. The knot of the wedding gown sash was located at her lower back. He had no choice but to lean down. As his fingertips pinched the crimson and gold silk ribbon, Qingxue could clearly feel the man's hand brushing past her lower back. Will it hurt? No, I haven't even touched it yet. Changsheng let out a low chuckle. Is my lady nervous? I simply dislike wasting time. Then relax. He pressed one hand against the upper edge of the sash while attempting to undo the concealed buckle with the other. The wedding attire fit too snugly. His fingers inevitably brushed against the side of her waist through the brocade. Qingxue's spine tensed instantly. Didn't you say to relax? Your hands are too warm. My fault. Yes. Changsheng gently tugged the silk ribbon. Instead of loosening, the sash tightened inward by half an inch. Qingxue's breath caught. Changsheng, the knot is tangled. Do you actually know how to do this or not? I did during the day, and not now. During the day, my lady stood perfectly still. His breath fell against the back of her neck. Now you keep flinching away. A faint blush crept up behind Qingxue's ears. I am not flinching. Then do not move. Changsheng gathered all of her long hair, cascading down her back, and swept it to one side. The jet black strand slid away from the nape of her neck, revealing a patch of delicate snowy white skin. The red collar pressed against her neck slightly loosened from the riding and rushing, revealing the elegant faint curve of her upper spine. Changsheng's movements paused for a fleeting moment. Through the blurry bronze mirror on the wall, Qingxue happened to catch his gaze. What are you looking at? Looking at the knot. The knot is at my waist. Your hair was blocking it. My hair grows from the back of my neck, not my waist. Changsheng did not reply. He merely gathered her long hair in his palm and gently draped it over her chest. Deprived of the silken veil, the skin at the back of her neck was fully exposed to the cool air. Qingxue felt a sudden chill. Immediately after, the man's palm rested against her lower back through the fabric. A wave of warmth pressed close. The alternation of cold and heat caused her shoulders to tremble slightly. Cold. A little. Changsheng untied his own outer robe and draped it over her shoulders from behind. The black robe was wide and voluminous, wrapping her red wedding gown within it. The garment still held the man's warmth and scent. When it fell upon her, it felt like a silent, tightening embrace. How about now? I am no longer cold. Her voice was slightly softer than usual. Changsheng lowered his head once more. This time he did not tug at the ribbon again. Instead, he used his fingernail to pry open a single gold thread next to the concealed buckle. The buckle is snagged by the thread. Can you untangle it? Yes. The fine thread was extremely tight. Changsheng's fingertips had to press against the edge of the sash, teasing the thread out bit by bit. With every movement, the fabric rubbed gently against her waist. Qingxue bit her lip, remaining silent. Does it hurt? A little. Why didn't you say so? Would you have stopped if I did? Yes. Changsheng indeed stopped. His fingers left her waist. Yet Qingxue felt no relief. The sudden disappearance of that warmth instead left her with an unspeakable sense of emptiness.
What is it? He asked. Continue. Didn't you say it hurt? I can bear it. It is written in our marriage covenant that there shall be no coercion. Su Qingxue looked at him through the bronze mirror. It is I who am telling you to continue now. Their eyes met. The shadow of the lamp flickered gently across the mirror's surface. Gu Changsheng's eyes darkened. Very well. His hand fell once more. His movements even slower this time. And gentler. The tangled gold thread was finally drawn out inch by inch. The moment the buckle released, the force binding her waist vanished instantly. Su Qingxue let out a long sigh of relief. The sash slipped down half an inch. She instinctively raised her hand to press down on her lapel. Although she still wore her inner garments beneath the wedding attire and would not truly be exposed, the sudden loosening of the fabric still made her turn around by instinct. With this turn, the black outer robe slipped halfway down her shoulders. Gu Changsheng reached out to catch it, and Su Qingxue reached out at the same time. Their hands met in midair. The robe fell across the crook of their arms. Without the constraint of the sash, Su Qingxue's wedding gown was no longer neatly fitted, her collar parted slightly, revealing her delicate collarbones and a pale snowy hint of skin beneath her neck. She stood too close to Gu Changsheng. Her chest rose and fell gently with her breath. Beneath the crimson attire, the woman's soft contours were outlined ever more clearly by the lamplight. Gu Changsheng's gaze lingered for a moment. Then he draped the outer robe over her shoulders once more. Did it pinch you enough to leave a mark? It should only be a bit red. Let me see. Su Qingxue's eyes flickered slightly. How? By lifting the fabric at the side of your waist. Marquis Gu. Her voice remained calm. Have you forgotten what we were originally supposed to do tonight? Gu Changsheng looked at her. I have not. Then what does this count as? An early inspection of the injury. Only an inspection. The distance between them narrowed bit by bit. It was unclear who leaned in first. Su Qingxue tilted her face up, and Gu Changsheng bowed his head slightly. Their breaths mingled in the cramped accounting room. The scent of cold plum blossoms, the trace of wine, the smell of smoke, and the agarwood on the man's collar blended into an intoxicating aroma that set her heart racing. Su Qingxue's hand still pressed against her slightly loose collar. Gu Changsheng's hand rested by the side of her waist. He did not cross the line, nor did he pull away. My lady. Yes. May I? He asked very softly. He did not specify what he meant. To inspect the injury, to touch her waist, or to further close this dangerously narrow distance. Su Qingxue looked at him. Those eyes, which were always adept at calculating vast fortunes, held no ledgers or abacuses now. They only reflected the features of the man before her. A long silence ensued. She did not answer, yet she slowly released her grip on her collar. Her fingertips moved to grasp Gu Changsheng's collar instead. She did not push him away. Instead, she pulled him half an inch closer to herself. Their noses almost touched. Keep it on the tab for now, she whispered. Why? There are still people outside. They cannot hear us. And the salt warehouse has not yet been cleared. So, the corners of Su Qingxue's lips curved into a faint smile. So if the Marquis wishes to collect his debt, he must first make this abandoned warehouse yield the first tael of silver for the Gu family before dawn. With those words, she released Gu Changsheng's collar, signed, and walked to the table. Her bright red wedding gown was not tightened again, draped only with the black outer robe on the outside. The man's robe was broad, enveloping her slender figure, yet with every step, she took a flash of her crimson skirt would occasionally peek out, like a flicker of unquenchable fire wrapped in snow. Gu Changsheng looked at her. Is my lady doing this on purpose? What? Keeping the debt outstanding for so long? Su Qingxue picked up the discarded abacus on the table. She wiped away the dust with the corner of her sleeve. Merchants prefer long-term accounts. The interest is higher. When the warehouse doors were opened once more, it was nearly midnight. Xiong Sihai and his men were bound in the outer courtyard. The forged land deeds, the Zhou family's oil jars, and several sacks bearing the seals of the Salt Transport Bureau were all sealed and confiscated. There were no goods in the warehouse. Yet it was not truly empty. The ground was covered in a thick layer of moldy straw. The beams and pillars were riddled with holes eaten by woodworms. Rain leaking from the roof gathered into patches of dark puddles. Rats scurried across the corners, startling several young workers who had come to help, causing them to retreat repeatedly. Su Qingxue held a lantern as she stepped into the first main warehouse. Her bright red wedding gown peeked out from beneath the black outer robe. Though the muddy water stained her hem, she showed not a hint of disdain, merely instructing her female official to record each item one by one. Water seepage on the eastern wall. The left side of the main beam is decaying. The foundation remains stable. All doors and windows need to be replaced. Gu Changsheng meanwhile walked to the center of the warehouse. He looked up at the roof structure for a brief moment. Of the 12 main warehouses, there is no need to repair them all. Su Qingxue asked, only repair 6. The original plan was 6. Has it changed now? Repair 4. Zhao Taizhan asked in confusion. Would 4 be too few? No. Gu Changsheng picked up a piece of broken tile. He sketched the warehouse layout on the ground. The 4 main warehouses will store grain, cloth, medicinal herbs, and general goods respectively. The remaining 2 will not have their roofs repaired. We will only clear the ground.
Why? To serve as an open-air transit yard. Su Qingshue's eyes brightened slightly. Gu Changsheng continued, it is not the case that the longer goods remain in the warehouse the better. The Zhou family docks make money by forcing all merchants to rent warehouses, pay handling fees, and pay loading fees only to delay them for 3 to 5 days. We shall do the opposite. Goods that can be transferred on the same day will not be entered into storage. Merchants will only pay a single joint transport fee. Cargo unloaded from small boats outside the city will be directly loaded onto carriages and horses within the city. Zhao Taizhan did not understand, but Su Qingxue already did. This way we save on warehouse repair costs and reduce the storage fees for the merchants. Indeed, but our profits will also decrease. Less per transaction. Gu Changsheng drew several lines on his diagram. However, the volume of goods will increase. The Zhou family profits from each individual merchant. We profit from the entire transport route. Su Qingxue stared at the routes gradually unfolding on the ground. The old waterway connected to the villages and towns outside the city. The salt warehouse connected to the slums in the southern part of the city. And through the old military road, one could directly reach the western and northern gates of Luqing. If the scattered goods of various merchants were consolidated here with unified hiring of boats, carriages, and price negotiations, transportation costs could be reduced by at least 30%. It is still not enough, Su Qingxue said. What is not enough? Why would merchants be willing to pay in advance? The advance payments at today's wedding banquet were only because they wanted to test the Gu family. To truly secure their long-term loyalty, something more stable is required. Gu Changsheng looked at her. What brilliant ideas does my lady have? Su Qingxue placed the abacus on a wooden chest. Warehouse receipts. Once goods enter the warehouse, the Gu family will issue a warehouse receipt, clearly stating the quantity, quality, and pickup date. If merchants are in urgent need of cash, they can use the warehouse receipts as collateral to secure loans from the Su family bank. Gu Changsheng smiled. I was thinking the same thing. Su Qingxue raised her brow slightly. Does the Marquis also understand warehouse receipt financing? The name is different, but the concept is the same. What did you originally plan to do? Allow merchants to trade the warehouse receipts among themselves. The goods remain stationary. Only the receipts move. Su Qingshue's eyes suddenly lit up. This way a single batch of goods can complete multiple transactions without ever leaving the warehouse. And we collect a transaction fee for every verification. We can also lock in prices in advance. Gu Changsheng nodded. If grain merchants fear a price hike in 3 days, they lock in today's price. If cloth merchants fear a price drop upon delivery, they sell today. Neither buyers nor sellers need to wait for the goods to actually arrive at the warehouse. They only need to trust the Gu family's warehouse receipts. As the two conversed back and forth, Zhao Taizhan and the others went from initial bewilderment to gradually realizing the staggering brilliance of the plan. How was this merely building a warehouse? They were clearly drawing all the scattered trade in Liuqing currently choked by the Zhou family straight to this very spot. Su Qingxue squatted down. Taking a shard of tile from Gu Changsheng's hand, she drew an additional line on the ground. As she moved, her dark outer robe slipped forward, revealing the soft, elegant curve of her shoulders enveloped in her vibrant red bridal gown. Her long hair cascaded down one side, nearly brushing the muddy ground. Gu Changsheng reached out to catch it for her. The silken black tresses settled into his palm. Su Qingshue's hand paused mid-stroke. What are you doing? I didn't want it to get dirty. My skirt is already soiled, but your hair isn't. Standing behind her, he gathered her long hair in one hand. Su Qingshuo resumed drawing. Only the pressure of her fingertips was slightly gentler than before. We shall establish an inspection platform here, she said. Grain will be graded into 3 classes based on moisture content. Cloth will be inspected by warp and weft density. For medicinal herbs, we must hire specialists. Every inspection must be signed off by 2 accountants simultaneously. To prevent any single person from committing fraud, we must also establish public scales, Gu Changsheng added. Every merchant entering the warehouse must use the exact same scale, and the scale weights must be sealed daily. Zhao Taizhan scratched his head. Marquis repairing the warehouse, hiring staff, purchasing scales, and printing receipts all require silver. We only have 1,700 taels from the advance payments. Su Qingshuo stood up. Gu Changsheng gently let her long hair drape back over her shoulder. Which is why we sell the goods first. The warehouse isn't even built yet. What are we selling? We sell the goods that will arrive tomorrow. Su Qingshuo looked at him. After a brief silence, they uttered a name in perfect unison. The Su family fleet. Among her dowry assets, the Tonghai Shipping Company possessed 12 cargo vessels. 7 of the larger ships were unable to navigate the old river channel. However, the cargo could be unloaded outside the city and transferred to smaller boats. The fleet carried 3,000 bolts of fine Jiangnan cloth, 800 crates of medicinal herbs, and 2,000 dan of grain. Due to the Zhou family's blockade of the docks, the ships were currently anchored over 10 miles outside the city. Gu Changsheng asked, what is the cost of this batch of goods? Su Qingshuo quickly flicked the beads of her abacus. The fine cloth costs 1 tael and 8 mace per bolt. The medicinal herbs average 6 taels per crate. The grain is 1 tael and 2 mace per dan. If we use the Zhou family's docks adding warehouse shipping and guild fees, the price would rise by at least 25% upon entering the city. And if we use the old river channel, with small boat transfers and unified cart transport, it will only cost 10%. Then we shall pre-sell them at 10% below the Zhou family's price. Qingxue stopped her abacus. The profit margin will only be around 5%. We do not seek profit from this first batch. We seek to draw the merchants in, Changsheng said. We must let them see with their own eyes that Gu's salt warehouse can truly bring the goods in. We will profit from the second batch. How much deposit do we need? 40%. Qingxue's abacus fell silent. The total value of all goods is roughly 18,000 taels. A 40% deposit would be 7,200 taels. Zhou Taizhan snapped his head up. Combined with the 1,700 taels already paid in advance, that made a total of 8,900 taels. This was more than enough to pay off the debt of 8,700 taels due tomorrow. They wouldn't need to touch her 300,000 tael dowry. They wouldn't need to borrow from anyone. By simply pre-selling the goods still stranded outside the city, they could secure the silver to clear their debts. But it is already late at night, Zhou Taizhan said. The merchants have all gone home. Then wake them up, Changsheng said, looking at the crowd. Send invitations to all the merchants who attended the wedding feast today and were willing to prepay the warehouse fees. Tell them this, sign the pre-sale contract before midnight, and the price is 10% lower than the Zhou family's. After the hour of the ox, the discount is only 5%. At daybreak, we return to market price. Qingxue added, and we must set a quota for each merchant. No single merchant can buy out the entire stock. Why? Because we need more merchants to become stakeholders in Gu's salt warehouse. She looked at Changsheng. This is not about making a single quick fortune. It is to ensure that if the Zhou family ever wishes to blockade our warehouse again, they must first offend half of Luqing. The smile in Changsheng's eyes deepened. My lady is absolutely correct. Qingxue handed the abacus to her female official. Draft the contracts. Uncle Zhou arranged for men to clear the warehouse. Wantong, go invite the trustworthy shopkeepers from the wedding feast. Su family guards head out of the city and instruct the fleet to unload and transfer the goods to the smaller boats immediately. Command after command was swiftly handed down. The salt warehouse, abandoned for 7 years, suddenly surged to life. Disabled veteran soldiers cleared away rotten straw. Merchants' helpers hauled timber. The Su family accountants spread paper and ink across battered tables. Female guards dashed into the night, torches held high. Along the old river, the mooring lines of small boats dormant for years were untied. Boatmen roused from sleep grumbled as they made their way to the riverbanks, only to instantly regain their vigor upon hearing that the shipping rate per boat would be 20% higher than usual. More and more lights flickered inside the warehouse. 1 lamp, 10 lamps, 100 lamps. Viewed from afar, the abandoned warehouse, which once resembled a colossal carcass, seemed to grow back its flesh and heartbeat in the dead of night. The first to arrive was shopkeeper Chen, a cloth merchant from the wedding feast. Without even properly putting on his outer robe, he rushed through the warehouse doors, panting heavily as he fastened his belt. Is the fine cloth truly 10% cheaper than the Zhou family's? Qingxue handed him a sample. Third-grade fine cotton from the Yunjin workshop of Jiangnan. 3,000 bolts in total. 2 taels and 1 mace per bolt. Shopkeeper Qian felt the fabric. His eyes gleamed. The Zhou family's equivalent cloth was selling for 2 taels and 4 mace today. Even without considering shipping, reselling this batch of goods would yield an immediate profit. I want 1,000 bolts. No, Qingxue said. A maximum of 300 bolts per merchant. Why? Gu's salt warehouse will not nurture a second Zhou family. Shopkeeper Qian's expression shifted slightly. He cast a glance at Changsheng. Then he looked around at the disabled soldiers, accountants, and boatmen bustling about the warehouse. Very well. 300 bolts. The deposit is 252 taels. The second was Boss Sun, a medicinal herb merchant. Next came fur merchants, grain shopkeepers, 2 small cloth boutiques, and 3 street peddlers. Some bought only 10 bolts of cloth. Some ordered only 2 crates of medicine. The Gu family signed contracts with every single one of them. They did not look down on small orders, nor did they inflate prices for those dressed in shabby clothes. Every contract clearly detailed the delivery time, quality, default compensation, and liability for risks. Seals were stamped. Silver flowed into the chests. The clicking of abacuses echoed throughout the night. Clack, clack, clack. Each collision of the abacus beads sounded like a hammer blow striking the iron wall of the Zhou family's monopoly. By the end of the hour of the ox, 2,400 bolts of fine cloth were sold. 600 crates of medicinal herbs were sold. 1,600 dan of grain were locked in. The total value of the goods exceeded 16,000 taels. 6,500 taels were collected as deposits. Combined with the warehouse prepayments and temporary shipping fees, the Gu family now had over 8,400 taels on their books. They were still nearly 300 taels short of the debt. Qingxue looked at the ledger. The remaining merchants are still hesitant, waiting to see what happens. Gu Changsheng asked, how many unsold goods are left? 600 bolts of cloth, 200 crates of medicine, and 400 dan of grain. Lowering the price further would violate our previous agreements. We cannot lower it. What else can we sell? Qingxue looked around the dilapidated warehouse. Warehouse space. Space has already been pre-sold. We aren't selling usage rights. Gu Changsheng walked over to the outer wall of the warehouse. We are selling naming rights. Everyone was stunned. What are naming rights? Gu Changsheng pointed to the 4 main warehouses that were about to be repaired. The Qian family cloth warehouse. The Sun family medicine warehouse. Whoever is willing to pay another 300 taels. We will name one of the main warehouses after their firm for a year. Shopkeeper Qian had not yet departed. Hearing this, his eyes darted around as he calculated. If Gu's salt warehouse truly revived, every merchant entering and leaving would see the words, Qian family cloth warehouse. That would be more effective than hanging 10 signboards in the city center. I will pay 300 taels, he shouted immediately. Boss Sun grew anxious. The medicine warehouse must be named as well. I offer 320 taels. Gu Changsheng raised his hand. No bidding war. The cloth warehouse goes to the Qian family. The medicine warehouse goes to the Sun family. The price is fixed at 300 taels. With the 2 sums of silver received, the Gu family's cash reserves reached over 9,000 taels. Zhou Taizhan stared at the wooden chest filled with silver. This old man, a veteran who had survived countless battlefields, found everything unfolding before his eyes more unimaginable than a charge of 1,000 armies. Just a few hours ago, this was still an abandoned warehouse overrun by local thugs and filled with stagnant water. Right now, the roof still leaked. The doors and windows were still broken. Yet the warehouse spaces for the coming year were already booked. The goods arriving in the next 3 days were already sold out. Even the names yet to be written on the walls had already brought in 600 taels. Qingxue looked down at the ledger. Then she looked up at Gu Changsheng. For the first time, her eyes shone with unvarnished admiration. She had been a master of business for many years. She had seen power used to suppress prices. She had seen hoarding and speculation. She had seen buying low and selling high. Yet she had never seen anyone who, before a single thing was built, could separately sell its goods, space, routes, name, and future for different prices. The horizon gradually paled. The first small boat appeared at the far end of the old river. A Zhou family plum blossom lantern hung from its bow. Its light flickered in the morning mist. Then came the second, and the third. Dozens of small boats connected bow to stern, carrying the unloaded cloth, medicine, and grain, glided slowly along the long silent river. Oars parted the grayish-white water. The morning mist was pushed back inch by inch. The waiting merchants on the shore burst into cheers. The warehouse doors were flung completely open. Carters drove their mule carts into the transit yard. Disabled veteran soldiers maintained order. Accountants verified warehouse receipts. Merchants inspected goods, paid outstanding balances, and loaded their carts. The clicking of abacuses, the rumble of cartwheels, the rhythmic chants of workers, and the splashing of oars converged in the morning light into a grand, bustling symphony. Sunlight spilled over the damaged roof of the warehouse. It illuminated the first bolt of fine Jiangnan cloth brought into the warehouse. It also illuminated Gu Changsheng and Qingxue. Neither had slept all night. Gu Changsheng's ceremonial robe was stained with mud and ash. Qingxue's bridal gown was no longer pristine either. Its hem was darkened by dirty water, and she still wore his dark robe over her shoulders. Yet standing in the center of the warehouse doors, she was more radiant than she had been the night before, even when adorned with jewels. A breeze blew from the river. The collar of the robe parted slightly. As Qingxue raised her hand to gather it, Gu Changsheng beat her to it, reaching out to tighten the straps of the cloak. The two stood facing each other. His fingers brushed past her collarbone, catching the 2 thin straps and slowly tying them into a knot. Is it too tight? He asked. No. Does your waist still hurt? A little. Let me take a look when we return. Qingxue looked up. The Marquis still remembers. I always keep a precise ledger of my debts. A pity. She took half a step closer. Her red gown beneath the cloak brushed softly against the hem of his robe. That debt from last night has already accumulated interest. How much? Qingxue stood on her tiptoes. Her crimson lips drew close to his ear. The fragrance of cold plum blossom mingled with the warm breath of their night-long labor brushed softly against the side of his neck. We will calculate it when we return to our room. With that, she made a step back. Gu Changsheng, however, caught the cloak at her waist. He kept her close. My lady has mentioned returning to our room twice tonight. Are you looking forward to it? The tips of Qingxue's ears flushed red. I am merely tired. Why are you blushing if you are merely tired? It is the reflection of the morning light. The morning light is behind you. Silenced by his words, she had no retort. Frustrated, she raised her hand and yanked the newly tied knot of her cloak loose. Since the Marquis is so wide awake, tie it yourself. Qingxue turned and walked away. After a couple of steps, however, the corner of her lips curved into a quiet smile. Gu Changsheng watched her scarlet figure retreat. He looked down at the undone straps of his cloak, the smile in his eyes lingering. The legal debt required to secure the ancestral estate of the northern pacifying marquis has been fully raised. New family asset Goose South Warehouse. Asset status transitioned from abandoned to trial operations. First day locked orders 16,420 taels. Cash revenue 9,036 taels. Estimated first round net profit 1,970 taels. Family reputation increased. The first, second, third, and fourth components of the initial quest have all been satisfied. Quest ready for settlement. The brilliant golden text unfurled before Gu Changsheng's eyes. Yet he did not claim the rewards immediately. For Su Qingxue was standing at the entrance of the accounting office looking back at him. The morning breeze stirred her long hair. Beneath the dark cloak her red bridal gown shone like the first rays of dawn. Husband. In her hand, she held an old ledger retrieved from a hidden compartment within the warehouse walls. There is a transaction recorded here. 60 taels per month. Uninterrupted for 3 consecutive years. Gu Changsheng walked over. The ledger page contained only a single simple entry. Night River guiding silver 60 taels. There was no name for the recipient. Only a faint black crane emblem. Su Qingxue gently ran the pad of her finger over the design. This is not the Zhou family's mark. Nor is it the seal of any firm in Luqing. She looked up. At this moment, all the tenderness and exhaustion of the night dissolved into the depths of her eyes, leaving only a clear razor-sharp gaze. There is someone behind the Zhou family. Gu Changsheng took the ledger. The black crane spread its wings. Yet at the crane's eye a tiny character, Qi, had been pricked with the tip of a needle. The very first ray of dawn from the old river spilled into the warehouse at that exact moment. The sunlight sliced the page into halves of light and shadow. Gu Changsheng stood in the darkness, slowly pressing his fingertip against the character. My lady. Yes. Once we return to the estate today, we shall not sleep yet. Su Qingxue watched him quietly. What does the marquis wish to do? Gu Changsheng closed the ledger. Audit the books. Investigate the Zhou family. Investigate the Qi clan. And also find out. He looked out toward the river channel where cargo was already beginning to flow. Just how many businesses in this Luqing have been fattened on the blood of the Gu family? After dawn broke, Gu's South warehouse resembled an old beast that had just struggled to crawl out of the grave dirt. Its skeletal frame remained broken. Time had gnawed jagged gaps into the gray brick walls. The roof ridges tilted and withered grass half a foot high grew in the tile grooves. Of the 4 main warehouse doors, only one could still be fully closed. The rest were barely held in place with hemp ropes and wooden wedges. The morning wind swept through the cracks in the walls, whipping the unswept dust of the warehouse into the air. It drifted up and down in the slanting sunlight like a host of homeless ancient souls. Yet it had come alive. On the ancient river, small boats lined up head to tail. Slender punting poles pierced the riverbed one by one, and bare-armed boatmen shouted their chants, their voices carrying far across the grayish-white water. Fine cotton wrapped in oilcloth medicine chests, sealed with wax, and sacks of rice, bearing the seals of grain shops, were unloaded from the boats, then swiftly distributed to the inspection platforms, temporary storage bays, and waiting transport caravans. The clatter of iron abacuses rang out incessantly. Wheels ground against stone slabs. Wooden crates collided. Hemp ropes strained. Peddlers bargained and haggled. Veteran soldiers called out loudly to maintain order. All these sounds mingled in the morning mist, resembling a crude yet vibrant symphony of a bustling market. Gu Changsheng stood before the doors of the main warehouse. After a night of rushing about, his black and red ceremonial robe bore no trace of the neatness expected of a groom. The hem was splattered with mud, his cuffs were dusty, and a speck of soot from fighting last night's fire still clung to his shoulder. Yet he stood exceptionally steady. Holding a newly verified warehouse manifest in his hand, his gaze swept from the warehouse, number, cargo owner, quantity, and quality, all the way down to the signatures of the 2 bookkeepers. Who calibrated the scales? Centurion Zhou verified them himself. The young bookkeeper quickly replied. And we also asked the veteran scalemaster from shopkeeper Qian's household to double-check them. The difference between the 2 scales is less than half a mace. Even if it is less than half a mace, it must be recorded. Gu Changsheng handed the manifest back. Today is the first time the public scales are being used. Every single discrepancy must be documented. If we only record what is correct and ignore the errors, 3 months from now anyone can claim they have never made a mistake. The young bookkeeper nodded hastily. Understood. Nearby shopkeeper Qian, cradling a bolt of fine cotton, felt his eyelids twitch as he listened. Having run a fabric shop for 20 years, what he feared most was bookkeepers who constantly tossed around the phrase, close enough. Today Gu South warehouse had barely opened its doors, and even the roof had not been repaired yet Gu Changsheng was already demanding answers over a scale discrepancy of half a mace. Impoverished they might be, but his rule seemed intended to be passed down to his great-grandchildren. Su Qingxue sat behind a dilapidated writing desk that had been temporarily brought over. She was still wearing yesterday's bright red wedding gown, draped only with Gu Changsheng's black robe on the outside. The robe was far too large, and she had rolled the sleeves up twice, revealing a slender, snowy white wrist. Her long hair, bound up last night, had now mostly come loose. Her dark hair fell over her shoulders with a few strands blown across her face by the river breeze. She wore neither a phoenix crown nor any luxurious dangling hairpins, leaving only that golden plum blossom hairpin to secure her bun. Were it not for the plum blossom forehead mark between her brows that had yet to be washed away, it would be hard for anyone to believe that this woman, flicking an abacus verifying manifests and fighting tooth and nail with merchants in a ruined warehouse, had just performed her wedding vows yesterday. Has the remaining balance for the fabric been fully collected? She did not look up. The female official replied, the Qian clan's 300 bolts have been cleared, the He clan's 180 bolts have been cleared. The Lu family's trading house still owes 74 taels, claiming their caravan has not arrived yet, and wishes to take half the goods first. No. Shopkeeper Lu is willing to offer a shop in the west of the city as collateral. Still no. Qingxue flicked the abacus beads. Once goods enter Gu's warehouse, the manifest dictates payment upon delivery. If we let him take the goods today, because of a shop guarantee, tomorrow someone will bring land deeds, the day after someone will bring an ancestral jade pendant, and later on someone will probably drag their father-in-law over, saying the old man is highly respected and can be left in the warehouse as collateral. Nearby several bookkeepers could not help but lower their heads and chuckle. The female official also pursed her lips. Then how should we reply? The goods can be held for 3 days without additional storage fees. Qingxue said, if the remaining balance is still not fully paid after 3 days, 70% of the deposit will be refunded and the goods will be sold to others. We shall proceed exactly as written in the contract. Changsheng happened to walk over. A father-in-law cannot be used as collateral. Qingxue looked up at him. Whose father-in-law does the Marquis intend to pledge? Just asking out of curiosity. Then I must ask the Marquis to inquire less. She lowered her eyes and continued auditing the accounts. Our Gu South warehouse has limited space at the moment. We do not harbor idle people. Changsheng pulled over a low stool and sat down beside her. Is Madame referring to shopkeeper Lu's father-in-law, or to me? If the Marquis has nothing to do, you may go guard the warehouse gates. I have just returned from the gates. You may go once more. On our second day of marriage, Madame already finds me an eyesore. Qingxue's fingertips paused. The nearby bookkeepers who had been straining their ears to listen realized the conversation was not meant for their ears. They immediately began clacking their abacuses like a sudden tempest, as if each of them was facing an extremely urgent account of monumental proportions. Qingxue's gaze swept over the suddenly diligent bookkeepers. The clatter of the abacus beads instantly grew louder. She withdrew her gaze and lowered her voice. The Marquis is sitting too close. The two of them shared a single old writing desk, which was already narrow to begin with. Once Changsheng sat down, his shoulder was almost pressed against hers. His black fabric brushed against the robe of the same color draped over her shoulders. From afar it looked as if a single continuous bolt of ink-black silk flowed from the man onto her. There is only this one stool. That is because you broke the other one by kicking it. I failed to hold back my strength when dealing with those people last night. Once Xiong Sihai wakes up, perhaps he will thank you. Why, oi? You kicked the stool, not him. Changsheng chuckled, his laughter brushing past her ear. His warm breath brushed against her fine soft hair. Qingxue's hand, which had been flicking the abacus beads, paused for an imperceptible moment. Are the calculations finished? He asked. The first round is complete. What is the result? Qingxue pushed a new ledger in front of him. From last night to this morning we have collected a total of 6,540 taels in presale deposits. 1,760 taels in advances for storage space and joint transport. 600 taels for the naming rights of the main warehouse. 136 taels for temporary inspection, weighing, and manifest modification fees. Combined with the Marquis Mansion's original cash reserves and the proceeds from pawning the golden hairpin, we currently have 9,629 taels of usable cash. Changsheng opened the ledger. Every single sum was categorized by different colors. Black ink represented income already secured. Vermilion ink denoted pre-collected revenues that required fulfillment. Cyan ink signified working capital that could not be touched in the short term. How much can actually be used to pay off the debt? He asked. 8,787 taels. Qingxue said. 8,700 taels for the principal and 87 taels for the reasonable interest on the funds used. Exactly that amount. Not exactly. She tapped her fingertip on one of the lines. I have deferred the payment of 200 taels originally allocated for the first phase of dredging the river by 3 days. Changsheng frowned slightly. If the river isn't dredged, the second batch of boats won't be able to enter. The first batch of boats has already docked at the warehouse. The second batch of cargo is scheduled to depart in 2 days. Therefore, after we clear the debt today, we must secure at least another 500 taels in joint transport deposits before noon tomorrow. Qingxue's tone was calm. 200 taels of that will cover the dredging, 200 taels will pay the first batch of boatmen, and the remaining 100 taels will serve as emergency funds. What if we don't receive it? I will borrow it from the Su clan merchant house. Changsheng looked up. From your personal account. A loan, not a gift. What is the interest rate? A monthly interest of 1%. Too high. The Su clan bank charges 2% monthly to outsiders. I am your husband. Su Qingxue looked at him. Which is why I am only charging you 1%. Husband and wife borrowing money, and you still charge interest. Even close brothers keep clear accounts. We are not brothers. Then we should calculate it even more clearly. Changsheng fell silent for a moment. Madam makes a very valid point. It is good that the Marquis can take it to heart. But I still feel that a monthly interest of 1% is too high. Su Qingxue raised an eyebrow slightly. How much does the Marquis wish to pay? No interest. On what grounds? We can use something else to repay it. Her hand flicking the abacus slowly ground to a halt. What else? Changsheng leaned in slightly closer. Their shoulders finally pressed completely against each other. Through their clothing, he could feel the woman's soft yet straight shoulder line, while Su Qingxue could feel the warmth radiating from the man's arm beside her. For example, he drew out his words. The sound of several bookkeepers' abacuses became deafeningly loud once more. One of them flicked so hurriedly that an abacus bead popped straight out of the wooden frame, rolling onto the ground and spinning half a circle. Su Qingxue cast a cold glance over. The bookkeeper was sweating profusely. Madam, this abacus has fallen into disrepair over the years. Su Qingxue said, that was newly delivered by the Su clan just yesterday. Perhaps. It was damaged during the bumpy journey. Get out. Yes. As if granted a grand amnesty, several bookkeepers fled in a flash, cradling their ledgers. The last person was tactful enough to pull the half-open warehouse door nearly shut, leaving only a crack through which the figures outside could be faintly discerned. Su Qingxue turned her gaze back to Changsheng. For example, what? Changsheng replied with a straight face, for example, using the future revenues of Gu's South warehouse as collateral. Just that. What did Madam think? She stared at him for a moment, then gave the abacus a heavy flick. Changsheng. If you had spent even half the effort you wasted on visiting brothels on proper matters, the Marquis mansion wouldn't have ended up as impoverished as it is today. Did I frequent brothels in the past? Who in Luqing doesn't know? I thought those were all rumors. Marquis Gu even inscribed a poem at Jinyu Pavilion just 3 months ago. What poem? Su Qingxue's expression grew subtle. A beauty's waist is like a willow, hold her tight and never let go. Silence fell over the warehouse for a brief moment. Changsheng looked down at the accounts. A fine poem. What is so good about it? It is accessible. And honest. Su Qingxue sneered. Honest indeed. At least it doesn't pile up literary illusions. Changsheng evaluated very seriously. Nor does it force any rhyme, indicating that the original author was unrestricted by formal poetic structures during creation, showing a certain return to simplicity. Su Qingxue finally could not hold it in. The corner of her lips twitched first, and then a smile like spring water breaking through ice rippled across her cold, elegant countenance. Her smile lacked the overwhelming, dazzling brilliance of Shen Feiyan's, yet the gentle curve of her eyes and the melting frost within them were enough to brighten the morning light inside the dilapidated warehouse. The original author. She caught the peculiar choice of words. Changsheng remained unfazed. Words written while intoxicated do not represent the sober me. Then what would the sober Marquis write? What a beauty's waist resembles is of no importance. His gaze drifted slowly down from her eyes and brows. It passed the shoulder line wrapped in red silk, finally coming to rest on her slender waist concealed beneath the oversized outer robe. Whether to let go after holding her is what needs to be personally verified. Su Qingxue's smile froze. She lifted the ledger, holding it between them. When you are sober, you are not much better than when you are drunk. At least there is progress. What progress? I would first ask for Madam's consent. Su Qingxue did not reply immediately. She looked at him over the top edge of the ledger. The morning light fell upon the side of the man's face. After a sleepless night, a faint trace of fatigue lingered between his brows, yet his eyes remained exceptionally clear, even deeper than they had been before the fire last night. She recalled how in the old accounting room his hand had stopped at the side of her waist. Even though his breath was close enough to burn, he had still asked, "May I?" Too many people in this world promise respect at the bargaining table. Yet when it is truly within arm's reach, those who can stop and wait are few and far between. Su Qingxue slowly lowered the ledger. Regarding the matter of repaying the interest, her tone regained its composure. We shall discuss it another day. It seems there is still room for negotiation. It depends on the Marquis's performance. Then I shall go pay off the debt first. Changsheng stood up. Once it is fully paid, can my performance score be increased by 1 point? Paying off the Gu family's own debt is only what the Marquis ought to do. Half a point. Worthless. Madam is truly difficult to please. The Marquis is welcome to please others. Changsheng halted in his tracks. Su Qingxue also realized there was something amiss with her words. As she looked up, she ran straight into the man's half-smiling gaze. Madam, what is it? Are you jealous? No. You answered too quickly. Because the answer is very clear. Then shall I really go please someone else? Su Qingxue picked up the vermilion brush. Stroke by stroke, she wrote in the ledger, Gu Changsheng borrows 500 taels from the Su clan merchant house with a monthly interest of 1%. The marquis is welcome to try. The force of her brush tip pressing onto the paper was much heavier than usual. Gu Changsheng chuckled softly. Never mind. I am a poor man. Pleasing one wife already requires borrowing money. If there were a few more, I fear I wouldn't even be able to afford the interest. Outside the warehouse doors, stifled laughter rose and fell. Su Qingxue looked up, behind the crack of the door. Several figures in an instant. From afar a voice cried, "Move the goods quickly. The marquis and the lady are discussing something of great importance. No one may come near." Another asked what major matter. He lowered his voice, but the words clearly drifted into the warehouse, whether to charge interest on the loan or not. Gu Changsheng's expression remained calm. Su Qingxue's ears reddened. She closed the ledger. "Aren't you leaving yet? Go. After paying off the debt, return to the mansion immediately. Aren't you staying in the salt warehouse? I still have accounts to check." She looked toward the ledger at the corner of the table bearing the black crane mark. "And my wedding dress can't be seen in public anymore." The red gown was stained with mud and ashes. A thread of gold was snagged by a splinter hanging at the hem. Gu Changsheng said, "Very becoming. If the marquis's eyes could only discern color, you'd be better off being sent to a pharmacy. I mean the lady." Su Qingxue's fingers tightened, but he had already turned and walked out of the warehouse door. The morning light stretched his shadow long. She stood there watching for a moment. Only when the female official re-entered did she casually bow her head to inspect the accounts. She turned only 2 pages and realized the ledger had been upside down. The official looked up at the beam. As if she saw nothing, Su Qingxue quietly righted the ledger. "If you dare to laugh, you'll be docked a month's pay." The clerk immediately said, "I did not laugh, madam." "The corner of your mouth. It's because you slept little last night and have cramps." Su Qingxue suddenly thought that the Gu family place not only leaks at the roof, there are few decent people either. Yet she had just entered the house a day ago and already begun to adapt. It was nearly 10 o'clock. The gates of the Jinbei Marquis mansion opened again. This time outside there were no debtors crowding the gate. Nor was there the Zhou young master bearing a golden bowl. Gu Changsheng sat at the main seat in the front hall, with Gu Zhongchunbo and Zhao Taizhan behind him. On the long table silver ingots lay in neat rows, their pale light, like a marching army in armor. Zhou Fuhai arrived early. His purple-tinged brocade robe still looked pristine, but his face was far from good as 3 days ago. Behind him came 2 accountants and a court scribe. Outside, the crowd gathered eager to know whether Gu Changsheng, whose ledger showed only 47 taels 3 days earlier, could pay back 8,700 taels. Zhou Fuhai stepped into the hall. His gaze immediately fell on the silver on the table. His eyelids twitched. "Marquis Gu." Zhou the steward. Gu Changsheng raised his hand. "Test the silver." The Zhou accountants advanced. They cut, weighed, listened to the sound, checked the color, piece after piece. The abacus clicked for a full 2 moments. When the last scrap of silver was placed on the scale, the beam steadied flat. "Principal 8,700 taels." The Zhou clerk's voice was dry. "Plus interest on the silver, 87 taels. Total 8,787 taels." Outside at first there was quiet. Then a roar of discussion erupted. They really paid it back. Where did Marquis Gu's money come from? I hear the Southern Salt Warehouse reopened last night. I saw with my own eyes dozens of ships entering the old river this morning. Wasn't Zhou's family blocking the docks? The Gu family used the old military grain route. Zhou family yesterday just signed a contract not to impede it. Zhou Fuhai listened to those voices, the fatty flesh on his cheeks trembled. He hadn't expected Gu Changsheng to repay. Even more surprising, the money didn't come from Su Qingxue lifting it from her dowry chest, but from that salt warehouse once deemed worthless by the Zhou family, funded overnight. Master Gu has good skill. He forced a smile. Having married a money goddess indeed brings fortune. Gu Zhong and others' expressions darkened. Gu Changsheng remained calm. "The credit goes to my wife," he said. "The source of goods is her arrangement, the accounts are hers, and the warehouse rules are hers. Your wife's merit I need not pretend not to see." But, he tapped the table. "The people who forced the warehouse doors back last night were the Gu family's old guards. I was the one who conceived the pre-sale and joint transport. The merchants who bought with silver also willingly signed the contracts. If you insist this is freeloading, then Zhou family might as well marry a capable wife too, provided someone is willing to marry." Outside, the onlookers burst into laughter. Zhou Fuhai's face flushed, yet he could not refute. Gu Changsheng laid the bet from 3 days ago on the table. The debt is paid. As agreed. The Zhou family must publicly acknowledge that the mortgage deed is forged, relieve the Gu family's deceased dependents of the high-interest debt, and return the seized 2 taels of casualty compensation. Zhou Fuhai's smile vanished. "Marquis, the debt is debt. The forged deed has yet to be investigated." The Zhou family agreed to the bet only to give you face. Now that the silver has been repaid, why press so hard? Zhao Tieshan's one-armed fist clenched. Gu Zhong's veins stood out as well. Gu Changsheng simply picked up his teacup. "Shen Bo, here. Go to the yamen and strike the drum." Zhou Fuhai's face changed. Gu Changsheng continued, and also hand over the forged imperial seal, the official salt loss accounts, the salt warehouse maintenance funds, and the counterfeit land deed tied to Xiong Sihai to the salt transport office. Wait. Zhou Fuhai finally grew anxious. If these cases are investigated together, the Zhou family will lose more than a few thousand taels. Gu Howie. The compensation for the veterans is enormous. The Zhou family needs time to audit the accounts. How long? 5 days. 3 days. Impossible. Gu Changsheng set down his teacup. Then have the Yamen investigate. 5 days. 3 days. At least 7 days. 3 days. No matter how much Zhou Fuhai offers, Gu Changsheng always has only 2 words. Zhou Fuhai's forehead began to sweat. Gu Changsheng. The Zhou family has operated in Luqing for more than 30 years. Are you really going to go to war with Zhou family for a mere 2,400 taels? The hall fell silent. Gu Changsheng looked at him. Mere. His voice was low. That is the living money left for the wives and children of 27 fallen soldiers. To the Zhou family, it's merely 2,400 taels. For some children, it's 3 years without hunger. For some elderly, it's a coal fire in winter. For some women, they won't have to sell themselves to the brothels in order to bury their husbands. Gu Changsheng leaned back. His gaze was cold and without warmth. Zhou the steward. The Gu family can reduce interest. They can grant leniency to merchants. They can leave a way out for those dragged into Zhou's schemes. Only the money of the dead must not be shorted. Zhao Tieshan's eyes reddened. The soldiers' families outside also straightened their backs. Zhou Fuhai finally lowered his head. 3 days. The Zhou family will deliver the silver. There are still usury debts. All to be waived. And the forged deed, eh? Zhou Fuhai clenched his jaw. It was done by Zhou family subordinates. I could not hear clearly. Zhou Fuhai's face turned from red to pale. Hundreds of people outside watched. He knew Gu Changsheng had deliberately forced him to speak in public. If he admitted, Zhou family's decades-long credit would be damaged. But if he refused to admit, the official salt case and the fake land deed would be hauled into the Yamen at once. Mortgage deed. Zhou Fuhai's every word grated from his teeth. It was forged by Zhou family subordinates. The crowd outside gasped. Gu Changsheng picked up the bet. Have the scribe write it down. The Yamen clerk, already sweating, dared not defy if he could only write down Zhou Fuhai's words faithfully and let him seal. Bright red handprints dried on the paper. The Zhou steward who 3 days ago blocked the Marquis' gate, pressing Gu's family to surrender, finally admitted Zhou's falsification at the same gate. Gu Changsheng handed the documents to Gu Zhong. Seal them into the Gu family archives. Yes. Zhou Fuhai, unwilling to linger, left in a hurry. As he passed the threshold, his robe snagged, nearly sending him sprawling. Outside, someone laughed. Steward Zhou, take it slow. Another added, the Gu family gate is tall, of being overfull is no excuse. Laughter rang out. Zhou Fuhai did not look back. Gu Changsheng did not smile either. He simply watched that flustered figure's retreat, lost in thought. The Zhou family agreed too quickly. The 240 taels were painful to part with, yet not enough to truly unsettle Zhou Fuhai. What unsettled him was the fake land deed in the salt warehouse and the Black Crane accounts. This showed that the ledger held deeper links than the official salt case and more value than Zhou's reputation. Initial task completed. The beginner patriarch chest has been granted. The family fortune golden eye has been granted. The basic marrow cleansing opportunity has been granted. The family warehouse access qualification has been granted. Brilliant gold words unfolded before his eyes. Gu Changsheng merely skimmed and closed them again. Zhao Taizhan saw him momentarily dazed and asked carefully, Marquis, did you not rest last night? Are you unwell? It's nothing. Would you like to return to your room to rest? Gu Changsheng looked out the window. Has the lady returned to the mansion? Not yet. Gu Zhong answered. The lady sent word that she will audit all salt warehouse accounts, both old and new, and will return in the afternoon. Gu Changsheng remained silent for a moment. System chests radiated brilliant gold in his mind. Marrow-cleansing golden eye family warehouse. Any one of them was enough to whet one's appetite. Yet what flashed first in his mind was Qingxue wearing his clothes, sitting in the ruined warehouse, counting the ledgers. First, send the silver into the treasury. I will go fetch the lady. Gu Zhong's face showed a faint smile. Old servant, prepare the carriage. No need. The Marquis rode all night last night. So today you walk. Zhao Taizhan could not help saying, from the southern city to the Marquis mansion is 7 li. Gu Changsheng gave him a glance. Are you free? The old man immediately cupped his fists. Old servant suddenly recalled there are still 100 bags of rice in the warehouse that haven't been tallied. After saying that, he turned and left. His leg was lame, yet his pace was quick. In the afternoon, Qingxue had not returned to the mansion. The only message she brought back from the salt warehouse was a note with 3 characters. The accounts are not settled. After reading, Gu Changsheng folded the note and tucked it into his sleeve. Wan Tang stood nearby. Marquis, should I go fetch the lady? No need. But the lady did not sleep at all last night either. So she will not listen to advice. Wan Tang thought for a moment. The Marquis knows the lady very well. Spending a day together isn't enough to know her. I think the lady also understands the Marquis quite well. How so? Wan Tang pointed to the note. She knows that as long as it says, account not clear, you will not urge her. Gu Changsheng looked at the paper in his sleeve. It seems so. The inner courtyard of the Marquis mansion had been prepared for a new room. The red candles burned through the night, leaving only half a wick. The bridal bed, the wedding quilt, and the ceremonial wine remained as yesterday. Even the peanuts, red dates, and dried longans on the bedside table were untouched. The bridal chamber looked like a banquet prepared but empty. Gu Changsheng stood at the doorway for a moment. Wan Tang whispered, Marquis, shall we relight the candles? Wait for the lady to return. And what about these peanuts and red dates? Keep them. People say they are omens of many offspring. Gu Changsheng looked at her. Wan Tang reddened. Those are said by the matchmaker, not by your maid. I didn't say anything either. Why are you looking at me, Marquis? See, you are guilty. Wan Tang picked up the tray by the bed. I'll go to the kitchen and check. The young maid left briskly. Gu Changsheng entered the new room. On the table lay Su Qingxue's phoenix crown she wore yesterday. The golden phoenix spread its wings as if ready to fly, its beak clamping a string of tiny red pearls. Beside it lay a silver abacus pendant that hadn't been stowed away. He picked up the pendant. The metal still carried a faint cold plum fragrance. System text appeared again. Would you like to open the beginner patriarch chest? Gu Changsheng glanced at the sky outside. Later. Would you like to use the basic marrow cleansing opportunity? Later. Would you like to view potential family development suggestions? Close. The system fell silent for a moment. After the successive generations of masters receive their beginner rewards, the average activation time is 3 breaths. So, the master has already delayed for 4 watch periods. Gu Changsheng placed the silver abacus pendant back. I've been married 2 days and still haven't had a proper meal with the lady. Can the rewards run? Cannot. The lady will. The system fell silent again. After a long while, a line appeared. According to the existing betrothal, if Su Qingxue actively leaves the mansion, the head of the family has the right to settle joint assets. Shut up. The golden letters vanished. Gu Changsheng suddenly felt that the ancestors who created this system probably didn't understand women very well. They understood accounts. They understood bloodlines. Understanding reward. Yet what remains elusive is that after some depart, even when every copper coin is tallied to the last, it does not signify the absence of a debt. As night fell, Su Qingxue finally returned to the mansion. She did not enter through the main gate. The carriage halted at the western side gate, accompanied only by a female official and 2 guards. Gu Changsheng awaited her in the study of the western courtyard. Rain had not yet fallen, yet the air was stiflingly oppressive. Heavy clouds pressed down upon the mansion's rooftops, and in the distance pale lightning flickered through the depths of the clouds, casting the window paper into alternating light and shadow. The study was lit anew. The leak in the roof had been temporarily sealed with oilcloth, but the 3 wooden basins placed on the floor to catch the water remained, as if stubborn evidence of the Marquis's poverty. When Su Qingxue pushed open the door, she had already shed her disheveled wedding gown. She wore a moon-white soft silk long dress. No gold thread, no intricate embroidery, only a faint silver border along the collar and cuffs. Her waistband was loosely tied, her hair washed and casually pinned up with a single white jade hairpin, leaving most of the damp strands hanging down her back. A bead of water dripped from the ends of her hair. It fell onto the side of her neck, then slowly slid down her fair skin into the collar of her dress. When Gu Changsheng lifted his gaze, he happened to see that glimmer of water vanish. Su Qingxue placed the account books in her arms onto the table. Have you seen enough? No. Then continue looking. She did not avert her gaze as she usually did. Instead, she unfastened the cloak from her shoulders and handed it to the female official behind her. The thin fabric clung to the graceful curves of a mature woman. Her waist was no longer cinched tightly by the wedding dress, and her silhouette, less marked by the solemn elegance of the previous day, bore a languid softness that came only after a bath. Gu Changsheng's gaze lingered on her waist. Su Qingxue saw it clearly. Want to see the injury? Yes. Your honesty is annoying. The madam asked. I didn't. Your eyes did. Su Qingxue left the female official outside. The door closed. She walked over to the desk and sat down. Her damp hair slid over her shoulders with the movement, leaving a dark watermark on the moon-white dress. The injury is not serious. Have you seen a doctor? A female physician examined me. What did she say? Bruises on the flesh will fade in 3 days. Did you apply medicine? Su Qingxue paused. No. Why? The granary was too busy. Gu Changsheng stood up. He took a medicine box from the bookshelf. Wan Tang has already prepared it. Su Qingxue looked at the medicine box. You asked her to prepare it? Yes. When? In the afternoon. You knew I hadn't applied any medicine. If you had, you wouldn't have walked so slowly when you returned. Su Qingxue's eyes flickered slightly. From the side gate to the study, she had controlled her pace, and even the female official had not noticed that her waist still ached. Yet Gu Changsheng had seen it with a single glance. Did the Marquis observe women like this when he frequented the pleasure quarters in the past? I don't remember things from before. Then what about Shen Feiyan? Madam has been checking accounts all day, yet her first words upon returning are still about her. I was just asking casually. What does this mean? Exactly what it says. Su Qingxue stared at him. Gu Changsheng had already opened the medicine box. A faint medicinal fragrance spread. Sit on the couch. Apply medicine here. Only the two of us are in the study. There are people outside. The door is closed. What about the window? Gu Changsheng rose and closed the window as well. The window latch clicked shut. The last sound of the wind outside was cut off. The study suddenly felt too quiet. Candlelight stood at the corner of the table, casting the shadows of the two figures onto the wall. Qingxue still sat in the chair. If the madam is unwilling, you can call the female official in, Gu Changsheng said. You already had someone prepare the medicine. Preparation does not mean you must let me apply it. If I summon the female official, I will leave. Qingxue was silent for a moment. She rose and walked to the soft couch by the window. The hem of her dress swept across the floor. As she passed Gu Changsheng, the was mingled with the fresh moisture of her damp hair, softly brushed against his breath. She sat down by the soft couch. She did not call the female official. Apply the medicine. Just 2 words. Gu Changsheng approached with the medicine box. Where is the injury? Right side of the lower back. The clothes need to be loosened a bit. I know. Qingxue raised her hand and untied the silk sash at her waist. A soft faint sound. The sash slipped from her fingers. The moon-white dress lost its restraint, the fabric loosening slightly at the waist. She parted the outer layer of her garment, revealing the snow-white inner robe beneath. The inner robe was still neat, but on the right side it was lifted an inch, exposing a small patch of skin at the waist. Candlelight fell upon it. That patch of skin was as white as warm jade. Near the waist, however, there was a faint purple bruise extending from the delicate hollow of the lower back, shaped like a crushed plum blossom. Gu Changsheng's eyes, which had held a hint of a smile, darkened. It's worse than I thought. The female physician said it's fine. That doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. Qingxue lifted her gaze. When did the Marquis begin to believe that everyone must wear their pain on their face? No. Gu Changsheng sat down beside her. But in front of me you can. They were extremely close. Qingxue sat sideways on the couch. He sat behind her slightly to the side. The moon-white dress spread in layers, covering most of the couch. One of Gu Changsheng's knees was pressed under her skirt, and when he moved slightly, the fabric made a faint rustling sound between them. He took a small piece of pale green medicinal ointment from the box. The ointment was cold. It will be a bit cold. It might also hurt. Tell me if it's uncomfortable. Qingxue turned her head. Gu Changsheng. What? If you keep asking, the ointment will melt. Gu Changsheng glanced at his fingertip. The ointment had indeed softened from body heat. The madam is right. Begin. The moment his fingertip touched the side of her waist, Qingxue's body tensed abruptly. The ointment was icy cold, but the man's fingertip was warm. 2 completely different sensations landed on her sensitive skin at the same time, like a snowflake pressed into fire, causing her waist to instinctively shy away half an inch. Gu Changsheng immediately stopped. Pain. Cold. I warned you. I didn't expect it to be this cold. Need to warm it. How does one warm ointment? Gu Changsheng placed the remaining ointment in his palm and gently clasped his hands together. Body heat gradually warmed the ointment. Qingxue watched his movements. Will this affect the efficacy? No. How do you know? I don't. Then you dare to do it. The madam dislikes cold. He answered as if it were the most natural thing. Qingxue was silent for a while. After a moment, Gu Changsheng reached out again. Try now. The warm fingertip landed on the edge of the bruise. The ointment was no longer icy, carrying only a faint coolness that seeped into the skin. He did not press directly on the deepest part of the injury, but began to gently spread it from the periphery. His movements were extremely light. His fingertip traced along the curve of her waist, and wherever it passed, the scent of medicine mingled with the soft warmth of her skin. Qingxue's hand rested on the edge of the couch. At first it lay flat. After a moment, her fingers gradually tightened, gripping the brocade cushion beneath her. Too heavy? Gu Changsheng asked. It's fine. Then why grip so tightly? The cushion is slippery. Gu Changsheng glanced down. The brocade cushion had been crumpled into several folds by her grip. Indeed, it is very slippery. Qingxue caught the hint of amusement in his tone. Focus on the medicine. I am very focused. Don't let your hand wander. The bruise extends here. His fingertip traced the pale purple mark backward. He had to move closer to the hollow of her waist. Qingxue's breath caught slightly. There is no injury here. The color is faint. That's the shadow of the lamp. Gu Changsheng stopped. He leaned in to look closely. As he did so, his breath fell upon the exposed skin of her waist. The warm breath brushed against her skin. Qingxue's waist trembled slightly, and even her spine unconsciously straightened. It is indeed the shadow of the lamp, he said. Seen enough. I am examining the injury. Do you need to be this close? The lamp in the room is dim. Qingxue raised her hand to pull her clothes back together. But Gu Changsheng caught her wrist first. The medicine hasn't dried yet. Her wrist was slender. Held in the man's palm, it was completely enveloped in warmth. Both of them froze at the same time. Qingxue turned her face. Strands of hair slid from her shoulder, almost brushing the back of Gu Changsheng's hand. Marquis Gu. Yes, you are holding my hand. I know. The injury is on my waist. I know that too. Then why not let go? Gu Changsheng looked at her. Afraid the madam will wipe off the medicine. Su Qingxue did not immediately pull away. Candlelight flickered in her eyes. After a moment she instead turned her wrist slightly, letting her fingers naturally interlace with his. Like this I can't wipe it off. Their fingers intertwined. She asked calmly. Only the deepening redness of her earlobe betrayed a hint of emotion that did not belong to the goddess of the account room. Gu Changsheng's gaze darkened slightly. It's fine. He continued to spread the ointment with his other hand. His movements were slower than before. Su Qingxue did not flinch again. But whenever his fingertip pressed over a deeper part of the bruise, she unconsciously tightened her grip on his hand. Once. Twice. By the end, both of their palms were faintly warm with heat. Done. Gu Changsheng finally withdrew his hand. But Su Qingxue did not immediately adjust her clothes. She looked down at their still interlocked hands. Husband. Yes. What do you want? The question came abruptly. Gu Changsheng did not pretend not to understand. What does the madam mean? The Zhou family has already bowed their heads. The Marquis' debts are also paid off. The salt granary can operate. If you only wish to restore the former prosperity, you already have a good start. Su Qingxue slowly turned around. Her inner robe and outer skirt were still slightly loosened on one side. Yet she did not cover herself. They sat facing each other on the soft couch. Their knees nearly touched. But when you looked at the black crane accounts, your eyes were not those of a man who only wants to be a wealthy marquis. She gazed at Gu Changsheng. What exactly do you want? The rumble of thunder rolled low outside the window. The candle flame wavered. Gu Changsheng released her hand and rose to walk to the desk. He did not answer immediately, but instead unfurled a map of Dan. Luqing was merely a dot on the map. The northern frontier occupied only a corner. The Su family of Jiangnan, the Qi family of the capital, the border garrisons, the river routes, and trade roads. All were reduced to ink lines and place names crisscrossing the yellowed paper. When I woke up, Gu Changsheng said the Gu family had only 12 people left. A ruined mansion. A derelict granary. A debt that could not be repaid. Everyone thought the Gu family was already dead. He pointed to Luqing. At first, I only wanted to preserve the Marquis' mansion. Later I realized that preserving a mansion was useless. The Zhou family could block the roads. The Qi family could cut off the ships. The elders of the Su clan could sign the marriage contract for you. A single word from the capital could make the pensions for the border soldiers disappear halfway. Today we hold the granary. Tomorrow they can burn the ships. The day after they can bribe the officials. As long as the rules are in the hands of others, the Gu family will always be merely allowed to exist. Su Qingxue listened quietly. Gu Changsheng's finger traced northward along the map. Past Luqing. Past Yana Pass. Finally, it stopped at the far north of the border. So what I want is not to restore the glory of our ancestors. The glory of our ancestors has already been buried in the earth. I want to establish new rules. He turned back. His gaze fell upon Su Qingxue. So that those willing to stay in the Gu family do not have to live on the charity of others. So that the wife of the Gu family is not a commodity to be traded for profit. So that children do not have their futures predetermined by talent, gender, or the status of their birth mother. So that those who bleed for the Gu family receive the silver they deserve. So that the ships of the Gu family can sail on any river without first having to look at the face of the Zhou family. If one day the imperial power, the great clans, or even the heavenly Tao decides that the Gu family should be used to fill their accounts, Gu Changsheng pressed his palm onto the map. His eyes were calm, yet his words were like a long blade drawn silently from its sheath. Then we'll overturn their account tables. For a long time no one spoke in the room. Su Qingxue looked at him. For the first time she felt that what truly made this man dangerous was not his ability to see through a forged contract or his skill in dismantling a derelict granary into countless profitable interests. Rather it was that he held no reverence for power. Or rather he revered only those worthy of protection. As for the rules that had long perched above their heads, once they crossed a line they were no different in his eyes from the golden bowl of the Zhou family. All could be shattered. Su Qingxue slowly fastened her sash. Her waist bare beneath the candlelight was once more concealed by fabric, yet the faint fragrance of medicine still lingered between them. Do you know what I desire? She asked. Gu Changsheng replied, to cast off the Qi clan. That is merely the first step. Su Qingxue walked to the map. Her finger rested upon Jiangnan. I entered the Su family's accounting house for the first time at 13. There was a female manager in the clan back then surnamed Liu. She managed the silk shop for the Su family for 20 years, transforming a loss-making stall into the largest silk merchant in Jiangnan. Later, when she turned 40, the clan declared that an older woman should no longer appear in public and ordered her to hand over the business seal to her nephew. That nephew squandered her 20 years of accumulation in merely half a year. The clan did not punish him. They simply said that young people must gain experience. A hint of coldness touched the corner of her mouth. Before manager Liu died of illness, she came to see me. She asked why a man's failure is called gaining experience while a woman's success is merely custody for the family. Gu Changsheng did not interrupt. I could not answer her. Su Qingxue gazed at the intricate network of trade routes on the map. Later the silver I earned grew increasingly substantial. The clansmen grew ever more courteous toward me. Yet the more polite they became, the clearer it grew to me. They did not regard me as the patriarch. Rather, they treated me as a gold mine whose buyer had not yet been decided. The Qi clan offered the highest price. So I should marry them. Her fingertip pressed against the capital. What I desire extends beyond safeguarding my own business seal. I wish to establish a trade system founded upon ability and contract alone, indifferent to gender or birth. A female manager may pass the empire she built to her daughter. A widow may sign contracts independently. When a merchant goes bankrupt, accounts may be settled, and a fresh start made rather than the entire family selling themselves into servitude to pay debts. If a boatman perishes upon the river, compensation must not be swallowed by the guild. Every piece of silver must be accounted for, where it comes from and where it goes. Su Qingxue raised her eyes. I will make all merchants across the realm understand. Credit is not a grace bestowed by any single family. It is something cultivated jointly by all who honor their obligations. Changsheng studied her for a long moment. Madam has considerable ambition. Has the Marquis been disappointed? Why should he be? An ordinary man seeks a wife who will guard his household. I wish for that as well. Su Qingshue's gaze turned slightly cold. And oi, the inner quarters must be guarded. Changsheng said the trade routes of the 17 provinces must also be secured. Madam possesses ability. Why settle for merely one? She faltered for a moment. Are you not afraid my power grows too great? I am afraid. Changsheng spoke with complete candor. Afraid of what? Afraid that one day I will spend without keeping accounts and Madam will drive me from this house. The tension gathering in Su Qingshue's eyes dissolved at these words. Should the Marquis misappropriate public funds without authorization? By the family contract, your monthly allowance may indeed be suspended. I still have a monthly allowance. From today onward you do. How much? 30 taels per month. Changsheng frowned. Shen Feiyan claimed that merely standing in the Golden Jade Pavilion without doing anything is worth 3,000 taels. She was deceiving you. Madam gives only 30 taels. Room and board included. And labor is required. The Marquis may resign if he wishes. Where would I reside if I resigned? The Golden Jade Pavilion. Changsheng sighed. Very well. I find the treatment here with Madam to be more favorable. Su Qingxue finally smiled. The warmth of her expression fell into the candlelight, unguarded as it had been during the day. She gazed at Changsheng as though finally removing an armor of ice she had worn far too long. Changsheng. Yes. I reviewed all accounts of the salt warehouses today. And oi, chaotic. How chaotic. Even the rats would wish to be reborn, striving in their next life to become literate accountants. Changsheng laughed aloud. And beyond that, the rules you established last night regarding pre-sales, distribution, and joint transport. Every detail is grounded in sound judgment, not improvised nonsense. Su Qingshuo returned to the desk. She unfolded the storage routes he had drawn. Every point is implementable. You have even anticipated contingencies for merchant breaches, cargo damage, shipping delays, and warehouse receipt transfers. This does not resemble someone who has merely come to their senses. Changsheng looked at her. Does Madam suspect me? I do. Suspect of what? Suspecting whether the former Changsheng was truly the prodigal he appeared to be. An abrupt silence fell within the room. Lightning flashed beyond the window paper. It cast their shadows clearly upon the wall. Changsheng's fingers tapped lightly across the desk surface. What if I told you the former me was genuine? Then I would be all the more curious. Su Qingxue said, what manner of illness could transform someone who could only write, hold on tight, and never let go into a person who understands trade routes, warehouse receipts, human nature, and power? Changsheng fell silent for a moment. Perhaps I died once, he said. The words came softly, devoid of any jest. Su Qingshue's gaze sharpened slightly. After waking last night, Changsheng continued, I discovered that every man of the Gu family was dead. Creditors waited beyond the door. Servants prepared to scatter. The ancestral estate was about to change hands. Some people will never realize there is a path beneath their feet until they reach the edge of a cliff. I simply no longer wish to be the one waiting for another to collect my corpse. This was not the complete truth. Yet not a single word was false. Su Qingshuo regarded him. She did not press further. Everyone carries secrets that cannot be surrendered immediately. She held her own. Equality does not demand that all wounds be laid bare on the first day. It means granting time when one knows the other holds something back. Very well. She pushed the black crane accounts toward him. We will not dwell on the past. Let us speak of the present first. Changsheng opened the ledger. Have you uncovered the origin of the black crane? I have leads. Su Qingshuo withdrew 3 old vouchers. Black crane is not the formal seal of the Qi clan. The Qi clan would never leave such an obvious mark on accounts like this. This is the secret mark of the Xian Crane Exchange in the capital. On the surface, the exchange belongs to a merchant surnamed He. Yet for the past 5 years it has been borrowing and lending on behalf of the Qi clan's northern enterprises. The 60 taels per month for Night River guidance is not freight charges. Then what is it? Hush money. Su Qingxue spread the 3 vouchers side by side. On the old river on the 7th, 17th, and 27th of each month, night boats carry goods that never enter official accounts. Along the route, boatmen, river patrol officers, and warehouse guards each receive only a few taels. The 60 taels represents the total for the Luqing section. The Zhou family acts as the public face. The Xian crane exchange handles the payment. The actual cargo owner never appears. Gu Changsheng said official salt. Official salt is but one category. There are also military rations, medicinal herbs, and iron goods. She pointed to an unremarkable entry, especially iron goods. A shipment arrives every 3 months, small in quantity, yet never ceasing. Where does it flow? Northward. To what specific location? It does not appear in the accounts. After departing the old river, the vessels transfer to carts at Qingxue ferry 30 li away. The caravan avoids the official roads. It takes the mountain paths. Gu Changsheng turned to the map. Beyond Qingxue ferry lies precisely the desolate mountain region near the old military camp and the northern frontier post road. Someone is smuggling military equipment to the northern frontier. Highly likely. The Zhou family lacks both the courage and the capability. Su Qingxue stated. Thus the Zhou family serves merely as local hands. The Qi clan or the Xian crane exchange are the true intermediaries, and the entity they ultimately serve may lie even higher above. A single raindrop struck outside the room. It fell upon the tiles. Click. Then another followed, and a third. Within moments the rain merged into a continuous patter. The heavy clouds that had blanketed the sky all day finally broke, unleashing a deluge that shook the window paper and sent torrents cascading from the eaves. Su Qingxue approached the window. She pushed it open just enough. Cold wind wrapped in rain mist swept inward, stirring her hair that had not yet fully dried. The old boatman from Qingxue ferry is still alive. He resides in Shiqiao Lane west of the city, she said. I had someone seek him out. He said he is willing to meet tonight. When oi. At Su hour. Gu Changsheng gazed at the rain curtain outside. It is already 1/4 Su. Then we go now. What of your waist injury? It is nothing serious. The female physician said it will heal in 3 days. She also said you must avoid the rain. Su Qingxue turned her head. Are you planning to abandon the Clue Marquis? I intended for you to remain at the mansion. And you would go alone? Yes. No. Why oi? I uncovered the black crane accounts. And oi. I have the right to know what comes next. Gu Changsheng met her gaze for a moment. Madam. Yes. The family contract grants the wife the right to deliberate. It does not prohibit the patriarch from ordering the madam to rest. Su Qingxue's expression turned cold. The enterprise deed states I control commerce and intelligence networks. Qingxue ferry falls under trade routes. Therefore you should follow my command. The two faced each other across the desk. The rain grew louder, as though 1,000 armies clashed upon the roof. Gu Changsheng suddenly smiled. We have been married for 2 days, and already we possess 3 deeds with which to press claims against one another. Has the Marquis regretted this? No. Then let us go. Su Qingxue picked up her cloak. As she passed him, Gu Changsheng caught her wrist. One more matter. What is it? The medicinal ointment. It has already been applied. Your sash. She looked down. Earlier when applying the ointment, her silk sash had been tied loosely. It was acceptable when still, but would easily come undone walking in the rain. Gu Changsheng reached out. May I? Su Qingxue glanced at him. You asked too many questions today. Do I annoy you? A little. Then I will not ask in the future. You dare not. Gu Changsheng took the sash with a smile. He drew her before him. The silk cord wound around her waist. The two stood close enough to breathe one another's air. Su Qingxue raised her arms, allowing the man to refasten her sash. Gu Changsheng deliberately avoided the bruised area, tying the belt looser than the day before, yet secure enough not to slip while walking. When the final knot was secured, his hand lingered at her waist. Does it hurt? No. Is it tight? No. Are you cold? Satisfactory. Are you weary? Su Qingxue looked at him. Marquis Gu. Yes. Are you tying my sash or conducting an inspection of goods? Madam is more precious than goods. By how much? Priceless. Merchants detest that which cannot be valued. Gu Changsheng leaned close. His voice fell upon her ear. Because you are not for sale. Su Qingxue's lashes trembled slightly. Her palm pressed against his chest. Yet she did not push him away immediately. This statement, she murmured, is slightly better than hold on tight and never let go. Only slightly. Upon our return from Shiqiao Lane, I shall reassess. Gu Changsheng released her. He retrieved an oil paper umbrella from beside the wall. Su Qingxue glanced at it. Only one. The Marquis mansion is impoverished. Among my dowry are 20 fine silk umbrellas. They remain unopened. The warehouse has just earned nearly 10,000 taels. After settling the debts, little remains. Su Qingxue fell silent for a moment. Then we must share an umbrella. Madam might also wait for the next rain. Thunder exploded outside the window. The downpour seemed to comprehend Gu Changsheng's words, intensifying suddenly by 3-fold. Su Qingxue reached out and grasped the umbrella handle. Let us go. Gu Changsheng did not release his grip. Their hands rested one above the other upon the same umbrella shaft. Her palm was cool. His hand covered the outside. When they pushed open the study door, cold wind wrapped in rain mist rushed toward them. The oil paper umbrella opened slowly in the night. The canopy was not large. Changsheng tilted it toward her. Qingxue stepped into the rain, her shoulder quickly brushing against his arm. The damp, cold plum fragrance and deep wood scent were gathered beneath the narrow shadow of the umbrella, making even each other's breaths distinctly clear. Beyond the corridor, heaven and earth were nothing but rain. Within the corridor, two figures walked side by side. Qingxue watched the umbrella's surface tilting toward her. Marquis. Yes. Half your shoulder is exposed. I noticed. Why do you not straighten the umbrella? If I straighten it, madam will get wet. You may draw closer. Changsheng's steps faltered slightly. Qingxue also seemed to realize what those words implied, yet she did not take them back. She simply pressed her arm gently against him. Under the umbrella, pale moon-white sleeves overlapped with dark robes. The last sliver of space between them in the rain-filled night quietly vanished. Like this. She gazed at the corridor ahead, swallowed by rainwater. Her voice remained composed. The umbrella may then be straightened.